Hopefully the start of this one goes better. The start of the previous recording was really awkward, and I apologize for that. It turned out like starts out with a black screen, and then I don't save my game, and so on. So, yeah, here appears my third save file is still there, and so I didn't lose it. So, at the I guess the beginning of my second recording. So this is my fourth one right now, I believe. I don't write down the order of my recordings. It's fun. It'd be funny though if I said I think this is this recording and then like in the title it's part whatever. It's like why do you not remember how many recordings you've done? Um, so let me actually go into my drive here and look in my recording destination folder and see how many files have been dropped from Remember11. Looks like 3 have. Okay, so um, wow. I'm like scrolling through the file, like the save files here, but it was actually on a different window that was in front of the game, and it was like still making those applying those mouse controls to the game. Um, so this is the fourth one. Okay, so the beginning of the second one, I claimed, okay, I think that I got it wrong. I said February for some reason, but what I meant was in January was when Kokoro and Mayuzumi and Yogomi are stuck in the cabin, and when Kokoro is in Satoru's body, it's August of 2011. I just kind of surmised that to be the case. And then in the previous recording, we got some pieces of evidence that really challenged that assumption, challenged that conclusion. One of them is the newspaper article that was published on, I think, the 4th of July, if I'm not mistaken. That suggests that when Kokoro's in the cabin, the shelter cabin, that's after the 4th of July. So that's August. So that's in August. The second is the version of Uni that's in the cabin knows that Kokoro doesn't like cucumbers, which suggests that that version of Uni is a later version of Uni chronologically than the version of Uni that is in Sphia with Satoru. Those two things then suggest that when we're playing in Kokoro's body, we're playing in August. And we're in Satoru's body because usually the repetition of the events, or you have this thing where you have a series of events that happen in January and then they are repeated in August. The repetition is planned out and orchestrated in order to save somebody. That's usually how Uchikoshi games work. And Kali was planning something out when we are in Satoru, but this is after Kokoro dies in January because she thinks Kokoro is dead. So it's somewhere in between January and August. So we're jumping back and forth. We jump bodies from somewhere between January and August, I presume. Okay, fine, I might be wrong. I could guess this. I suppose I could guess whatever I want to, right? But what's really bothers me the most here, and that I really want to come up with an explanation for and haven't, is how are there bodies of Kokoro, Yagomi, and Mayuzumi in August? All three of those are supposed to be dead. And their bodies were in advanced stages of decay on July 4th. Now you could argue, well, the game is accepting a paradox, right? This is really heavy spoilers for this game, but I have to say this, otherwise you don't know why I'm thinking what I'm thinking. There is a Uchikoshi game out there that does do this, that actually has a character potentially paradoxically be alive. They have their life is continuing on contingent that they managed to save themselves in the past, and if they fail to save themselves in the past, they poof out of existence. But the stuff they did to create the situation that would save them in the past still retains. So all the butterflies effects from what they've done since when, like on that contingent, don't get annihilated. And so the situation still happened. So it's paradoxical. We could also argue that there are the alternate, some of the bad endings in Ever 17 are paradoxical, because if Blinkwinkle can't go back in time and talk to you because Blinkwinkle's not summoned, then you couldn't have gotten to that point where the 34 incident happened anyway. You could resolve that one though, because you could just say, well, as long as Blinkwinkle comes from a timeline, then Blinkwinkle comes, right? All the timelines, it's not like one timeline is true and one timeline is false. All the timelines exist at the same time. And so just because you happen to go down a different timeline than the one that gave you Blinkwinkle and talked to you, doesn't mean that timeline doesn't exist, right? But, so because of that, because I know the game was written like that by this one of the two authors that wrote this game, I know that there's not necessarily completely adverse and will not make a paradox where they die and then by some, like the paradoxical body thing where they're dead, but then they save themselves in the past so that they're not dead anymore, but then they're still dead according to the newspaper. The body still exists, but they're not above doing something like that. But I don't like it. And that's not my first guess. Because Ever 17 was very, averse to the paradox. So, yeah. So, another thing that comes up that's bothersome is, well, the plane crash really happened in January, right? It's not like when Kokoro got on that plane. I mean, it might be, but you wouldn't assume that they would write that when Kokoro got on that plane, she was actually getting on a plane in August and she thought it was January by mistake. That incident where Kokoro got on a plane in January and it crashed, she ended up in the shelter cabin in January, then died a few days later, happened. So how did we get from Kokoro in January to Kokoro in August? You would presume that the Kokoro that was on the plane at the very beginning was in January. You would assume. It's not 100% certain, but you would assume. Well, yeah, I don't know. How'd she get to... I mean, my best guess would be, well, the first exchange with Satoru was actually three ways. So Kokoro in January went into Satoru's body. Satoru went into Kokoro in August's body, because when she gets back there in August, they've already encountered Satoru in her body. And we know that it's August because Uni had the knowledge from the previous instance. He knew how to find a shelter cabin suspiciously well. So that first swap back into Kokoro in the shelter cabin was in August. So Satoru... So go repeating this, okay? Kokoro in January goes to Satoru in between January and August somewhere. Satoru goes to Kokoro in August, and the Kokoro in August completes the cycle, goes back to Kokoro in January. Whatever, the Kokoro that's occupying the body in August goes back to January. So then we have a swap between Kokoro in August and Jataru back and forth. That Kokoro in August being originally the one from January. And the one that Kokoro in August and went back to January just stays in the Kokoro in January until that body dies. Or whatever happens back there. Or saves that body. But then that creates a paradox. So, whatever happens there. So this keeps going and going. And until eventually... Yeah, but then eventually that Kokoro in January is going to catch up to the timeline where we get Kokoro in August, and then gets swapped back to January and ends up in this infinite loop. If the body's saved, or that body dies, like the newspaper article goes, and that soul is freed. Which, because I would think because of, souls are conserved, that eventually Kokoro's got to go back there, so Kokoro's going to die eventually, no matter what. And it just gets really complicated and scrambly, and let's just play the game. I might be 100% wrong. That's totally possible. Load this file. Yes. He called me Kokoro. So we're the power's out because there was an earthquake, but there's no tsunami. But I'm not gonna how they're gonna resolve the power being out. He had only ever called me that when he was scared. But it made me really happy whenever he called me Kokoro. Grasping his hand, I opened my mouth. We couldn't stay together until the end at the time of the crash, but we're together now, right? That's what I intended to say. However, my consciousness was cut off there. Wow, okay. A taste of the primordial sea. That's the chapter name. Again, the sensation of the boundary line of the body being lost and everything melting away. A floating feeling where you don't know whether you're facing up or down. Oh, so Kokoro died. That, and there is no unease. An absolute feeling of relief rules over me for all eternity. If only I could remain in this time for all eternity. Is that a bad end? Discord of group consciousness. Oh, maybe that could have been a bad end. Because that was like not like that like same animation you typically get when you do the swap. So that might have been a bad end I just avoided. Somehow. I have to avoid clicking the pin because that's one of my vices. I'll end up clicking the pin like unknowingly on recording and make clicking sounds. When I came to, I was inside the shelter cabin. Wrapped in a blanket, I was watching the fire in the stove. I should have been shivering in fear of earthquakes and tsunamis just a few seconds ago, but the current me was shivering for the cold instead. In many ways, I had no time to relax. If things continue this way, sooner or later I'm likely to just collapse both mentally and emotionally. Right, I needed to check the time. Looking down at the time on my right wrist, it's like you had to rely on Jataru to fight for some food for you, right? Or Satoru, not Jataru. Who's Jataru? Huh? It's gone again. Jeez, just what is going on? Getting irritable, I looked around and saw it lying on the table. He just doesn't like to wear a watch. That's sometimes I just like I don't have my I wear a watch when I go outside because I'm not used to looking at my phone for the time despite having a phone that shows the time. But oftentimes if I'm sitting at a desk or something, I just take my watch off because it just starts bothering me after a while. So I can understand why. I looked at the face of the watch. The hands were pointed at 6:36. So this is the end of day. This is AM or PM? Because I assume we're on day 3, but I forgot how far deep into day 3 we are.
6時36分か
Okay, 6:36, huh? I should have picked up on the numbers from that voice line. I heard the son, which is the 3, but...
どうした?ブツブツ独り言言って。
What's wrong? You're muttering to yourself. Yagomi peeked at my face, his expression worried.
何でもありませんちょっと考え事してて
No, it's nothing at all. I'm just thinking about something.
その口調は冬川さんか?
That tone. Fuyukawa-san.
はい
Ka? Ka is like question mark in Japanese. Yes? Looking as if he wanted to say, oh brother, Yagomi scratched his head. Then his bearded face distorted into a forced smile.
晩飯は乾パンだ。
Dinner is hardtack biscuits.
味気ないが食っといた方がいい。君は朝飯抜きなんだしな。
They don't taste like anything, but it's better to eat them. You went without breakfast after all. I'd only had a single lick of a hard candy, so my stomach was painfully empty.
いただきます
Thanks for the meal. Yagomi handed me a can of biscuits and a cup of chamomile tea. I hate that word. Chamomile tea. Why would you name it that? I tossed the biscuits into my mouth. Indeed, they had no taste at all. I had a bite of one yesterday too, and I still definitely couldn't call them delicious. I guess expecting the emergency rations to be delicious is too much to ask for though. But even then, I had to eat. If I didn't eat, I wouldn't live. I washed down the biscuits with chamomile tea.
なんでここに置かれているのがカモミールティーなのかわかるかい？
Do you know why the people who set up this cabin had chamomile tea and put it here?
鎮静作用があるって言ってましたけど、何か理由があるんですか？
You said that it had a calming effect, but is there some other specific reason?
合ってないような理由だけどね。
It's not much of a reason, but
カモミールティーは不眠にも効くんだよ。
chamomile tea also helps with insomnia.
こんな極限状況じゃ神経が高ぶって寝られなくなるだろ
In extreme situations like this, your nerves get excited and it becomes harder to sleep, right?
う。少しでも落ち着いて安眠ができるようにっていう配慮だね。
It was in consideration of that, so we could relax even a little and get some quiet sleep.
でも、冬山で寝ちゃうのって危険じゃないですか？
But wouldn't it be dangerous to fall asleep on a snowy mountain? That's just the weakness of humanity, right? It's dangerous not to sleep because then you can't think right. Not think right, but think optimally. But it's dangerous to sleep because then you're just like helpless.
よくコントなんかで、眠ったら死ぬぞビシッバシッなんてやってるのを見ますけど。
In stories like this, people are always saying things like you'll die if you sleep and slapping each other awake and stuff, right?
確かに低体温症が進むと急激に眠くなったりするんだが、そうでない限りは睡眠はとった方がいいんだ。
It's true that when hypothermia sets in, you feel a sudden drowsiness. But as long as it isn't that, it's best to sleep when you can.
眠らないと体力を著しく消耗する。
When you don't sleep, you use a considerable amount of physical strength.
カモミールティーが置かれているのはそれなりに理にかなっているというわけ。
The reason they had chamomile tea here is out of consideration for that. Saying that, Yagami stuck a finger deep into the can of biscuits. He picked out a piece of rock sugar and placed it in his cup. And then he smiled at me as if to say I should try doing the same. Just as he had, I tried putting a lump of rock sugar into my cup of chamomile tea. It was a little hot, but I stirred it with my finger. The sweetness added to the chamomile tea felt as if it was penetrating every corner of my tired body.
よもぎさんっていろいろ詳しいんですね。
You know a lot, Yogomi-san.
いろいろは詳しくないよ。僕が知ってるのは山のことだけだ。
I don't know a lot at all. I only know a lot about the mountains.
いや、山のことに詳しいというのもちょっと語弊があるな。
Now, even saying that I know a lot about mountains is a little misleading.
僕は山のことしか知らないんだ。
I don't know about anything besides mountains.
下界のこと、人々の流行、政治、経済、山以外のことは何もわからない。
The world, fashion trends, politics, the economy. I don't know about anything outside of mountains.
特に
Especially, are you going to say God now? A voice rang from the corner of the room and interrupted his speech.
そんなに山に詳しいんだったら、この状況を何とかしなさいよ。
You know so much about mountains, then do something about the situation. Oh, is he going to say especially woman? That's the implication from that line.
ここはあんたのホームグラウンドなんでしょ？山男。
This is your home ground, isn't it, Mr. Mountain Man? Yomi shrugged his shoulders. Knowledge is only power if your human body is physically capable of implementing that power that comes from that knowledge.
特に女という生き物が何よりも僕にはわからないね。
Especially the beings Yep, okay, I was right on my second guess. Known as woman, I know less about them than anything. Mayuzumi, who until now had been lying around wrapped in her blanket, raised herself up. Raising one eyebrow, she stared at Yagomi.
いつの時代を生きてんの？明治？大正？それともジュラ紀？
Just which era are you from? Meiji, Taisho, or maybe Jurassic?
白亜紀の生まれだ。
I was born in the Cretaceous period.
三葉虫か。
A trilobite, huh?
一応突っ込んでおくが、三葉虫は白亜紀じゃないぞ。
I'll refrain from making a comeback to that for the time being, but trilobites aren't from the Cretaceous period. Yagomi, that's something that's not about mountains, and you just knew it. And I didn't. I don't remember anything about this old Earth. whatever you want to call it, geological history. There you go.
あのね、女という生き物が僕にはわからないなんて今時流行らないって言ってんの。
You know, saying things like, I know less about women than anything isn't fashionable anymore.
だから流行り廃りのことは何も知らないって言っただろ
That's why I said I don't know anything about changes in fashion,
う。
right?
いいから黙って寝てろよ、眉住。
Just be quiet and go to sleep, Mayuzumi. Yeah, it's like, again, the Wikipedia page for Remember11 said this game had no romance elements whatsoever. However, although Mayuzumi, like, who you would ship her with would probably be Satoru. This is kind of getting a bit... They're being chippy with this. Just saying.
私に命令すんじゃねえよ。
Don't order me around.
あのな、脅すわけじゃないが、冬山の寒さってのは正真正銘かけねなしの死神だ。
You know, I'm not trying to threaten you, but without exaggerating, a snowy mountain is truly a grim reaper.
弱いやつから順番に、そして確実に命を奪っていく。
Starting with the weakest person and working up, it snatches away life without fail. Well, the Grim Reaper doesn't really go in a particular order.
情け容赦は一切しない。
It won't show you an ounce of sympathy or mercy. Mayuzumi faltered at his grave tone and retreated to her usual sitting position.
分かったら、無駄なエネルギーを使うのはやめるんだな。
Understand? Stop wasting your energy.
火がなくなる前に体力を温存しとけ。
Preserve your strength as much as you can before the fire goes out.
ちょっと待ってよ。火がなくなるってどういう意味？
Wait a second, what do you mean before the fire goes out?
勝手に絶やすんじゃないわよ。
Don't just let it go out.
薪の量は限られてるんだ。
The number of matches we have is limited. Well, just... Once you have something burning, just put more stuff on it.
お前が寒い寒いってうるさいから、節約も最小限にとどめて使っちまってる。
Because you were saying, it's cold, we use them without ever even trying to
こ
ration.
の分だと、明日か明後日には確実に。
With only this amount left, either tomorrow or the day after will...
冗談よしてよ。
Enough joking around.
そうなる前に何とかしなさいよ。
Do something before that happens.
なんとかって言われてもな。
Something, you say?
僕にどうしろと。
I mean, sometimes if you don't have enough matches, you can resort to those, like, flint things. However, I've had them work very poorly. So... Not a good resort. And they're suggesting they don't have them. So, time to take apart the bunk beds and use friction from their pieces, I guess. Wearing her blanket like a mantle, Mayuzumi pointed to the door of the
助けを
cabin.
呼びに行きなさい。今すぐに。
Go and call for help this instant.
はいはい、了解しましたよ、女王様。
Yeah, understood, Your Majesty. Yagomi went down to the storeroom with his bag in hand. Without hesitating, he gathered all the mountain climbing equipment and returned.
それじゃあ、行ってくるよ。
Well, then I'm going. Surprised at Yagomi's words, I... Warn Mayuzumi is what I would do.
眉住さん
Mayuzumi-san.
ちょっと、何大きな声出してるのよ。
Geez, what are you yelling about all of a sudden? Mayuzumi opened her eyes wide as if surprised.
助けを呼びに行くなんてできるわけないじゃないですか
There's no way we can just go for help that
こ
easily.
んな吹雪の中よもぎさんだって死んじゃいます
In a snowstorm like this, even Yagomi-san would die.
あなたそんなこともわからないんですか
You don't even get it, do you?
何よその言い方。この男が行くって言ってるんだから問題ないでしょ。
What's with the attitude? The guy himself said he'd go, so what's the problem?
ああ、舞住の言う通りだ。
Yeah, it's just as Mayuzumi said.
せっかく行く気になったんだから、止めないでくれよ、冬川さん。
Finally in the mood to go, so don't try to stop me, Fuyukawa-san. Saying that, Yagomi raised a finger in front of Mayuzumi's face.
下山に1週間。
1 week to get down the mountain. With a quick movement, he raised another
救助
finger.
隊を連れて戻ってくるまでにさらに1週間
And 1 week to call the rescue team and then return here. What? Ignoring the surprise in Mayuzumi's voice, Yagami put his hands together.
悪いな眉泉
Sorry, Mayuzumi.
そういうわけで2週間ばかり留守にするよ
So that means I'll be out for 2 weeks.
誰か来たらそう伝えといてくれ
Someone comes, let them know that. And the first problem is, he doesn't have the rations for 1 week down the mountain. So he's gonna die. And yeah. Well, you don't die in a week, but there's a lot of physical exertion going on. Right in front of me, as I stood there dumbfounded, Yogomi's hand reached for the door.
じゃあな
Bye then.
待ちなさいよ。
Wait right there. Flustered, Mayuzumi closed the door. She grabbed Yogomi's arm and yelled,
私たちを見殺しにするっていうの？
Are you going to leave us here to
お
die?
前が助けを呼びに行けって言ったんだろうが
You're the one who told me to go for help.
そんなにかかるとは思わなかったのよ。
I didn't think it would take so long. Yogomi threw his bag on the floor and grabbed
雪
Mayuzumi.
山ではなたった一人の勝手な行動がチーム全体を死に追いやるんだ
When you're trapped on a mountain, the selfishness of a single person can lead to the death of the entire
行
team.
動だけじゃない
It's not just your
お前
behavior.
みたいなバカなことを言う奴が一人でもいるとチーム全体の連帯感に亀裂が生じるんだ
If there's a single person who goes on idiotically like you, it will form cracks in the unity of the team.
そんなに目くじら立てて怒らなくったって。
You don't have to get so worked up. Mayuzumi looked down and wrapped herself in her blanket as if sulking. Going back to her territory, she sat down and hugged her knees. As if to calm himself down, Yagomi took a deep breath and sat next to Mayuzumi. And shifting his tone from violent to gentle, he continued.
頼むよ眉泉
Okay, I'm begging you,
生き
Mayuzumi.
延びたいんだったら僕の言うことを聞いてくれ
Listen to me if you want to survive.
君が男の言うことを聞くのが嫌いな女性だってのはうすうす分かってる
I can tell somewhat that you're the kind of woman who hates doing what men tell you.
でも雪山で生き抜くためには統一された意志が必要なんだ
But to survive on a snowy mountain, we need a united
輪の
will.
乱れをついてそこから死が忍び寄ってくるそれが雪山なんだよ
After a disturbance in harmony like this, death starts to creep nearer. That's what a snowy mountain is
不
like.
平や不満は助かったらいくらでも聞いてやるからな
I'll listen to as many of your gripes and complaints as you want once we're saved, okay? Mayuzumi had buried her face in her knees, but now cast a sidelong glance at Yagomi. Perhaps Yagomi's words had moved her heart. That's what I thought, but
ああ、なんだか疲れちゃった。
I'm tired all of a sudden.
ねえ、顔洗いたいんだけど、お湯沸かしてくれない？
Hey, I want to wash my face, so could you draw a bath?
てめえ
Yeah! You! Yagomi clenched his fist and made a face as if saying, If you weren't a woman, I'd really let you have it. Trembling and quivering.
まあまあ、よもぎさん、落ち着いて。
It's like it's a joke. Now, calm down, Yagomi-san.
真に受けちゃって。ばっかみたい。
What an idiot, taking it so seriously.
冗談よ。
I was just kidding. Mayuzumi put the rock sugar from her biscuits into her mouth and chewed it as she jumped onto the top bunk. It must have been vexing for her to have been defeated by Yagomi's sound arguments. Eyes fixed on the wall, Mayuzumi wasn't looking this way. Yagomi released his clenched fist and took a deep breath.
なあ冬川さんどうして僕はあんな女を助けちまったのかな
I can still hear you, Yagomi. Hey, Fuyukawa-san. Why did I ever save a woman like that? Maybe you fooled around too much in your past life. Ooh. This is the better answer, not the top one.
助けなかったらよもぎさんらしくないですよ。
It wouldn't have been like you to not save her, Yagomi-san. When I tell him my true feelings, Yagomi's shoulders droop.
やめてくれよ。そんなこと言われたら、いざって時に君を見捨てられなくなる。
Stop that. If you say something like that, I won't be able to abandon you if the situation calls for it.
見捨てるつもりなんですか？
You were planning on abandoning me.
助かる可能性がなくなったらな。
If I thought we'd lost all hope of being saved.
つまり助かる可能性がある限りは助けてくれるんですね。
In other words, as long as there's a chance that we'll be saved, you'll come and save me, right?
そうとも言うが、その言い方は少々照れくさいね。
You could say that, but the way you put it is a little embarrassing. Yagomi scratched the tip of his nose, sat down in front of the stove. He was still wearing all the equipment he had prepared to go for help.
荷物は片付けたらどうですか？助けを呼びに行くわけじゃないんですから。
How about you put away your things? It's not like you're going to call for help anymore. I said, growing anxious. I don't think he was going to leave us, but the fact that he remained ready to go at any time scared me. If he disappeared, I don't think we'd make it by
いや、
ourselves.
どうせ出かけるつもりだったからな。
No, I was planning on going out
ど
anyway.
こへですか？
Where?
そんな泣きそうな顔すんなよ、冬川さん。
Don't get so upset, Fuyukawa-san.
だって
But
墜落機のところへさ。
I'm going to the crash site.
残骸のどこかに無線機があるはずだ。
There must be a wireless device somewhere within the wreckage. Like just some random person's phone, right?
フライトレコーダーとかは別電源になっているって言うだろう。無線機の電源も生きてるかもしれない。
Most phones have logins, but you know, whatever. Mine, I think you can do an emergency without, like, logging in. A flight recorder or something else that is a source of electricity, right? There might be a power source that works for wireless devices too.
もっとも無傷で残っている確率はゼロに等しいが、試してみる価値はあるだろう。
However, the chance of finding one in perfect condition are close to zero, but it's worth a shot, don't you think?
他にも食料や役に立ちそうなものが転がってるかもしれないし。
There might be food, right, because it's a plane, and other useful things that might turn up too.
でもこんな吹雪の中出て行ったら
If you go out in a blizzard like
吹
this,
雪が多少収まったらの話だよ。
I'm going when the blizzard settles down a bit.
今出て行ったら僕でも死んでしまうよ。
If I went out now, even I would die. But you're still wearing the gear. As I ran my hand down his chest, I looked up
く
at
れぐ
him.
れも気をつけてくださいね。
Please be careful,
こ
okay?
こではあなただけが頼りなんだから。
You're the only one we can rely on here. Yagomi scratched his nose in embarrassment and nodded while looking away.
その飛行機の残骸を捜索しに行く時のことなんだけど、
It's about when you go search in the wreckage.
もちろん私も協力したいのは山々なんだけど、
Of course, I want to help out as much as I can.
ああ、そんなことは気にすることないさ。
No, you don't have to worry about that.
そうじゃないの。そういう意味じゃなくて、
No, that's not it. That's not what I
なん
meant.
ていうか、もしかしたらその時私は私じゃないかもしれない。
How do I say this? It might be that when the time comes, I won't be myself anymore.
有機道くんのことかい？
You mean Yukido-kun, right?
そう。だ
Right.
からもしもその時私が悟だったとしたら、彼にこう言っといて。
In that case, if I happen to be Satoru at the time, can you tell him this?
よもぎさんにできる限り協力しなさいって。
Help Yogomi-san out as much as you can. I said it seriously, but Yogomi raised his voice in laughter.
自分の口からそんなことは言えないよ。
There's no way I could say something like that myself.
それもそうね。
That's true. Yogomi slapped his knee.
あ、それで思い出した。大事なことを忘れてたよ。
Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to tell you something important.
大事なことって？
Something important? While searching for his in his pocket,
い
Yogomi-san
や
said,
君らはどうなのかわからないけど
"Well, I don't know what it's like for you
僕にとっ
guys,
ては君らは一人なんだよ。
but for me, you two are one and the same.
人格が変わったからといって別人として認識するのは難しいんだ。
Even if your personality changes, it's difficult to recognize you as a different person.
何しろ顔や姿形が同じなのだから。
Your face and appearance are the same, after all.
何が言いたいんですか？
What are you trying to say? I mean, you're wrong. But well, he's not really making a statement of fact. He's making a statement of perception, right? He's making a statement of just how his like social brain works. Yugomi, who was fumbling around in his pocket, took out a thin piece of paper.
ああ、これだ。
This is it. He handed it over to me. It was the thin paper you peel off the surface of a car of cardboard boxes. Several characters were written
有
on
機
it.
道君に頼まれてたんだ。
Yukido-kun told me to give it to
こ
you.
れメモ。
That's a note? Or a memo? Okay. Satoru had left me a note here as
湯川
well.
さんが戻ってきたらそれを渡してくれってね。
He told me to give it to Fuyokawa-san if she returned.
でも冬川さんは扉を開けてただいまってな具合に戻ってくるわけじゃない。
But it's not like Fuyokawa-san opens the door and says I'm back or anything like
だ
that.
からすっかり忘れていたってわけ。
That's why I've completely forgot.
言ってることわかるかな？
You understand what I'm trying to say? No.
はい、なんとなく。
Yes, somewhat. Yagomi seemed to want to make an excuse for why he had forgotten to pass me the note, but that didn't matter at all. In an emergency situation like this, asking for perfection is unfair. I didn't have any intention of blaming him. Instead, I was unbearably anxious about Satoru's note.
メモ読みたいんで。
I want to read the note.
ああ、
Yeah. It's gonna be Japanese, but we'll see. I separated myself from Yagomi. I sat down on the bed. I took a look at the scrap of paper. There was only a single line. Please listen to the voice recorder. I looked in my pocket. I took out the palm-sized voice recorder and pressed the switch. I tried playing it back. Soon I heard a voice coming from the small speaker on the recorder.
心。さっきのメッセージの続きだ。
Kokoro, this is a continuation of my message from before. You used it. That's resourceful. It's my voice. My voice, which I don't remember recording. It was proof that during the time in which I had no memory of being in the shelter cabin, Kokoro Fukukawa's body was being operated by Satoru. I continued listening, growing excited.
またいつ転移が起こるかわからないから、要件だけ話すぞ。
Since I don't know when we'll transfer again, I'll just get down to business. You have to listen to somebody who's a different brain using your voice. That's interesting. Because it wouldn't sound exactly like you would talk. But it would sound like different softwares. It would be different. Because you'd be trying to make it, because likely you would end up sort of trying to make it sound like his own voice. So it would sound kind of like if it was a woman, if I was swapped into a woman and I was trying to talk in a woman's body, I would be trying to make it lower because I was just expecting it to be lower. If you get what I mean. So it'd sound different than how that woman would usually talk. It would have the same sort of cadence as my voice would have. Not that that hypothetical is really of any sort of practical application whatsoever.
いいか。落ち着いて聞いてくれ。
Calm down and listen, okay?
実は、どうやら俺は、
Actually, it seems that my body... I cut her off. That's right, the note had ended there. What's up with Satoru's body, I wonder?
何者かに命を狙われているらしい。
It seems someone is after my life. Which we've noticed.
狙われてる？どういうことよ？
After your life, what do you mean? The voice message continued. I continued listening anxiously. But... You switched before you got to listen to the whole thing? So it just kind of existed unlistened to all the way? Oh dear. Scars taste like paranoia. All of a sudden, my field of vision turned pitch black. And I felt a sharp pain running down my left arm as if it was burning. I screamed not knowing what was going on. What? What was happening? My heart was beating quickly. Because of the pain on my left arm, I wasn't able to think. So we got cut in the left arm? What's happening? It hurts. What does this mean? Why is it so dark? Where is the electricity? It hurts. Somebody. The inside of my head was falling into panic. I finally noticed my posture was weird. I'd been standing until just a moment ago, but now I was crawling on the floor as though groveling. I had fallen over, but moreover, this pain was no laughing matter. It wasn't the same level of pain you would feel just from bumping into something. My eyes caught something in the darkness. Was someone there? I couldn't tell. I couldn't decide whether there was anyone there or not because my eyes weren't adapted to the darkness. It looked like someone was there. It felt like no one was there. I was so agitated that I couldn't even tell. I had to run. I instinctively thought that. I didn't know what it was, but right now I felt like my life was at risk. I endured the pain, and crawling away on all fours, I made my escape. I reached the large window that faced the terrace. There, I finally noticed that I was now inside Sphia. I transferred again. A faint light shone in from outside. Beyond the window was only gray. The snow continued to blow. I deliriously beat at the
逃げ
window.
なきゃ。外に出ないと。
I have to run if I don't get outside. I didn't know how to open the window. I timidly turned my head and looked behind me. Engulfed in gray, the lamplight didn't even reach into the inner part of the living area. None of the places I glanced at had any sign of people in them, but they may have just been hiding. What should I do? It was dangerous for me to just stand there. Gotta run. But where to? Where is the safest? Private room, because you can kind of hide in there. You don't want to go into the main entrance is just snowing outside. Just run outside and if I lock myself in a bar the door, I should be able to escape my pursuer. But whose room? It's so funny. It's like a misinterpretation. It's like he might have recorded that long before this specific instance. So someone's after his life wouldn't have been like referring to like right now. Satoru's room. I didn't start to consider anywhere else. You should, because that's where... Well, whatever. In this situation, I couldn't trust anyone. Keeping a sharp lookout, I made for Satoru's room. Closing the door, I locked it behind me. I should be safe now. Just as relief had set in, my fear from before began to return bit by bit, and I crumbled to the ground, my strength drained. I couldn't put any power into my torso. My body quivered. Your body, you say? With the spell of tension broken, the pain in my left arm began to sharpen. Softly touching it, I felt something slippery. It was blood. Yukito-kun. I jumped. Someone was in the room. Who?
私よ。
I presume it's Callie. It's
そ
me.
の声は内海さん。
That voice, Utsumi-san?
そう。
Yes,
ど
that's
うか
right.
したの？
Is something wrong?
大変です急に
It's terrible. Just now, I stopped my mid-sentence and hurriedly snapped my mouth shut. Why was Utsumi in Satoru's room?
ユキド君？急に何？どうしたの？
Yukito-kun, what happened just now? What's wrong? The presence of one I recognize as Utsumi moved. She was walking towards me. What do I do? Should I run? Can I trust Utsumi? What if Utsumi was the one chasing me? I would have plenty of time to sneak in. She would have plenty of time to sneak in while I was running towards this room. I couldn't deny the possibility that she's the pursuer waiting to ambush me. But if the reverse was true and Utsumi wasn't the culprit, if I left this room, she would be stepping directly into the path of certain danger.
ユキド君？大丈夫？
Yukito-kun, are you okay? Utsumi's presence pressed in further, now almost right in front of me. What do I do? What should I believe? I'm waiting for the choice. Give me the choice. I don't know. I shut my eyes tight.
あら？
Oh.
停電治ったみたいね。
Seems the power's been restored. Wonder if there's like a version of this if you go make different previous choices, you get a choice here. What? I was they're setting up a choice, and then they didn't give me a choice. I slowly opened my eyes. Just as Utsumi had said, the electricity was back. To my eyes, which had become accustomed to the dark, it was blinding, so I shielded my eyes with my hand. The clock on the table entered my field of vision. 7:43. Because Satoru had said please check the time, I had unconsciously become sensitive to the presence of clocks. Had it been about 10 minutes since the transfer? If that was the case, the last transfer happened at 7:33. What if there's some significance to those numbers? 733 prime. If you add up the digits, you get 13, so it's not divisible by 3. It's not divisible by 7, because 33 isn't. Divisible by 17 is tricky.
ユキト君、あなたどうしたの？
Yukito-kun, what's wrong? Yutsumi's face went pale and she rushed over to me. I inadvertently tensed.
血が出てるじゃない。
You're bleeding. I looked at my left arm as well. It was profoundly shocked. Or more accurately, Satoru's left arm was dyed in deep red. Not only that, there were drops forming on my fingers that dripped to the floor. Many bloodstains had already formed there. What? I grew dizzy. Felt like I was going to go anemic. My left arm already felt like it was burning. The pain reverberated through my whole
すぐに
body.
手当てしないと。
We have to treat it right
待って
away.
て。すぐに救急箱。
Wait here, I'll go get the first aid kit right away. Separating from me, Utsumi quickly made to leave the room. I panicked and grabbed Utsumi's arm, pulling her back.
今
Wait,
外に出たら危険よ。
if you go outside right now, you'll be in danger. Utsumi turned back towards me with suspicion.
その
That is... Silence enveloped on the room.
冬川さんなの？
Is that you, Fuyukawa-san? Huh?
そうです。
Yes, it is. I had to say it.
私がこっちに来た直前に、
Right before I came here,
つまり人格交換が起きた直前にということですけど。
just before the personality exchange happened is what I mean.
ええ。
Yes?
誰かに襲われたの。
Someone was chasing me.
この手もその時に。
That was in my
誰か
hand.
って。
Someone, you say?
わかりません。顔は見えませんでした。
I don't know. I didn't see their face. Utsumi stayed silent. She's probably contemplating who the criminal was. Now she's contemplating, what's wrong with you? Other than myself and Utsumi, only Yuni and Inubushi Hotori are currently in Sphere. Seeing as I was attacked, I'm obviously exempt, meaning it was one of the remaining 3. Yuni was only a child, and he's a really good kid, so there's no way he'd attack me. I mean, in any other context, to be like, that confirms he's the one who did it. But yeah, I actually believe her in this context. That's what I'd like to think, but I don't have any proof. I think it's a wary corner of, of my mind. The child called Uni is somehow unnatural. Especially the way he speaks. There's something strangely out of place about it. Come to think of it, when we were reunited, he said, I wanted to see you, and... Wait. That's the Uni of the shelter cabin. It isn't the Sphere Uni. But are the Uni in the mountain hut and the Uni in Sphere even the same person? Everything related to Uni was full of mysteries. I think of him as a really good kid, but he might possess something I'm not aware of. As for Inabushi and Utsumi, they're even more suspicious than Uni. If Inabushi Keiko wakes up, then that would mean the awakening of a murderous monster. On the other hand, it seems really strange for Utsumi to have been in Satoru's room. I took a good look at Utsumi. I almost let out a scream. Utsumi's palms, so his palms are covered in blood. As I thought, was she the one who? I took a quick inventory of the room. I didn't see anything especially out of place. There weren't any knives wet with blood or anything lying around. But I don't know. Could this kind-looking woman have really done it? I should have a good guess at this. Why would her hands be... She's in Satoru's room with hands covered in blood. She acts surprised that he's injured, but doesn't have a knife in her hands, nor is there a knife anywhere near there. I actually don't have a guess right now. It's gotta be, the answer is way more complicated than you would think, usually. Something so terrible. I can't even picture Utsumi brandishing a knife. Utsumi seemed to notice that her hands were covered in blood as well. Taken aback, she looked at her hands.
違うわよ。
No, no, this isn't what it looks like, is what you want to say?
これは今あなたに引き止められた時その腕に触れたから。
This is when I pulled you, I touched your arm, so
私まだ何も言ってないんですけど。
I haven't said anything yet. Utsumi's face grew resentful.
聞かなくてもわかるわ。
I can tell what you're thinking, even if you don't say it out loud.
その目を見れば。
From the look in your eyes. The atmosphere in the room instantly soured. Utsumi and I stared fixedly at one another, both of us standing stock still.
ね
Hey. As if she was trying to say something very difficult, Utsumi's timid voice
え、あ
cut
な
in.
た襲われた時の記憶ははっきりとしてるの？
Your memory of being chased, how clear is it? What?
とっさだったからはっきりと。
No, I was caught up in the moment, so I can't say it was
で
clear.
もそれどういう意味ですか？
But what are you trying to
本
say?
当に襲われたのかしら？
I wonder if you were really being chased. Right, she probably, like, she was like, she took someone's going for my life from, like hours ago and impressed that onto her current situation. I was bewildered. I wonder what she's talking
怒ら
about.
ないで聞いてね。
Don't get angry, just listen,
襲
okay?
われたというのが錯覚だったということは考えられないかしら？
Wonder if it's possible that you thinking you were being attacked is just a hallucination. I got angry. There's no way it was a hallucination. It's a fact that my left arm is
じゃ
wounded.
あ私に怪我させたのは誰なんですか？
And who was it that injured me?
あなた、
You. What?
あなた自身じゃない？
It was you, wasn't it?
そんなわけ。
There's no
あな
way.
たが自分自身を傷つけていないというなら、ユキド君よ。
If it wasn't you who caused the injury, it may have been Yukido-kun. In other words, if it appears that Utsumi's trying to say that Satoru had cut himself.
そんなはずない。確かに私は。
That can't be. I'm sure I was. Certainly didn't see anyone. Maybe it's not a cut. There isn't any proof. However, I don't think Satoru would cut himself. Besides, he told me. It seems someone is after me.
サトルには自傷行為に走る兆候があるんですか？
Are there any signs that indicate Satoru was cutting himself? Itsumi shook her head as if
い
troubled.
いえ、私は知らないけど。
No, I don't really know.
ということはやっぱり犬部。
Which means it very well could have been Inubu. Itsumi shut her mouth in mid-sentence. She doesn't know, like, the true nature of Inubushi Keiko? She's kind of ignorant then. Inubushi Keiko. In other words, Itsumi wanted to say it was Inubushi Keiko. Yes, Inubushi is a rare example of a natural killer, a murderous monster. Yeah, we just don't know her yet, though. We don't know anything about this Inubushi Keiko, or even if this name is like the right name to use for that. If I'm trying to find out who attacked me, it's true that she'd be the most likely suspect. If she awoke, it wouldn't be weird for the sphere to be turned into the stage of an unprecedented tragedy. I probably have a really serious look on my face. Utsumi gave a kind smile as if to help me relax.
何もわからないうちからあれこれ疑っているのは良くないわ。
We don't really know anything yet, so it isn't good to go recklessly suspecting
それよ
anyone.
り早くあなたの手当てをしなくちゃ。
Moreover, we have to hurry up and treat you. Utsumi unlocked the door and opened it just enough to peer outside and see what was happening.
特に怪しい人はいないわ。さ、来て。
There isn't anyone especially suspicious looking out here. Come on now. The figures of Uni and Hattori were there in the kitchen. Our tenseness caused both Utsumi and I to give a start when we saw them. Either of them may be the one who attacked me. Even if I tried to act calm, I couldn't help but be aware of them. However, I didn't see anything especially suspicious. Of course, they weren't holding knives or anything, and there weren't any traces of splattered blood on them.
サトルどうしたの？
Satoru, what's wrong? Yuni said in an exaggerated astonishment. It's only natural, I guess. In order to show my composure, I smiled. Gah. I couldn't smile. Intense pain runs through me. It didn't seem like the blood was stopping, and drops of it fell here and there as I walked, adding new bloodstains to the floor.
ねえねえ、血がいっぱい出てるよ。大丈夫なの？
Hey, you're bleeding a lot. Are you okay? Uni suddenly seemed uneasy. Natsumi patted Uni's head gently while
冬川さん
smiling.
がね、ちょっと手を滑らせて自分で切っちゃったのよ。
Say, Fuyukawa-san's hand slipped, and this cut happened accidentally. Don't blame Fuyukawa-san for this.
そうなの？
Well, is that
っていう
true?
か今はココロンになってるの？
Or rather, are you Kokoro now? Yes. Though Utsumi's words made me feel gloomy, I forced a smile to my face. I broke out in a cold sweat from the pain.
おっちょこちょいだね。
Yeah, careless of you. And he seemed to have accepted that Utsumi was saying. I, myself, can't accept it at all. The possibility that there's another culprit is too high. But I felt it wouldn't be good if I were to say that out loud. I don't want to provoke the real culprit, and I don't want to suspect an innocent person. Just like Uzumi said, it isn't good to doubt people when you don't know anything yet. Right now, it is best I just observe the situation.
ねえ、救急箱を持ってきて。
Hey, you can go get the first aid kit? Utsumi dispensed instructions to Uni and Tori and then sat me down. Tori came pattering to me with the first aid kit. Judging from her panicked appearance, she was probably worried about me as well. Uni was watching at a distance. Perhaps he wasn't good with blood.
ちょっと待ってて。手を洗ってくるから。
Wait a minute, I'm going to go wash my hands. She probably can't do anything to treat me while they're bloody like that. Utsumi trotted over to the sink. Then, as if saying, I'll do it myself, Hattori pointed at the tip of her own nose. Sitting in front of me, she opened the first aid kit. Hattori's hands were clumsy. She was struggling to wrap the bandage. It got twisted halfway, and a puzzled expression like question mark rose on her face. But still, it was clear that she was trying her best.
大丈夫なの？サトル。じゃなくてココロン。
Are you alright, Satoru? I mean,
本
Kokoro.
当に平気？
Are you really okay? Without looking directly at the wound, Uni worried over me. Okay, so it is drawn correctly. It really is the left hand, it appears.
頑張って、おとりちゃん。
Now, there is suggestion that Satoru is left-handed, because when Kokoro's at his body, she picked up a pin with the left hand. But that's not... It's not clear as whether or not Satoru is left-handed or Kokoro is left-handed. Do your best, Hattori-chan. On the other hand, Itsumi was behind Hattori, cheering her on. I suddenly remembered that out-of-place feeling. Itsumi called Hattori Hattori-chan very naturally, even though her real name was Inabushi Keiko. Are Hattori and Inabushi Keiko different enough to tell people apart at a single glance? To tell apart at a single glance? Two personalities in one space? Or is it that only the Hattori personality has surfaced lately? Thinking along those lines, it's because you don't understand what's going like Hattori at all. So it's actually. Thinking along those lines, an unpleasant thought comes to mind. What if the girl before my eyes was treating me right now wasn't Hattori but Inabushi Keiko? Or maybe Inabushi Keiko never had did in the first place, and she was only pretending she had did from the beginning. Or possibly, of her being the one who attacked me, grew remarkably higher. I mean, the whole game suggests that Inabushi Keiko has body swapping events. But that's the given name from birth. So the body swap, so Hattori would be the person who would swap in. But the killer version was said the shadow has arrived. So that had a voice. Noticing my feelings of unrest, Hattori let out a deep breath. The treatment was over before I knew it. My left arm was stiff from the bandage. It was really uneven.
すごいね。
That's incredible.
下手くそだね。
You're not very good at this, huh? Hattori hung her head in
あ
embarrassment.
りがとう、ほとりちゃん。
Thank you, Hattori-chan. Hattori smiled slightly at my words. Afterward, Itsumi wrapped the bandage again correctly and administered a painkiller. Would you really want to take a painkiller when you're in somebody else's body? Thanks to that, the pain went way down. Except my head became a little foggy. A side effect of the painkiller, most likely. I sat across the sofa and took a deep breath. Itsumi brought me a
安静
blanket.
にしててね。
Try to get some rest.
はい。
Yes. Itsumi also sat down on the sofa. Hyuni and Hotori sat down as well, relief on their
僕が
faces.
停電直したんだよ。すごいでしょ。
I'm the one who fixed the power, aren't I amazing?
偉いわユニくん。
How bright of you, Yunikun.
いや、それほどでもないけど。もっと褒めて。
Now, that wasn't a big of a deal. Praise me more. During the conversation, Hotori watched us smiling. Among these three people is the one who attacked me. Among Us. It seems unimaginable while looking at the calm scene like this, but it's certain that the culprit is among them. Who is it that attacked me? Why? To what end? During the treatment, they all seemed extremely kind. Everyone worked as hard as they could to treat Satoru with tender care. Underneath that mask of kindness, there's someone whose true nature is that of a killer. Who should I believe in? I can't trust anyone. I want to trust them, but I can't. There is no certainty. I can't be convinced. I feel like grabbing my head and screaming. Throb, my arm hurt. Even with the painkiller, it pulsed with pain whenever I moved. What would happen to him? What would happen to him if I was killed while in this body, Satoru's? You would die and he would be trapped in Kokoro forever, or you would swap back and he would be dead. From our experience with the bad ending, it appeared that you could swap into a dead body. So he ended up in your body forever and you ended up dead. That's weird. That's like the counterintuitive answer. Unless he swapped back after he got killed and swapped into his own dead body. What will become of my existence? What will become of his existence? That anxiety remains inside my head. The world and that world. The newspaper, Uni, Unabushi, and the personality transfer. And now there's attempted murder on top of that. The plot is
わからない
like
ことだらけだよ。
cream of wheat at this point. There are so many things I don't know.
ねえ、サトル。じゃなくて、ココロン。
Satoru, I mean Kokoron. It seems Uni still wasn't used to being Fuyukawa Kokoro inside of Satoru's body. He frowned from his
ココ
mistake.
ロン、どうしたの？
What's wrong, Kokoron? Once again, he stared into my face.
ねえ、ココロンも褒めてよ。僕が停電直したんだよ。すごくない？
Hey, you praised me too, Kokoron. I was the one who fixed the power, you know. Isn't that amazing? Seeing his pure and guiltless smile, I hung my head and smiled too. I don't believe that this smiling child is a killer. I don't want to believe it. Swallowing the uneasiness in my mind, I tried to act as normal as possible.
すごいね。
That's amazing,
でしょ？
right?
どうやって直したの？電気の知識とかあるんだ。
How'd you fix it? Do you have some knowledge of electricity?
それは、あれをああしてこうしたんだよ。
So I went there and I did that and it was fixed.
どうやって直したの？
So then how'd you fix it?
だからなんで聞くんだよ。
Well, why do you want to know?
なんで教えないのよ。
Why won't you tell
言い
me?
たくないから。
Because I don't want to say.
ユーニ
Uni?
だって。
Because...
ねえユニくん、もしまた停電があった時にユニくんの直した方法を知っていれば私たちでも対応できるでしょ？
Job security? Hey, Unikun, if there's ever another power outage, if we knew how Unikun fixed it, we'd be able to deal with it ourselves,
お
right?
願い教えて。
Please tell us.
後で飴玉あげるから。
I'll give you a hard candy later. Although I don't have one on me. Wait. Backlog.
「食べ物に釣られたりなんかしないよ。
Won't be baited by food. Then Usumi clapped her hands.
それじゃあ後でケーキ作ってあげるわ。
In that case, I'll make you a cake later. Even though that's food.
本当？ケー 時
This is 2011, but it was 2004 was when this game was released. It's before 2010. What happened to not being baited by food? I smiled bitterly. But still, genuinely enjoying the silly conversation. Why do you humans like cake so much, though? A gentle warmth spread through my distrustful heart. Even though this trivial, yes, as everyday life was only natural until now. Ever since the plane crash, everything's gone mad. I want to go back, even a moment sooner, to those days spent laughing innocently. Uni easily confessed how he had done it. There really wasn't any reason for the power outage. The breaker on the panel had just been tripped. It was probably due to the earthquake, was what Utsumi guessed. The Uni had told us that he'd fixed it. He hadn't really done anything but set the breaker back to how it was. That's why he didn't want to tell us so badly. His having said he fixed it with great confidence when he didn't actually do very much was probably embarrassing for him. But the way it seems that there's no whipped cream stored in Svea. So Uni completely fell for Itsumi's lie. Thanks to that, it was a lot of work soothing Uni out of his bad mood. It seems the panel was in the basement. I was attacked during the power outage with good timing. If the power outage wasn't caused by the earthquake, but by human hands, there might be a clue there about my attacker. I went to take a look. The basement felt pleasantly cool. I used a pocket flashlight to examine the inside of the dimly lit room in detail. The switchboard was near the ceiling. I couldn't see it very well from below.
脚立とかないのかな
Isn't there a footstool or
そ
anything?
この段ボールに足をかければ手が届くよ。
Oh, Uni's here, okay. If you step on that cardboard box, you'll be able to reach it. A cardboard box feels so unreliable, though. I searched for something that looked like it could be used as a footstool. I just so happened to find a wooden box of appropriate height, so I used it as in place of a footstool. I peered into the switchboard. There was nothing particularly suspicious there. Switches were covered in dust, but there was only one with an imprint left by Uni's thin finger. There were no signs that it had been touched by other people. Was the breaker tripped by the earthquake after all? While tilting my head, I jumped down from the wooden box. At the moment I landed, I lost my balance. Wow. I made a decidedly unsightly landing, falling on my bottom. Tears of pain sprang to my eyes. Ow.
もう同時だな
Jeez, you're so
コ
clumsy.
コロンって本当に20歳実は子供なんじゃないの
Are you really 20, Kokoron? Are you sure you're not really a child? Smiling to Uni's line with a wry smile, I feel a sensation similar to deja vu. I heard a similar line in the basement of the shelter cabin.
ねえユニ
Hey, Uni.
何
What? I challenged him with the same
あなた
question.
双子じゃないわよね
You're not a twin, right? I wonder what the Uni here will
違
answer.
うよ双子じゃないってば
No, I told you I'm not a twin. Sorry for the pause. Darn it. Ah! Well... So... The chronology is all messed up. Judy's taking information both directions.
さっきも同じこと聞いたよね
You just asked me that before, right? My heart jumped. I unintentionally began staring hardly at Uni's face.
さっきさっきっていつ
Before as in
さっ
when?
きはさっきだよ
Before as in before. When I asked him when he meant, he only replied with before. It seems that was all he was going to reply with, no matter how many times I asked. Left with no other choice, I changed the question.
あなたは私のことちゃんと知ってるのよね。
You really do know who I am, right? Eh?
冬川心のこと覚えてるでしょ？
You remember Fuyukawa Kokoro, right? Yuni's face instantly clouded over. Yeah. The tone of his voice was devoid of the energy he'd had just before.
飛行機に乗ってて、
I got on an airplane,
そしたら墜落しちゃって、
and then it
コ
crashed.
コロンが僕のこと守ってくれて、
Kokoron was protecting me,
でもいつの間にかここに。
but before I realized, I was here.
気がついたらこんなところに来てて、
When I came to, I was in this place. I tried to relate Uni to Coco somehow, but Coco was very well aware of what her powers were. Like, she knew what she remembered, and why she was remembering it, and how. Like, she understood everything, basically. This Uni doesn't appear to.
ココロンはいなくて、すごく寂しくて。
Kokoron wasn't here, and I was really lonely. Just as I thought, I was convinced.
ねえ、本当に今のサトルはココロンなの？
Hey, is Satoru really Kokoron right now? Even then, Uni appeared as if he was about to cry. Behind his glasses, his eyes began to grow wet. Poor Uni. A child this small, thrown inside such an unfair situation. But if he's the January Uni, then how does he know? So he's swapping, going in triple. I felt like taking him in my arms. However, I endured it. Because if I hugged him, then I might have started to cry too.
ほら、男の子なんだからメソメソしないの。
Come on, don't start whimpering. You're a boy after all. I intentionally tried to use a bright tone. Yuni's expression grew complex. Fuyukawa Kokoro had entered Yukido Satoru. It was probably too difficult to erase that sense of incompatibility.
泣いてないもん。
I wasn't crying. As if trying to hide his tears, Yuni suddenly turned on Anasio and ran up the stairs. Alone inside the now quiet basement, I bit my lip. But it was not her lip, it was Satoru's lip. Why are you biting it? It's like I would not bite my lip if I was in somebody else's body. At least not hard. As I thought, Yuni was teleporting. I didn't know if the timing was the same, but there was a high possibility that it was the same cycle as when we changed places. No, because he doesn't know. No. No, Kokoro. No, that's not it. In other words, I never broke contact with this one Uni. That's not it, though. The other, because he doesn't have complete memory of the shelter cabin. And another Uni never broke contact with Satoru, or maybe there was never been another Uni in the first place. Because he has the memory of... Okay. She could be right. That Uni is swapping... Okay, so here's probably what I presume happened. Satoru's also swapping bodies, right? So because Satoru is swapping bodies, he's seeing two Unis as well, as Kokoro is seeing two Unis. So he asked this Uni, the Uni in Sphia, if he's a twin. So Uni there is not remembering when Kokoro asked him if he was a twin. Satoru asked him if he was a twin. They both at the same time, essentially, in the same swap interval, asked Uni the same question to the two different Unis. That's what's going on here. So, no, Uni is not teleporting. You are wrong. It would be better to try to confirm this with Satoru. Since him, he may have been able to reach some sort of answer.
悟か
Satoru, huh? In this situation, no matter what anyone says, the only one I can put my absolute trust in is Satoru. Only Satoru, whom I'm unable to see or meet. Hey, what kind of person are you? I touched the bandage wrapped around my left arm. I was certain that Satoru's wound wasn't self-inflicted. There was no reason. It was based on my intuition. My body shivered on remembering the fear I had felt in the darkness. No, that was wrong. There was no way it was a self-inflicted wound.
ごめんなさい
I'm
ちょ
sorry.
っと傷つけちゃったね
Looks like I hurt you a bit.
守ってあげられなかったね
I couldn't protect you. As if confirming the presence of its warmth, I silently rubbed my left arm. I returned to Satoru's private room. A dry blood stain remained near the entrance. With that unpleasant feeling, I sat down on the bed. You don't have hydrogen peroxide? I found the note left on top of the desk. But, yeah, they're not... Uni's not teleporting. However, we do know that there is a version of Uni who seemed to just sort of pop into Svea after the plane crash. Which is interesting. Like, he didn't just go through the... He didn't go... It's like, it was instantaneous. Like, it's not like he went through the entire January, like, shelter cabin instance, and then on day 7, he was rescued and brought to Svea. It's like he suddenly ended up in Svea. Or he went through that, and then his memory of it was erased. So his memories only leave off after the plane crash. He doesn't have memory of the time in the shelter cabin. Interesting. It was a message from Satoru. Panicking, I pick up the note. Hey, come on, Kokoro. He was mad all of a
何
sudden.
よ
What? I got a little angry. The scrambled sentences continued. Transfer at 1:07 p.m. That's it? That's all there is? Is this all you wanted to say? Certainly, as a reply, what you wrote was wonderfully concise. You replied perfectly with what I asked, after all. Dude, this guy. I somehow understood that the illustration you attached meant too. But you know, isn't writing only one sentence a little bit cold? Can't you, I don't know, write something with a little more depth? We can't meet in person, but at least we're lucky enough to be able to exchange information, right? Would anyone try to make use of this? You agree, right? We're kind of like partners, you know. I unintentionally burst into laughter. Yep, I understood why he'd gotten angry. Sorry, seems like a guest has arrived. I'll continue writing later. Ah, right before I forget to write it. Did you already listen to the voice recorder in the shelter cabin? I'm mentioning it again here, just in case. Okay, so we put that in a couple lines earlier. Okay, interesting. A couple instances before. Because it's not like he could have, like, wrote this note after... Like, he couldn't have put something on the voice recorder on the immediately previous instance. Because... And then come back to... Nope. Yeah, it makes sense, okay. Okay, I get it, yes. Be careful. While I'm in the shelter cabin, I consider my body my top priority too. Consider your body. Well then, I'm counting on you, Kokoro. I'm not gonna yell falling again. That was lame when I did that. The part that says sorry seems like a guest has arrived bothers me. Guest? Was that guest the culprit that was after Satoru? There's no use just thinking about it. I sat down in front of the desk and attempted a serious reply. I picked up the pen and started a new note. I used a fresh sheet of paper.
なんて書き出しがいいのかな
Oh, where to start? I had to run into this problem again. I wasn't very good at writing letters in the first place. You don't have to write a letter. Like, Satoru is just writing stream of consciousness. He's just writing whatever he's thinking straight forward. Why are you all... Right? Salutations. Please forgive the lateness of my reply. I hope this letter finds you
堅
well.
苦しいかな。
It's kind of formal. But with that said, something like Dear Satoru was way too embarrassing.
何迷ってるんだかな、私ったら。
What am I hesitating for? It was somehow strangely awkward. I recalled when I was in elementary school writing my first love letter. In those days, my parents wouldn't buy me a cell phone. Therefore, I had a girl unfamiliar with email. I was a girl unfamiliar with email. In order to convey my feelings to the boy I liked, I wrote a letter analog on stationery. With my heart pounding with every letter of every line, I poured my entire spirit into what I wrote, and got rejected. Remembering it made me feel nostalgic, but embarrassed at the same time. By the way, as to whether my love was requited or not, I'll silently lock that up in my heart. In other words, no.
さてと。
Now then. Now is not time to get lost reminiscing. I held my pen and put strength into my left hand.
いて。
Ouch. Come to think of it, my left arm was hurt. Even though I'm left-handed. I wouldn't be able to write anything like that. With no other option, I held the pen in my right hand. For the opening statement, I decided to go with something simple and straightforward. Nice to meet you, Yukito-san. The characters look like wiggly earthworms.
うわ、読めたものじゃないわ。
Oh, it's completely unreadable. I crunched up the middle paper into a ball and threw it behind me. But even so, my dominant arm was useless right now. I let out a sigh. I took another stab at it.
ああ、うまく書けないよ。
So it's supposed to be nice to meet you. I guess that's how the translators decide to, the fan translators decide to do that. Because that's not what it would have been in Japanese. Okay. I felt like
こうなっ
crying.
たら勢いよ。うん、勢いさえあればニュアンスは伝わるはず。
In this situation, I use my spirit. Yep, if I write with spirit, I should be able to get all the nuances across. Forced myself to go on struggling against myself to continue writing. Nice to meet you, Yukito-san. I wonder what I should write. There's so many things I wanted to write, I can't seem to bring it all together very well. You can probably tell just by looking, but my handwriting is like this too. This might be difficult to read, so please forgive me. First off, I'll report all the important things to you. I've read all the messages you left me on this notepad. I was only able to listen to half of your message on the voice recorder left at the shelter cabin, but it was at least able to listen to "It seems someone's after me." And about your left arm, the one who cut your left arm, that someone was the one who did it. That person tried to take away your life. In other words, that's how it is, right? But just who is that someone? Please explain it in a little more detail. What's happening to Satoru's body? Why is it that you believe someone is after you? And then, did you say that on the shelter cabin's voice recorder too? I was only able to hear part of it, so I don't know. If by chance you didn't record it there, please reply here. But about the culprit. The truth is, it's not as if I don't have any ideas. Here I hesitated to continue writing. I wasn't confident enough to think that it was okay to write this. But in the meantime, Satoru and I didn't properly share all our information between us. Mystery would have been able to solve together. We go unsolved. In the end, I stopped hesitating and continued to write. There's no reason to beat around the bush, so I'll just go ahead and write it. Suzukache Hotori-chan, you're aware she did, right? Recently she's been fixed on her Hotori personality, though. However, I don't think it would be unusual for a hidden personality to awaken at any time. And by her hidden personality, I mean the other personality within her. The personality that killed 12 people in Iwazumi Hospital. It may be possible that that personality is targeting you, Satoru. I say that, but it's not as if I have any decisive evidence. It might not be appropriate to write things like this, even though I don't have any real evidence. Even so, I don't think it would be going overboard to just give a warning. Be careful just in case. Next, about Uni. It's extremely complicated, so I can't say it very well. What should I do? That's right. Okay, first, there's something I need to ask you. Have you ever met a young boy by the name of Kusuda Uni? You know, right now, I'm thinking this. That maybe Uni is teleporting. Teleporting is in both his body and consciousness are transferring together. And the timing of his teleportation is the exact same as when Satoru and I transfer. Do you get what I'm trying to say? In In other words, at the same time when I transfer back to Mount Akakura, Uni's mind and body just jumped to Mount Akakura as well. Because if that isn't so, I can't explain how Uni could exist in two people at the same time. That's why, by my prediction, Satoru shouldn't have met Uni even once. That's what I thought. Which, is it reality? Have you met Uni, or haven't you? Please tell me. And I have two more things I want you to tell me. The first is about Sphia. Satoru should know much more than I do about this facility, right? That's why I want you to tell me everything about Sphia. Like how to get outside and how to communicate with the outside world. Second is about the shelter cabin. In the time I'm away from the cabin, please tell me if anything important happens. Yeah, I'm sorry. It feels like all this writing is please tell me, and things like that, huh? As an apology, here's the report. First about the earthquake. The earthquake occurred at Sphia. Because of that, the breaker was tripped, and a blackout occurred. It's fixed now, though. And the times of transfer, checked properly just like you told me, so here they are below. 107 transferred to Sphia, 140 returned to the shelter cabin. 6:03 p.m. transferred to Sphia. 6:63 returned to the shelter cabin. 7:33 transferred to Sphia. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Transfers occurred at 5 times, 2.5 round trips, and at present, I'm still here. It looks like the times are all over the place, but do you think there's a pattern? 33 minutes. 33 is prime. 5 times 60 plus 23. 23 is prime. 5 is prime. 6:03 to 6:36, 33 minutes. 33 is prime. 7:33, 1 hour. No, that's just 57. Yeah, 57 minutes. 57 is prime. Yeah, the 1 hour, the 5 hours, and so 4 hours and 23 minutes. That's the crazy one. Okay, so 23 is also prime, but 4 is not. And you can't just multiply and add. Okay, so 4 times 60 is 240, plus 23, that's 63. So 263. I don't have Mathematica, so I can't like just prime factor 263. It's not divisible by 3 because it adds up to the digits of 263 add up to. No, it is divisible by 3. No, it adds up to 11. Yeah, so 11 is not divisible by 3, so it's not divisible by 3. So you're going to understand where the 263 is coming from, right? No, it's 140 to 6:03 is 4 hours and 23 minutes. It's 4 hours to 5:40. And then 23 minutes to 6:03. that's 4 times 60 plus 23, which is 240 plus 23, which is 263. Right? 263 is not divisible by 3 because its digits, 2 plus 6 plus 3, add up to 11, which is not divisible by 3. It's not divisible by 5 because the last digit is not a 5 or a 0. Not divisible by 7 because 63 is divisible by 7 and 200 is not. So you don't have so you can break it up and you can see it's not divisible by 7. It's not divisible by 11 because 2 plus 3 doesn't equal 6. 7, so next prime is 13. If I take 13 off, I get 250. 250 can't be divisible by 13 because 260 is. So it's not divisible by 13. As far as 17, 7 times 17 is 133, I think. 260 minus 133, 263 minus 133 remains a remainder of 130. Could 130 be divisible by 17? No, because 40 isn't, right? So it's not divisible by 17. Someone could figure out is 263 prime. Let me Google something here. This is so long, protracted. list of primes. $263 is indeed prime. Cool. Okay. So let's go back to these lists of times here. So yeah, so 107 to 140 is 33 minutes. 33 is not prime, actually. 33 is 3 times 11. I don't know why I said 33 is prime. It's 3 times 11. Duh. It's not prime. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Okay. So 33 minutes is not prime. So he's spending 33 minutes in Svea, but it's 3 times 11. So it is, in fact, 11. Shelter cabin spent 4 hours and 23 minutes in the shelter cabin, which is 263. And I said that, but I'm doubting this. I've been doubting my math. Plus 23. Yeah, it's 263, and 263 is prime. Then spend another 33 minutes in Svea. Again, it's 3 times 33. Then return to the shelter cabin, okay, and was there for 57 minutes. And then 57 is, I believe, prime. It's not prime. Okay, 57 is not prime because it is 3 times 19. Okay, I'm sorry about all this goofing up and saying that 33 was prime. I don't know what was going into my head here. 57 is not prime, it's 3 times 19. So, the only thing prime here is the 263, ironically. So it's not primes. We do see the 33 twice. If we see a 33 again, like we get transferred back to the shelter cabin at 8:06, that means something. And 33 significance is 3 times 11. 11 is the arc number. 3 is the iteration of this game in the series, right? It's the third game. But the intervals between should be something significant too. Like the time spent in the shelter cabin should matter. But it's not. It's 263 minutes and then it's 57 minutes. Ugh. 263 plus 57 is like 310 or something. 320. That's not significant. I can't do math. Well then, one last thing. I'll do as much as I can while I'm in this world. So, Satoru too, please take care of my body. Things are pretty bad here, but it's a serious situation there too. It might be kind of weird to say this, but please try not to die. No matter what happens, I'll protect your body until the very end. So you too, Satoru, please protect my body. Live, survive. The two of us together will escape from this weird phenomenon. And then, can't think of anything else. Anyway, I'm waiting for the day I can meet you. For sure, somewhere will. So then, this is where Kokoron will end her message. Kindly forgive the roughness of my writing. Later then. P.S. If you do anything weird to my body, I'll never forgive you. Don't touch it too much, okay? Rather, don't touch it at all. P.P.S. Kind of think of it, I forgot to write something important. About the newspaper. You saw it too, right, Satoru? Newspaper that was in the shelter cabin. I immediately got transferred. You know what's even worse about the handwriting? She was trying to write Japanese, which means she might have had kanji in there that she was trying to write with her non-dominant hand. I was sitting in a chair, a newspaper spread out in front of me. I jumped again as I had returned to the shelter cabin. The newspaper in my hands had adhesive tape all over it, holding it together. Well, he definitely saw the newspaper. While reading the paper, I heard Yogomi and Yuni's voices.
ユニ隊員、青と白のストライプという柄について君はどう思うかね？
Private Uni, what is your opinion of blue and white stripes? Isn't that like Greece?
ちょっと子供っぽいと思うであります。よもぎ隊長。
I think they're a little childish, Captain Yugomi.
それは言えるな。
Well, you can say that again. What are they talking
僕
about?
は黒とか紫が好きなんだけどね。
I like black or purple more, you know? Okay, so white and black stripes is the referee. White and purple stripes is stupid.
何を言うか、白が良いに決まってるだろう。
What are you saying? It's obvious that white is best, right?
新雪のような純白こそが男のロマンなんだ。
Only pure white, like newly fallen snow, can truly be called called truly a man's romance.
それっておじさんっぽいよ。よもぎ隊長。
That's more of an old man's taste, Captain Yagomi. Are they talking about dresses?
ユニ隊員こそ子供っぽくないぞ。
Private Uni, you aren't very childish either. Somehow it seemed they were talking in an awfully serious tone of voice. Why were they calling each other Captain and Private? Some sort of exploration team role-playing? I folded the newspaper. Uni and Yagomi were looking in my direction. No, that wasn't it. I was sitting with my legs wide open. I noticed that in the CG, and I didn't say anything because I was just like, I don't know. Yeah, he just wasn't used to the rules. Because when you're a man, you don't have to abide by those rules.
やはり白は譲れないな。
As I thought. White can't be beat. You're gonna be now mumbling, yup, yup. Like, even if Satoru was there, he would be hearing this still, wouldn't he? His bearded face had become as red as if he had been in a hot bath for a full week.
何が白は譲れないですか？
I mean, white can't be beat. I panicked and slammed my knees shut.
おいおい、釣れないな、ゆきどうくん。
How cold of you, Yukido-kun.
もうちょっとぐらいサービスしてくれたって。
Can't you give us a little more service? In response to Yagomi's words, I... This is a weird one. What? I have the normal response, then I have, like, elevator. I guess just for the people watching this, I'll go elevator.
「しょうがないな。それじゃあちょっとだけですよ。
I guess I don't have a choice then, just a little, okay?
良いのか？冗談のつもりだったんだが。
Is it okay? I meant it as a joke, though.
冬川さんには悪い気もするが、ゆきどうくんの行為を無にすることもできない。
I feel bad for Fuyukawa-san, but I can't let Yukido-kun's goodwill go to waste.
それじゃあ、ちょっとだけ。
And then just a little...
ちょっとだけ。
Yeah, just a little. As I beckon him closer, Yagami moves his face nearer and nearer to my lap. Yagami's fearless face was grinning now, whitening into a leer. Estimated distance, 5 miles. To Yagami, who had come even closer, I delivered a full-strength blow with a rolled-up newspaper. Okay, there we go.
何をするんだユキト君。
What are you doing, Yukito-kun?
私は
I'm
冬川心です
Fuyukawa Kokoro dis, and the ooh actually happened, cause anime.
え交換しちゃったの？
Huh, did you switch? Is my entire body's blood supply climbing up to my face, I smacked Yogami's head over and over again.
見損なったわそんな人じゃないと思ったのに
I misjudged you. I thought you weren't that kind of person.
バカバカ
Geez, you idiot. Idiot.
変態ド変態むっつりスケベの高校チキ
Okay, so hentai. I don't know what the stupid is. It might be because it didn't sound like bakano, but anyway. Hentai, lecher scum of the earth similar.
おい待ってくれよ。僕は何もユキト君に頼んだわけじゃ。
Hey, wait a second. It's not like I asked Yukito-kun to. Well, it is true. I think
頼む
it's
とか
very
頼まない
like
とかそういう問題じゃないでしょ
yeah, it's like Yukito just kind of sat that way, right? Because he just kind of sat how he sits. Whether you asked or not isn't the problem. I swung the newspaper sword down on Yuni's head too. Blade narrowly dodged my strike, so I only sliced the hair instead. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, I retreated, covering my head with my
悟
blanket.
に一言ぐらい注意してくれたって
Even though Satoru said he'd be
した
careful,
よ
he
何
did
度もね。
a number of
でも
times.
癖なんだって
But he said it was a habit.
だから気を抜くとすぐ元に。
That's why, as soon as he let his guard down, it'd go back right away.
何よそれうわーもう超恥ずかしい
That's what's up with that? Jeez, this is super embarrassing. I was so embarrassed, tears started to form in my eyes. While biting into my blanket.
それに
And
子供っぽいパンツで悪かったわね
so sorry for wearing childish panties. So they are white with blue stripes, is that it? If I knew something like this would happen, I'd have worn my game panties. Really? What was I
一
thinking?
応気にするんだね
It does bother you a bit,
まあ
huh?
まあそういうのがいいって人もいるし。
Well, some people like things like that.
慰めになってない
That's absolutely no comfort at all. I threw my newspaper at him.
あぶっ
But I hit Yagami's face with a resounding smack. And it's a really important thing to do to a maiden. Pulling the blanket over my head, I heard the voices of your panty colors. Okay. You tried to clarify to me, like, it's like the game knows that don't care at all what color my underwear is. It could be like SpongeBob printed all over it, and I wouldn't care, even though I never watched SpongeBob voluntarily in my life. Pulling the blanket over my head, I heard the voices of Yagami and Yuni frantically trying to apologize. If you're curious, I am actually not wearing SpongeBob underwear right now. My underwear is a dark blue and is like tattered and torn all over the place. It should go in the rags, but I don't put things in the rags because I just don't. Was this enough for now? And if you're wondering, yes, I do have underwear that's not in bad shape. I'm just happen to not be wearing it right now.
いけない
Oh no. I forgot to check the time. The wristwatch was in my pocket this time.
腕時計は毎回外してるし足開いて座るし何よもう
Taking off my wristwatch every single time, sitting with my legs open. What's with him? Jeez.
それでも相棒デリカシーのないやつ
And to think he calls himself my partner, he has no delicacy. Spinning out one complaint off after another, I confirmed the time. The clock indicated, 8:11 p.m. Since about 5 minutes had passed since the transfer, I would say the transfer happened at 8:06. 33 minutes later. Okay, so the time spent in swapped is always 33 minutes. The time between the swaps isn't very... It's like 57 minutes to 63 minutes. Nothing with a particularly strong pattern. I didn't leave a message this time, so I tried playing back the VR. It started playing back the continuation of the message from before.
何者かに命を狙われているらしい。
It seems someone is after my
いや、
life.
まだ断言はできないんだが、なんとなくそんな気がするんだ。
No, I can't really confirm that yet, but it somehow feels that
事故
way.
にしては不自然なことが2度も続けて起こった。
Two incidents that seemed too unnatural to be accidents happened one after
犯人
another.
が誰なのかはわからない。
I don't know who the culprit
見
is.
当もつかない。
I don't have any guesses as to who it could be
そ
either.
こにいる内海さん、ユニ、それから犬伏。
Here, there's Utsumi-san. Okay, that's Callie. Yuni. And Inubushi. He referred to her as Inubushi.
いや、鈴影ほとりと言った方がいいかな。
No, it might be better if I called her Suzukage
ともか
Hotori.
く3人のうちの誰かが俺を殺そうと。
Anyway, one of these three is trying to kill me. There was a slight pause. It seemed like Satoru had gone silent while still recording. After a while, the message continued to
も
play.
ちろん俺だってこんなことは考えたくないさ。
Of course, even I don't want to think about
杞
it.
憂であってくれればいいと思っている。
It'd be nice if this was just baseless
だが
anxiety.
用心するに越したことはない。
However, it wouldn't be going overboard to stay
そうだ
cautious.
ろ。
Isn't that right?
その体は俺のものであると同時に今はお前のものでもあるんだ。
That body is mine, but at the same time, it's
お
yours.
前がその体に入ったままもしも命を失ってしまったとしたら
If you happen to lose your life while you're in that
大
body,
体想像はつくよな。
you can probably use your imagination, right?
頼んだぞ、心。
I'm counting on you, Kokoro. Falling.
俺もこっちにいるときはできる限りのことをするから。
I'm doing what I can while I'm here, too.
それじゃあまたな。
Later then. And that was that. That was it. There was no new recordings after that. Black screen. This is not my problem. Come on, load something. There we go. Okay, this scene is called I'm Here. After putting the VR in my pocket, I continued to glare at Yogomi for a while. He stood leaning with his back against the wall, an expression of feigned ignorance on his face. Before long, perhaps he couldn't stand my overpowering look any longer, and he came up to me and started
本当
talking.
にすまん冬川さん。
I'm really sorry, Furukawa-san.
もういいです。以後は気をつけてください。
It's fine. Please be more careful next time. He seemed to be honestly apologizing, so I decided to forgive him for
分か
now.
った結城道君にも注意するよ。
Good, I'll warn Yukito-kun as well.
そうしてください。
Please do so, although he won't. I spread out the rolled up
あい
newspaper.
つ、新聞について何か言ってましたか？
That guy, did he say anything about the newspaper? I wanted to know what Satoru's opinion of the newspaper was. I jumped when I was about to write about it in the memo. Yogomi shook his
新
head.
聞のことは特に話してなかったよ。
He didn't really say anything about the newspaper.
でもそれ読みながらこっちの世界は安らげるとは言ってたな。
But while he was reading it, he said, I can be at peace in this world. Huh? I think that at peace could be the least suitable word possible to describe this shelter cabin. Even so, I wonder why. Yogomi
あっ
continued.
ちは終始神経を研ぎ澄ませてなきゃいけない。
Over there, I can't let my guard down for a second.
誰が信用できるかもわからない。
I don't know who I can trust.
その点こっちは気楽でいいって。
On that point, it is a lot more comfortable here, is what he said.
気楽ですか？
Comfortable? Yogomi
彼
nodded.
の言うあっちとこっちがそっちでどっちなのか僕にはわからんがね。
Though I have no idea what he meant by there and here. Saying that, he shrugged his shoulders. Comfortable, huh? As for me, which world do I find more comfortable?
ねえよもぎさん
Hey, Yogomi-san.
よもぎさんならとっても暖かくてお腹いっぱいご飯が食べられるけど自分の命を狙われちゃう世界と
If you had to choose between a world where it's really warm and you could eat to your satisfaction, but someone was after your life,
この避難小屋みたいに自然の脅威にさらされている世界ではどっちが気楽ですか
or at a place like the shelter cabin where we're exposed to the threat of nature, which would you find more relaxing?
唐突な質問だね。そうだな。
That's a random question. Let's see.
僕なら前者を選ぶかもしれない。雪山の寒さには太刀打ちする術がないからね。
If it is me, I'd probably choose the former. There's no way to escape from a cold or of a snow, the cold of a snowy mountain.
殺人鬼の方がまだ魚しようがある。
With the murderous monster, there are still ways.
なるほど
I see. I think what he said was quite right. But by Satoru's thinking, the shelter cabin was much more comfortable. He said that humans are mysterious beings who don't experience terror and crisis on the same scale as one another. When threat A and threat B both attack in succession, if threat A exceeds threat B by even a little bit, they'll think the threat B isn't such a big deal compared to threat A. For Satoru, an unknown killer is probably a lot more dreadful than the threat of nature. As far as real experience goes, as I've felt that fear of death at Sphia myself, I understand his feelings so well, it hurts.
サブサブ
Well, it's so cold. Rubbing her arms together, Mayuzumi appeared from the ladder leading out of the basement. Just when I was thinking that I didn't see her around, it seemed that she was in the basement.
ねえよもぎお茶入れてくれない？
Hey, Yogomi, could you make me some tea? After murmuring, "Oh, brother," and shrugging his shoulders, Yogomi put on a cup of chamomile tea for Mayuzumi.
そうだ。一つ分かったことがある。
That's right, I managed to figure something out. Suddenly saying that, Yogomi pointed to an area of the newspaper with his finger.
GPS の話なんだが、どうも機械の故障じゃないらしい。
It's about the GPS. Seems it wasn't broken after all.
それじゃあどうして使えないんです
Well, why won't it
こ
work?
の記事に答えがあった。GPS の衛星が狂ってるらしいんだ。
The answer is in the article. It seems the GPS satellite is malfunctioning. My eyes followed Yogomi's pointing finger to the article. That reading read, GPS satellite malfunction due to solar winds.
11年周期で訪れる太陽風のせいなんだとさ。
It's due to the solar winds, which occur every 11 years. Is this a thing? I know solar wind is a thing, but does that make the satellites not calibrate right?
今年は2011年。
This is year
太
2011.
陽風の当たり年なんだそうだ。
It seems that this is a lucky year for solar winds.
しかも過去数百年の間で最も激しいって書いてある。
And it has the most intense in the past 100 years written here, too. That the sun doesn't work on such a uniform cycle. The sun is kind of this chaotic, bubbly mess. It's not like its schedule isn't so uniform. The article continued. Also, due to the solar winds, a bug has appeared in the satellite, which is used for satellite phones. Authorities announced that any remote operation from above ground will not be transmitted. However, in extremely rare cases, it seems that satellite phones will still work. The probability of this rare event occurring, starting from the beginning of the year, the rate of successful connection is approximately 1 in 1 million. With this, even if we were to dial one number once per second continuously for 24 hours, it would be normal to connect one time approximately every 11.5 days, which is what the current situation is.
衛星電話か。
Satellite phone,
そ
huh?
んなもんはここにないしな。
We don't have one of those here.
もっともこの新聞が贋作じゃないとすればだが。
But then again, what if this newspaper isn't a sham, however?
ばっかじゃないの？
Are you an idiot? Sharp voice flew across the room. Slitting her already narrow eyes even further, Mayuzumi glares in this
そ
direction.
んなもの偽物に決まってるでしょ。
That thing's obviously fake.
第一昨日の今日新聞のことは忘れろって言ったのはあんたでしょ。
First off, this time yesterday you said you were the one who said we should forget about the newspaper, weren't you?
まあな。
I guess.
僕だって本気で信じちゃいないさ。
I don't seriously believe it either.
だが 衛星が故障してるかどうかは別としても、太陽風が極大になってるってのは事実だ。
Whether the satellites are really down or not is another thing, but is it true that the solar winds are at their maximum now?
去年の夏あたりからニュースで特集やってただろ。
The news did a piece on it around summertime last year, right?
カーナビが使い物にならなくなるとかってさ。
About how cars' navigation systems will be useless and such.
その新聞を作ったやつもニュースを見てたってだけよ。
That just means the guy who wrote that newspaper saw that news too. I was kind of confused by this at first because it was such high science fiction. Usually, like, these games don't go that high in the science fiction. But again, they had robotic dogs that were crazy powerful, so.
信憑性を持たせようっていうくだらない小細工だわ。
It's so we think that it has some credibility. What a worthless petty trick.
いたずらにも程がある。一体誰がこんなこと。
There's a limit to practical jokes. Just who could have done this? Done talking, Mayuzumi closed her mouth. We all sunk. It seemed that when we discuss the newspaper, we always go around in circles. Whether it's a prank or whether it's real, there's still one thing we don't know. Just when, who, how, and why did someone put this newspaper here? Thinking about it only raises more questions. And Uni broke that silence. In the corner of the room, he who had been watching us silently let out a small
どうした
chuckle.
んだよ、ユニ。
What's wrong,
そ
Uni?
の新聞の記事本物にしたくないよね。
That article, you don't want to believe that it's real, huh? Still wrapped in his blanket, Uni stood up. The long blanket looked like a sorcerer's robe.
だけどね、僕知ってるんだ。
And I know
その新聞は
that newspaper got a new sprite
本物だよ。
is real.
何言ってるの？
What are you saying?
僕らは死んだんだ。
We're already dead. I'm gonna redo that voice line here.
うん。僕らは死んだんだ。僕らは死んだんだ。僕らは死んだんだ。
Okay. It's just that already dead is a famous thing to say in Japanese for some reason. Due to some certain anime, I'm not actually sure which one. No? It continued speaking in an austere tone, as if he were a shrine maiden handing down the oracle of a god.
僕たちはこれから
I mean, I think he's right, but he's like trying to pass it off as a joke. From now on,
死ぬん
we're
だ。
going to die. None of us could say anything. Only the sound of the wind filled the interior of the shelter cabin. It's pretty windy outside my house too right now for some reason. Like a rising requiem of sorrow, incessant bearing down. The sound of falling snow could be heard from the roof. Gathering myself together, I questioned Uni.
それどういうこと？
Uni, what do you mean by that? I didn't get to hear the answer, because my consciousness disappeared. Well, that was a quick switch. Okay, shadow of falsehood. Maybe we learned something about Inabushi Taiko. Standing in front of me was Uni. Where Uni had just been was Sotori. She was watching me with a blank look on her
もう
face.
どうして肝心な時に？
Jeez, why is that such an important moment? Waiting to hear the rest of what Uni had been about to say, I started searching for him. I walked over to Uni's room, but before that, I entered Satoru's room. I confirmed the current time. I glanced at the clock on the shelf. 9:49. Okay, so it was 8:06, now it's 9:49. It's 1 hour and 43 minutes, which is 103. Is 103 prime. It is, but I don't know if that really matters because 57 is not prime, so whatever. The last transfer occurred at 8:06, so that means it was a shelter cavern for 1 hour and 43 minutes. Is 43 prime? I suspect it is. Yes, it is. Okay. So they're both, it's prime, and so 103 and 53 and 43 are both prime. Thinking that, it felt like I had spent more than 4 hours staying inside the shelter cabin during the
転
day.
移って規則性はないの？
Doesn't the transfer happen at regular intervals? In the meantime, while gazing at the clock, I began pondering. No, you're just always in Sphia for 33 minutes exactly, but just in Sphia. The time you're in the shelter cabin is always kind of like random. No, that's important too, but there's something bothering me even more right now. The newspaper. What did the words Uni said right before I transferred mean? I think it's
そ
literal.
の新聞は
That
本
newspaper
物だよ。
is real. That newspaper is real. If so, does that mean it brought here from the future? The door to Uni's room was slightly open. Without bothering to knock, I rushed in. And crashed into Uni. And went up in flames. Who was standing near the doorway. Ah. Whoa. Both of us, having fallen on our bottoms, looked across at Uni.
何するんだよ。
What are you
そ
doing?
れどころじゃないの。
Forget
ユ
about
ニ、
that.
さっきのはどういうことなの？
Uni, just what you mean before.
さっき
あの新聞よ。本物ってどういうこと？
He's not gonna know what the newspaper even is. That newspaper, what do you mean? It was real?
新聞新聞って
Newspaper? What newspaper?
とぼけないで。
Don't play dumb with me.
私は心だからね。
I'm Kokoro now, okay? As though a question mark had appeared over his head, Uni let out a deep sigh and shrugged his
サ
shoulders.
トルの病気には付き合ってらんないよ。
I can't keep up with Satoru's sickness.
だから私は心だって言ってるでしょ。
Come on, I just said it was Kokoro, didn't
ね
I?
え、教えて。さっきの続き。
Hey, tell me, continue what you were saying before.
新聞なんて知らないってば。
I told you, I don't know anything about a newspaper. As Uni indicated that the answer to my question was beyond him, I began to worry a little. It's strange. Why can't I get through to him? Didn't Uni and I jump here together? No.
それよりさ、
No one believed that but you. Or rather... And then Uni said something
あ
unexpected.
の死体どうしたの？
What happened to the corpse?
死体？
Corpse? Who died? Was it the work of the murderer? Hotori was safe. Uni was right in
そ
front of
れ
me.
じゃ内海さんが。
Then Natsumi-san. As I quickly flipped a switch, I flew out of the room. He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about your corpse. He was talking about Kokoro's corpse. But how would he know? He just read it up at his feet. Oh dear. More stuff. See, according to him, he just the plane crash and he immediately ended up in Svea. In which case, he wouldn't have known that Kokoro died, right? I was about to run all the way to Itsumi's room, but then I came to a stop. If Itsumi was dead, what should I do? It would mean the culprit was either Uni or Hotori. Could Uni with the innocent face have killed her? Or had Inubushi finally shown her true colors? At the very least, the two looked completely
あの
calm.
死体どうしたの？
What happened to that corpse? Uni was so composed as he said the word corpse. Was he fine because he himself was the killer? No, it's because he's not referring to anybody as a danger. Hotori was still in the kitchen. Continuing on, I unsteadily tried to sneak past beside her, and I felt something grab hold of my arm. Frightened, I shifted my gaze to her eyes, which were set in an expression of anger. What is it? Say something. If you don't, I don't understand anything.
離して。
Let's go! I shook her arm off mine. As if saying, here, here, Otomi pointed her finger at the area by my feet.
何？
What? Nonchalantly, I looked down. Oh, it's the rat. You were supposed to be dealing with that, and then you ended up switching. The rat got killed. I wonder how much that matters. is let's see if the rat was being used as a body swap thing. It has a tail, so it's not a hamster, it's an actual rat. It was a corpse. A small living being, a brown rat's corpse had tumbled out from somewhere. Its head had been cruelly crushed. I don't know, it's not really cruel if you kill it by crushing its head because it dies instantly, causing blood to issue from its small mouth. What eerie sight. That eerie sight made me look away reflexively. I pressed a hand tightly over my mouth and crouched down.
何なの
Geez, what is
これ以
this?
上私を混乱させないでよ
Stop throwing me into all this confusion. A lot of things had happened until now, and it was getting to be too much to follow. If someone was trying to continually test my courage, it felt like I'd been on a long and horrible trip until now. My mind was overheating. This may be the same feeling as having a bad drug trip. Horritorially worldly peeked at my face, and then Itsumi came up from the stairs leading to the
ユ
basement.
キド君
Yukido-kun?
内海さん無事だったんですか
Sumi-san, you're safe? Blankly staring at me, she replied,
無事よ地下にこれを取りに行っただけだから
Yeah, I'm fine. I just went down to the basement to get these. In her hands were a towel and a small spade. It seemed that the corpse you mentioned wasn't Itsumi after all. Then just what?
そんなことよりどこへ行ってたの
Rather than that, where'd you
こ
go?
の子ほったらかしにしたらダメじゃない
Isn't good for you to neglect this little one. Itsumi stared at the rat's remains.
何なんですかこれ
Just what is this?
はあああ冬川さんになってるのね
Ah, you've become Fuyukawa-san, haven't you? While gently wrapping the rat's corpse in a towel, Itsumi
有
said,
機堂君とほとりちゃんがこの子が死んでるのを見つけたのよ
Yukido-kun and Hotori-chan had found this little
か
one
わい
dead.
そうだから埋めてあげることにしたの
We felt sorry for it, so we decided to bury it.
それなのに冬川さんたらどこか行っちゃって
Even so, Fuyukawa-san ended up going off somewhere. Hotori nodded. The reason for her angered expression from before was probably because I just ran off despite promising to give it a burial. Utsumi carried the towel that the rat was wrapped in her arms as if it was extremely precious. It was almost as if she were embracing a baby. Hotori, too, had knit her brow in mourning over the death of the rat. Corpse. A brown rat's. Where is there a brown rat in this facility?
待っててください私も必ず手伝いますから
Please wait, I'll definitely help
3
out.
分だけ待って
Wait just 3 minutes. I ran to where Uni was.
ユニ
Uni was lying sprawled on top of the bed. Seeing me, he made a fed
だ
up
か
face.
ら新聞なんて知らないって
I told you, I don't know anything about a newspaper.
違う違う
No, not that. I frantically
の
shook
さ
my
っき言っ
head.
てた死体ってもしかして
The corpse you said we're talking about before, you didn't mean.
ネズミお墓に入れてあげた
The rat, did you already bury it?
僕気持ち悪くて手伝えなくてごめんなさい
Actually, I didn't feel very well. Sorry for not helping. Rat. I flopped down onto the bed.
サトルどうしたの
Satoru, what
何
is
で
it?
もない
Nothing, it's nothing. The truth was never anything to be afraid of. It was just the rat's remains that Uni had called a corpse. The sick, intoxicated feeling of being on a bad trip began to fade. Was this, too, just me getting spooked by shadows? There wasn't anything eerie at all, only fear itself. In reality, there might not actually be a murderous monster. Just like a broken specter, the thing that created the shadow of the murderer may be myself controlling my fear. I began to feel as if everything was just a bad dream. Except the pain from my slashed left arm keeps on reminding me that this is real. I had made more or less regained my composure and I went outside along with Utsumi and Tori to give the rat a proper burial. The moment I went outside, the cold air came crawling up from below. Now inside the snowstorm, I couldn't even see what was a few meters in front of me. Will it finally stop? These past 2 days, I've seen nothing but snow. The sky has been hiding behind the clouds since forever
こ
ago.
の辺りでいいでしょ
Around here should be fine. In the area just outside the front entrance, Satsumi and I started clearing the ground. Hattori eagerly started swinging the shovel downward, digging out a hole in the frozen earth. She soon became covered in
変
sweat.
わろうか
You want to switch? Even though I offered, she shook her head from side to side. In no time, no, I don't want you to switch. In no time, a hole about 10 centimeters deep had been opened in the earth.
こんな寒いところでごめんね。
Sorry, it's such a cold place. Sumi slowly laid down the towel she had wrapped the rat in. On a pair of wooden chopsticks, Satori wrote, "Rat's grave." As it wasn't easy to write on a thin pair of wooden chopsticks, the characters were a little crooked. Three of us got in a line in front of the grave and crouched down, joining our hands. Please don't let anyone else die, I prayed. That may be a little bit beyond the power of a rat buried in such a shabby grave, though. Still, I couldn't help but try. Even though I had only been outside for about 10 minutes, the cold had cut into my body. Rubbing my arms, I returned to Satori's room. I had noticed that when I was confirming the time because I was so surprised, but a note had been left on top of the table. Taking the note in my hand, I lay down on the bed. I began reading the note. Kokoro, this is a sort of sudden, but do you know where the largest mountain on the planet is? That's a very interesting question, because you said largest. The highest altitude, of course, is in Nepal, very famously. But there's an issue of something called prominence. Mount Everest, I guess we call it Everest nowadays, but that's wrong, is not the most prominent mountain there is. So it may not necessarily have the most Earth crust volume you could assign to it. Because mountains nearby start stealing volume. But I think what he means is tallest, and that's just what he's saying. It's on the border of Nepal and Tibet. Also, if you consider a mountain as starting from like the sea floor, then you can get really large ones, but that's kind of cheating. Elevation 850 meters. It goes without saying that I'm talking about Everest, named after some guy named Everest, probably. Well, then, on the other hand, where do you think the deepest point on the planet is? The Mariana Trench. In this case, the deepest point on the planet could be the lowest place that a flesh and blood human can reach. Oh, so not the bottom of the Mariana Trench. I don't know what that is. In other words, not an ocean trench, but somewhere underground. Do you know where it is? The correct answer is the Republic of South Africa. At deep level gold mine, there exists the deepest hole in the world. The depth is 3,580 meters. But you know, I just found a place that's even deeper than that, inside my heart. I'm so thankful for a girl named Fuyukawa Kokoro. This thankfulness is even deeper than that deep level mine. Well, you said Wikipedia, I'm going to keep repeating this, that there's no romance elements in this game. And at the same time, I'm so moved it hurts. The feeling of my heart climbed higher than Everest. In other words, if the feelings of my heart were to be converted into units of distance, they'd surely reach far above 12,430 meters high. That's around how grateful I am to you right now. For doing what? Of course, I'm talking about how you safely got away from the culprit who's after me. Thank you very much, Kokoro. But I'm a man who's studying the natural sciences. I can't think of the right words to express myself, but far above 12,430 meters, if my feelings can be transmitted through this numerical value, there's nothing more I desire. Okay, we're getting into total cheeseball zone at this point. I was worried about the injuries that were inflicted on his body, but it seems Satoru's still thankful regardless. I felt a little proud of myself. And no comment on what's the term you use? The wordiness of that? The long-windedness of that? Well then, no matter how many words I string together, it won't be enough to tell you how thankful I am. But there's something else important that I have to tell you. I have no idea when we'll transfer again, after all. I apologize for the rudeness, but I'll be changing the subject to my reply around here. I sat up on the bed. This wasn't something to be read lying down. Without thinking about it, I sat up perfectly straight. By somebody, who do you mean? I put on the voice recorder too, but I don't know. My answer is that I don't know. Except I think it's Uni. I don't have any proof or anything, but I can't even imagine Uni being the one that's after me. And I think I can exclude Utsumi-san as a suspect, based on my personal impression of her. In her case, I'm especially doubtful since her speech and conduct aren't the least bit suspicious. The last one is Satori. I'm hesitant to talk about her in black and white. Just as you wrote, she was the culprit of the Iwazumi incident after all. Even if the Hotori personality is not involved, there's another, more ferocious personality lurking within her. You can probably say that probability is high. It wouldn't be going overboard to give a warning. Indeed, that's true. Why do you think that someone is after you? Now that you mention it, I haven't told you the details yet, huh? I was on the clock tower when I was first attacked. I was pushed off it by someone. Thankfully, my injuries weren't too bad, but if I'd landed the wrong way, I might have died. I don't know whether the culprit in that incident intended to kill me, but they at least did it with the goal of hurting me in mind. After falling from the clock tower, I lost consciousness. When you woke up at Sphia, it was probably a few hours afterward. That's right, when I came to Sphia for the first time, I was lying on a bed. Usumi was treating me at the time, but I remember my entire body ached
あれ
painfully.
は誰かに突き落とされたのね。
That was from someone pushing him off? I jumped into the body after he was in that condition from being pushed off. So my naive interpretation was correct then, you're saying. My naive interpretation from 2 recordings ago, or 1 recording ago. And if Satoru's body had died soon afterwards, I might have died along with it. I'm thankful that wasn't too serious. It wasn't too serious. The next time they came after me, I was in the bathroom. While I was in the bath, someone tried drowning me by plunging my head into the water. It's like a situation, you're just chilling, and then like you suddenly get body swapped into somebody who's about to die, and then you die in their body. Just happens suddenly. While I was in the bath, someone tried drowning me by plunging my head into the water.
そんなことがあったんだ。
So such a thing had happened. To almost be drowned in the bathroom. I shivered. Not from the cold, but from fear. Suddenly feeling uneasy, I got off the bed. I locked the door. I checked the lock on the window. Because I don't know when the murderous monster will come after me again, I sat down on the bed. And thinking that a hand would pop out from under it, I put my feet on top of the bed. But that I couldn't be attacked from behind, I stood with my back against the headboard and continued reading the note while hugging my knees. So you kind of like got that like wrists on your knees thing going. Hey Kokoro, do you know who the culprit is? Please tell me in detail what it was that happened then. I'm begging you. Huh? What does he mean? Do I know who the culprit is? There's no way. The clock tower incident happened before the personality exchange started occurring after all. And the power was out during the incident in the bathtub as well as the knife attack, so I couldn't see anything. What was he trying to say? I didn't understand what he meant at all. In the meantime, I continued reading. Sorry, the conversation's changed direction a bit. Well, that's it for now. The clock tower, bathroom, left arm being cut. Those 3 things happened in succession mean that someone is after me. More correctly, someone is after my life. About Sphia, is there any way to leave or is there any means to communicate with the outside? It's hard for me to say, but the answer to both questions is probably no. And if my memory is correct, there shouldn't be any way to leave or communicate with the outside world. I can't say that's for certain because right now I'm a little amnesic from the fall. I more or less remember Sphia, but it might be that there's something I'm forgetting. I apologize for only being able to respond with such irresponsibly unhelpful answers. If I remember anything, I'll tell you right away. That's convenient for the plot, and inconvenient for the characters. About the shelter cabin, did anything important happen? I don't think there have been any big changes. Yagomi-san and Yuni are just lazing around. Only Lin is emotionally stable, but that's normal for her. So Lin... So we know there's a Yuni. Lin is... Mayuzumi? Interesting. There isn't really anything important I have to tell you at the moment. With that ends my replies to the questions you've asked me, Kokoro. I've answered everything that was within the scope of my knowledge. After that, there's the timing of our transfers. Thank you, you saved me. Thanks to that, I know now that the transfer times I recorded and yours are more or less the same. Tentatively, the transfer times that I've checked go something like this. 107, transfer to the cabin. 140, return to Sphia. 603, transfer to the cabin. Don't know, return to Sphia. 733, transfer to the shelter cabin. 806, return to Sphia. Please don't mind the V on the 4th one. At that time, I was in the dark, running away from someone with a knife. I didn't have the opportunity to check the time. I don't know yet whether there's a rule about the timing of the transfers. The only thing I can say for sure is that I both transfer into each other's bodies at the same time. With that, please continue checking the time from here on out, too. It's not like we have a big sample to work with after all. And lastly, about your body. Don't worry. I'll protect it no matter what. I take it upon myself to always repay favors. As I continued to read the contents of the message, I felt disappointed.
足広げて見せびらかしてたくせに。
Even though you left my legs open for everyone to see. I just remembered I made my cheeks just remembering it made my cheeks turn red. I think I should tell him to be mindful of other people's eyes as well. And moreover, Kokoro and I have a connection that can't be severed even if someone tries to cut it. I just noticed it now, but if it seemed that I, without you, am just me. Either way, the fact that I'm me doesn't change, but even so, when you're there, I feel like I can be more like myself. There's a 4-character Chinese aphorism that goes like that. Do you know it? Well, it won't be 4 characters for me, but... Oh, they did put it there. Okay. Seiki Ju Kansei. Red accepts blue entirely, is what it means. Maybe I've been trapped by that phenomenon myself. Of course, it's because you're here that this phenomenon came into existence in the first place, though. Red accepts blue entirely. What is Satoru trying to say? I have no idea. Oh, that's part of the thing. Okay. Interesting. That's I forgot that was like Satoru's note. Okay, I got all mixed up. Between whatever. As I thought, I don't know. Red and blue, Aka and Ao. Are Mount Akakura and Ao Saga Island involved somehow? Is it about our personality exchange? I wish you'd write it in a way that's a little easier to understand. Sorry, that was a little much, huh? Anyway, I definitely won't let you die no matter what. So try to relax somehow. Believe in me. I'll multiply my 12,430 meters worth of appreciation and pay it all back to you. Huh? I noticed it after reading up to here. 12430. Well, that's definitely not prime. It's definitely divisible by 5. Divisible by 2, of course. Not divisible by 4, though, because 30 is not divisible by 4. Anyway, it's also not divisible by 3, if you're wondering. Says Satoru didn't answer all my questions. Yeah, but didn't you notice the handwriting probably wasn't crazy, which means he's right-handed? About the newspaper, about uni. He didn't even touch upon those 2 subjects. Why is it? Because he got swapped before he got there, right? Why didn't he write anything? I don't think he simply forgot. Maybe he has reason for not answering. Oh, that's right. There's one last thing I want to say. It might be rude to say something like this, but Kokoro's drawing was the work of a prodigy. Well, then later.
そんなに上手だったかしら。
Is it really that good? I know it was in good artistic taste, but I don't think that being the work of a prodigy. I don't really understand, but it seems my drawing really left a deep impression on Satoru. I think he's hitting on you.
まあ、いっか。
Well, whatever. There's no reason getting praise should make me feel bad. Harboring a slightly complicated feeling in my heart, I once lay down on the bed. While holding my knees, I continued to take in deep, deep breaths. With exhaustion having worn down my body, those deep breaths soon exchanged into sleeping breaths. Exchange or wake up? January 13th, the 3rd day. Okay, so the 3rd day title card is January. I'm only on day 3. This was Ever 17. Gee, stuff actually started going down on day 3 in Ever 17. Day 3. When I woke up, I was in the bed at the cabin. Oh, so she exchanged in her sleep. I had fallen asleep at Sophia the night before. It was obvious that a personality exchange had occurred while I was sleeping, and I had returned to this cabin. And we can't record the time because of that, but it was probably 33 minutes after the previous exchange. Because the time spent in Sphia is always 33 minutes. Perhaps the exchange had happened 3, 5, or even 7 times or more. What it was certain was that the number of times it took place was odd. Since I was sleeping, the transfer phenomenon might have occurred dozens of times, as I simply wouldn't have noticed. There were still so many riddles surrounding this phenomenon. By the way, what time is it now? I looked at my wrist, but my watch wasn't there. Satoru must have taken it off again. He's definitely doing it on purpose. As I groped about with resentment, the wristwatch tumbled into a corner of the bed. 9:20. That's 9:20 in the morning, of course. Nothing prime about that. Hearing the sound, I raised my body and saw Yagomi standing before the entrance. He was carrying some fairly heavy equipment. He's about to go, right?
よもぎさん、
Yagomi-san,
どこ行くんですか？
where are you going? Yagomi gave me a fleeting glance and opened the door.
ちょっとな。
Out for a bit. He didn't explain any further. With that, he went out. The nearly dazzling light of the morning sun was shining in through the crack of the door. It would be really cold, though, if you went out right in the morning. Like, colder than usual. I held my breath.
晴れてるの？
It cleared up. I hurriedly slipped out of bed and dashed outside. It was a magnificent scene. The deep blue sky felt so close you could reach out and touch it. The pure white snow sparkled in the sunlight. A great number of peaks extended far away. To the left of the shelter cabin, to the east, the summit went on like a slightly elevated hill. Seeing such scenery made me think about how cruelly tiny my own existence was. The shape of Yogomi in the pure white snow field stood out clearly.
待って、私も行く。
Wait, I'm coming too. I shouted to Yogomi's back. But he didn't even reply, and instead continued marching on due south. The cold wind shook me up as I cut through the snow.
寒い。
Cold. My whole body trembled. I held myself tight with both arms. I returned to the cabin in a hurry when I became aware that I wasn't even wearing a coat. Where does Yogomi plan on going? He's by no means the kind of person who would run away by himself. Maybe he's going to call for help. Suddenly I remembered. Didn't Yogomi say that he would try to go to the crash site if the weather cleared up? Anyhow, I have to chase after him. I went down to the basement and searched for the equipment to help me walk through the snowy mountain. Although I said that, I had no idea how to put on any mountain climbing equipment. Remember, in Ever 17, someone got seriously injured on day 3. For the time being, I decided to take things which caught my eye. I put on a wool sweater as an extra layer and some gloves. Since there was an ice axe, I decided to take it too for some reason. That will become useful. Chekhov's gun. I also found some rope, but it was considerably heavy. With my strength, it looked impossible to walk while carrying it. This must be fine for now. Next, the coat. The coat that I borrowed from Mayuzumi.
ちょっとどうしたのよ。
Hey, what's going on? Mayuzumi had gotten up. Uni raised himself from the bed, rubbing his drowsy
あのおっ
eyes.
さんはどこ行ったの？
Where did the old man go?
まさかあんたら自分だけ逃げ出そうとか思ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
You guys can't be thinking about running away by yourselves, right? She spouted in one breath. Without answering, I picked up the coat placed on the
まゆ
bed.
ずみさん、コート借りますね。
Mayuzumi-san, I'm borrowing this coat.
聞いてんの？
Are you listening? She grabbed my shoulder roughly. I explained the situation to Mayuzumi.
落ち着いてください。
Please
こ
calm
れから
down.
墜落現場に行ってきます。
Going to the crash site now.
前によもぎさんが言ってたでしょ？晴れたら行ってみるって。
Yomi-san said it before, right? That he would try to go if it ever cleared up?
無線機か何かがあるかもしれないからって。
That there might be a radio or something?
そうだっけ？
Is that so?
そうなんです。
It is. Mayuzumi let go
あ
of
んた
me.
も行くの？
Are you going too? I
よも
nodded.
ぎさん一人じゃ大変でしょうから。
Yogomi-san is alone. It might be dangerous.
みんなで力を合わせないと。
If we don't all cooperate. Mayuzumi snorted. It sounded kind of sarcastic.
必ず戻ってきます。それまでユニのことお
I'll
願い
definitely
しま
come
す。
back. I'll definitely come back. Until then, look after Uni.
戻ってこなかったら？
What if you don't come back?
戻ります。絶対に。
I will come back. Absolutely. Mayuzumi sighed and returned to her bed.
お土産期待してるわ。
I'm expecting a souvenir, she said bluntly. I put on the coat that I borrowed from Miyazumi. I can't say that my countermeasures against the cold are perfect right now, but it can't be helped. Right, you're wearing a skirt. The weather outside was clear, so I shouldn't freeze to death. Saying this to myself, I went outside. It's like, but you didn't put on the crampons, so I don't know what your shoes are like exactly. Actually, for this application, you may want to use snowshoes. They're not the best for everything, though, because they're big. Yagomi's figure had already become so small as a grain of rice. Can I catch up? Hey!
待って
Wait! I shouted in a loud voice while furiously waving. Yagomi turned this way.
ーってください
Please wait. Hurriedly, I took my first step into the snowfield. My feet plunged into the snow. It was deeper than I thought. I frantically advanced, following the trail Yagomi had rustled, while also making use of the ice axe I had taken. Still, I became all sweaty before catching up with Yagomi. And yet, the distance I had covered was just about 200 meters. It was so difficult walking through the snow. I wanted to take off the hot coat. I wanted to drop onto the snow and feel its coldness on my face. Yagomi was waiting silently. Somehow I caught my breath.
行くんですよね墜落現場
You're going right to the crash site?
私も一緒に
I'll go with you. However, Yagomi's face was calmer than ever. He shook his
小屋
head.
に戻れ。
Go back to the cabin.
戻れと言ってるんだよ。
I said go back.
なんでですか
Why do you
危
say
険
that?
だからだ。
Because it's dangerous.
でもこんなに晴れてるし
But it's so clear today. Yagomi's look was immovable. A sharp scowl was directed at
山の
me.
天気は変わりやすい。
Mountain weather changes
常
easily.
識だ。知ってるだろ。
It's common knowledge, you know, don't you?
それに、
Besides, Yagomi paused, even if then averted his
いや
eyes.
なんでもない。
No, it's nothing.
でも
But
足手まといになるだけなんだ。今すぐ帰れ。
you'll just get in the way. Go back right now. Yagomi's tone was stern. And with that, he started to walk. Is he going to give me a choice? With a strong pace, he pushed his way through the snow. I hesitated over what to do. Yagomi's head was certainly correct. If a young girl like me who doesn't know about traversing snow mountains were to follow him, she'd probably just be a hindrance. It would be too dangerous. But so was going alone. Anyhow, as I returned to the cabin, all I could think about was negative things. I'm not the greatest thinker. I've done nothing but think these past 2 days. It seemed that my carefree mind had gone a little fuzzy. I'll feel at ease again if I'd move at least a little. Yeah, okay. Go after him. Because I want the content.
そうよじっとしてるなんて私らしくないもんね
That's right, staying put isn't like me at all, huh?
えいえいあ
I pulled myself together and ran after Yagomi. Human in heart. I was out of breath. The breath from my mouth turned white and dissipated in the cold air. Yagomi didn't say anything else about me following him. However, he didn't wait for me either. Being a professional mountaineer, he pushed through the snow with quick steps. Even though I was only following the path he formed through wrestling, it took all my strength just to keep up. All of a sudden, I lost my footing and fell face first into the snow. So cold. When I raised my head, I saw Yagomi stinging his arm through me.
ありがとうございます
Okay, arigato gozaimasu. But they had to stretch that out, so they added a very much, which isn't really part of it. I managed to stand up with Yagomi's help. Placing my hands on my knees to support myself, I slowly regained my breath.
一つだけ聞いていいですか
Can I ask you a question? Since it was never settled, I've been curious since
あ
yesterday.
の新聞のことどうなったんです
About the newspaper. What had happened? It was about yesterday afternoon. About the newspaper, which a report about the plane crash printed with the date from the future. And then all of a sudden, Uni had said
その
this.
新聞は
That
本物だ
newspaper
よ
is real. I transferred right after he said that, so I missed hearing what he'd said next.
ああ、あれか。
Oh, that,
ユニはなんて。
What did Uni say? Yagomi shrugged his
まあ
shoulders.
子供だしね。
Well, he's a child
ちょ
after
っと
all.
したいたずら心であんな冗談を言ったんだろ
He probably just felt like playing a trick on you and said that as a joke.
冗談？ユニがそう言ったんですか？
A joke? Is that what Uni
Yep.
said? No.
問い詰めなかったの？
Didn't you press him
う。
about
追い
it?
詰めると言ってもな。
Press him, you say. Yagomi looked as if he was having trouble
他
saying
に
it.
考えられないだろう。本物のわけがない。
There isn't any other explanation, right? There's no way it can be real.
は
I see. Yagomi probably doesn't want to believe those lies written in the newspaper either. That was why I didn't want to prolong discussion of this subject. Yagomi left my side and began walking ahead more quickly. Unsatisfied with his answer, I followed behind him. It was a disastrous sight that made me want to cover my eyes. Unable to form any words, I collapsed where I stood. The hand.
だから来るなと言ったんだ。
That's why I told you not to come. Yagomi muttered unpleasantly. However, I could no longer hear his words. I was beaten down by the cruel spectacle spread out in front of my eyes. The airplane had lost its original form and lay broken in pieces. Around the area were several black lumps of half buried in snow. Dead bodies. A number of carbonized corpses were lying around. Their arms were stretched out as if reaching for something. There were some that had lost all semblance of human form, twisted into strange shapes. There were those completely severed from the rest of the body at the chest or waist. There were those who were like marionettes frozen stiff. It was but a mere illusion that the silvery landscape was beautiful. At the very least, there's nothing beautiful about the place I was in now. A carpet of white smothered the lamplight of life. The scene spread out before us was a world of death. A world of nothingness. Only a heartless silence exists here. Maybe I'll turn to charcoal as well and be laid across this world of death. The fear I had felt in the accident came back to me once again, and then I felt it, an image I hadn't seen until now, the image of death. And I felt a chill run down my spine. Unable to bear it any longer, I turned my back to the corpses. From deep in my throat, hot gastric juice began to churn. Good. I tried to endure it, but what I thought I had returned my back on was in front of me as well. Right there in front of me, a single slender finger stuck up from under the fallen snow. I vomited and panted heavily, my shoulders heaving, but Yagomi didn't condemn me at all. It's a problem because you just lost a meal, but it's not too bad because you've slept a night since you last ate, so it's not like you lost all of it. He walked around the area looking at the corpses without changing his expression. I was unable to do anything but stare blankly at his movements. A mist clouded my thoughts, like a thin veil had been placed inside my head. My mind was completely blank. My body continued to shake from the mixture of fear, sadness, nausea, and revulsion. Just get a body swap. That would be useful right now. I just realized that, like, these patches, you see my cursor, are dead bodies. Like, this one's shaped like a body. Like, at first I just thought these were just, like, breaks in the snow where there's, like, rocks poking through. Like, it took me a while.
やっぱり無線機は壊れてるよ。
As I thought the wireless radio was broken. Yagomi reported each of his findings as if to confirm that I was still conscious.
衛星電話は無事なようだが、
The satellite phone looks like it can still be used.
やはり新聞記事は正しかったみたいだ。うんとも
It looks
する
like
と
they-
言わない。
Looks like the newspaper is right after all. There's nothing I can say. I wasn't in any condition to reply. Ignoring Yagomi's voice, I crouched down unmoved, hugging my knees. Other than that, the search had yielded slightly frozen rations and a one-eared and slightly burnt teddy bear, as well as a few coats that still looked usable. Yagomi had seemed to have found a bag that was checked at the luggage counter of the boarding gate. And one more thing.
こいつは
Oh, this is his bag? What he picked up from under the snow was a translucent black file. Yagomi's expression suddenly altered. With frightening sharp eyes, he looked at the contents of the file. It was... Inabushi Kaiko, yeah, my file. The file with the collection of information about the murderous monster Inabushi Kaiko. It had survived unburned. Even if I had found something like that, it probably wouldn't be of any use whatsoever. Yagomi continued to read through it as though he had been sucked in. Did he have interest in Inabushi Keiko as well? After a while, Yagomi closed the file. Yagomi, who had been scavenging with a disinterested look, now wore an expression of suffering. Unchanging, he quietly put away the file.
そろそろ戻るか
I guess we should be returning soon. He said, walking over to where I
それなり
was.
に収穫もあったもう十分だろ
We've gathered all we can. That should be enough. Even if I have gathered a few things, it was hardly enough to rejoice over.
うなんだ
Hey, what is it? Huh, this is a weird one. How would you dig a grave? You don't have a shovel to dig with. Oh, but you have the ice axe. I'm gonna select this because it's interesting. Dig a grave. Graves.
お墓を作ってあげないと。
We have to dig graves.
みんなのお墓を。
Graves for everyone. I muster my will
や
have
めとけ
stood. Don't
無駄
bother.
なことだ
It's pointless.
そんな言い方
What's with that tone? Unstopped, I glared at Yagomi. I saw him biting his lip, his expression
ヨモギ
unpleasant.
さん
Yagomi-san,
生きて帰らなくちゃならないんだ
we have to return alive.
それが生き残った僕たちの義務なんだ
That is our responsibility as the survivors.
だからやめとけ
So don't bother. I looked around the crash site again. Aren't there even entitled to a little dignity after death? Nope, if you die on Eve Rest, your body just stays there, and people use your body as a milestone on the way up. Like, this is the guy with the green boots, which tells us we're going the right direction. Must they always be spread across this freezing mountain, their pitiful bodies exposed to the ravages of the cold? There's no way. There's no way I can just abandon them. They should at least be able to sleep in peace after suffering such an agonizing death. It felt like this was also a responsibility of ours as
やっ
survivors.
ぱり私
I think I'll
作ります
dig a grave after all. Yagomi looked astonished. Ignoring him, I searched out a suitable place and started digging a hole with the ice axe. Snow became harder and deeper. The deeper I dug. Underneath the layer of soft snow on top was a hard ice bank. At first, I thought that compared to soil, snow would be easier to dig up. But that was a naive thought. Well, the thing is, though, snow. I thought if you dig a grave, you would dig into the dirt under the snow, right? You don't bury people in snow, because then the snow just melts. Higomi silently helped me. That aside, with only a single ice axe, our efficiency was horrible. Even with two of us, digging a hole large enough to fit a human being's remains was no easy task. In the end, digging a single hole that could bury several bodies took well over an hour. I had decided to compromise, burying the body that had fallen the closest. That body was completely black, carbonized and stiff, with its hands reaching towards the sky. I'm going to bury you now, so... My mind made up, I placed his hands under the armpits of the corpse, placed my hands. Thinking that I'd pull it to the hole, I put some strength into it. At that moment, the corpse's arms, like a little wax doll, broke off and crumbled. No! Panicking, I hurled a black hand I was holding. My spine froze. The frailty of the human body, and my act of throwing away the arm. Even if you try to persuade and control it with reason, the body will still move on reflex. Once again, the acid started to well up in my throat. Good. I fell where I stood. Tears started to flow. I went on and on about preserving their dignity only to end up desecrating them myself. I had done something so cruel to them. I'm a hypocrite. My resolve was weak. For all my arrogance, they were just empty words. I resented my own
分か
pitiful
っただ
self.
ろ
You understand now,
僕
right?
たちだけじゃどうしようもない。
We can't do anything when it's just
帰ろう
us. Let's go back. Yagami either condemned nor encouraged me. He only remained indifferent. It may have only been my imagination, but it felt like he had given up on everything. His lack of criticism of me only knocked me down even further. The wordless corpses must be blaming me instead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Crying. I can't voice act that good. The tears wouldn't stop. Try like. Nope. Beside the place I was crouching, the wind blew. The broken pieces of those who had once human began to crumble and scatter, dancing on the wind. The will to live and a decision. Our steps were heavy, but when the cabin came into view, we felt relieved. We still have a place to return to. We have a place to survive in this ruthless world below the freezing point. In front of the cabin, Mayuzumi and Uni were waiting. They had come outside just to welcome us back, in spite of the cold in which they were shivering even now. Uni is waving to us. Seeing that, Yagami broke into a smile.
帰ったぞ
We're back! Looking triumphant, he raised a hand high, just like a child. Perhaps by doing that in his own way, he was trying to endure the sadness. Yagami brought out the worn-out teddy bear from inside his backpack. Brought out... okay. He tosses it to
土産
Yuni.
だ
Souvenir.
これユニのだろ飛行機の中で遊んでたからさ
This was yours, right? You were playing with it on the airplane. Catching it and holding it tightly, Yuni's face shone.
僕の TV!
Wow, my
あ
TV.
あ耳が片方取れちゃってちょっとブサイクになっちゃったけどな
Yeah, one of its ears came off and it's pretty beat up. Uni hugged the toy
あり
tightly.
がとうやった
Thank you. You seemed so happy.
はいわ
Okay. Yumi runs around in the snow while dancing with the teddy bear. He is in very high spirits. And while still watching Uni, Yagami whispered in my
言わな
ear.
くても分かってると思うが間違っても死体を見たなんて
I think you'd understand this without me saying anything, but never ever about seeing the corpses. Yes. Though I answered him thus, I couldn't recover so easily. The scene I saw at the crash site is scorched in my eyes and won't go away. I slipped past the three of them and entered the cabin.
ねえ私には
Well, for me, from outside the door, I could only hear the voices.
ほらよ
Here.
何よこれ
Hey, what's
便
this?
座カバ
A toilet seat cover.
ー女の子は特にないと辛いだろ
Indispensable, especially for a woman, right?
いってえな
Oof, that hurts.
下ネタは嫌いっつってんでしょ
I said I hate dirty jokes.
冗談だろ本気になるなよ
I was just kidding. Don't get so worked up.
ほらいくつかコートを持ってきてやったよ
Come on, I brought you some coats.
ちゃんと女物を選んできたんだからな
Make sure to select women's coats. I thought you got all of them.
あれこれって
Eh, this?
私のと同じコートじゃない奇遇ね
Isn't this coat the same as my own? Wow, what a coincidence. Sorry for awkward silence. Did she lose her coat in January? And they just refound it? Huh. That's not...
君ってブランド信者だろ
You're loyal to your brands, huh?
うるさいわね
Shut up.
食料はちゃんと見つけてきたの
Did you get food supplies?
君にはやらん
Not for you.
なんでよ
Why?
殴ったからだ
Because you hit me.
あんたがくだらない冗談かますからでしょうが
Because you're annoying with stupid jokes.
わーい見て見てクマさんだよ
See, it's Mr.
貸
Bear.
しなさい
Let me see that.
何するんだよ
What are you doing?
ふーれふーれ
してよ
Give it back. I lay down on top of the bunk bed. I can't laugh innocently like them, right? I suddenly remembered I'll try listening to the VR. Maybe it contains a new message from Satoru. But there weren't any newly recorded messages. I closed my eyes. Right, because he was asleep. I didn't want to think about anything. The reality of the death of 27 people. The reality that I survived. Pitch black corpses, carbonized and rigid. Corpses without a face. Torsos sunk into their seats. Abdomens torn apart. Feet hanging from branches. The thing is, though, if you have 4 people that survived completely unscathed, you'd expect there to be some corpses close to unscathed, right? You wouldn't expect there to be 27 incinerated people and then 4 people that were just fine. That's funny, but whatever. Their tragic shapes, stripped of human dignity, strewn about, run through my mind. And suddenly their faces change into my own. To get rid of that image, I held my head and shook it. Perhaps I too had become like that. Tomorrow I might end up the same way. Yagomi behaved as cheerfully as possible, and that was his utmost effort to not give up all hope. He's pretty strong, I'd say, but I tremble at the fear of death. Even more so than we thought, we're standing at the very edge of the abyss of death. I don't want to die. I want to live. I don't know how long this weather will hold out. I really hope help comes before it gets too bad. It gets bad again. Quickly, help us.
こんにちは
Konnichiwa from Uni.
僕テディベアの TV だよ
I am TB, the teddy bear. Before I realized it, Uni and the teddy bear were peeking out from under the top bunk. The round eyes of the teddy bear were looking at me. It favored me with a quick bow.
ふひひかわいいでしょ
Isn't it cute? Uni smiled sweetly. My chest tightened.
かごめかごめ
Okay, Kagomi.
後ろの正面誰
Who is that behind you?
ねえどうしてそんな悲しそうな顔してるの心
Hey, why do you look so sad, Kokoron?
具合悪いの
Do you feel sick? I hugged Uni, who was looking at me worriedly tight.
大丈夫大丈夫だよ
It's alright. Alright. Wow, those lips are like really pink. Gee.
心
Kokoron.
絶対に帰ろうね
We'll definitely go home together. We have to live. For the 27 who died, we have to survive. The teddy bear that was between Uni and I began to make sounds as we pressed against our stomachs. Suddenly that cry was very far away. And Satoru awoke, suddenly got swept into a situation where he is hugging Uni and crying. I was standing in the Sphia living area. Hotori was standing right in front of me. I transferred. I sighed. I hate all this. I want a break. I want to be fast asleep in a warm bed at home. Still, I'm not allowed to complain. That I know.
分かってるけど
I know, but I feel like complaining a little. Somehow, I shored up my nearly withered willpower. In order to check the time, I made for Satoru's room. Huh? Surprised, I turned back to face Satori. Her shoulders were heaving, and the breaths she took were ragged. She was tearing at her black hair and violently shaking her head. I have seen something like that once before. I won't repeat that. A scream rises from her. It's the same. It's exactly the same as when she went berserk before. Hotori was visibly trembling, as though having convulsions. From behind her disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes peer out. They're not focusing. Drool dribbled from her mouth. Staggering, Hotori collapsed on the desk where the PC monitor was sitting. The monitor falls to the ground. With a beastly roar, Hotori races a chair over her head. Panicking, I jumped back. Well, there's a piece of artwork. There, in the delicate body she had, where in that delicate body had she found the strength to lift up a chair with one hand? It's like when Danganronpa kept seemed to parody this, where they're like, my other personality has a really long tongue and is a superhero. Just suddenly figures out a way to do this with the body I have. I don't know how I managed to do that. Humans in a state of mental confusion, I heard somewhere, are capable of drawing out a strength several times greater than normal. No, not really. You get close to 100% muscle recruitment. That doesn't give you several times your strength. It just gives you just like 130% more. However, PCP is a thing. And grandma's lifting cars off of kids is a thing. It's the so-called hysterical strength. People, in order to not end up destroying themselves with their own physical strength, usually save their power. But in the state of psychological upset, cut free from the chains of reason, enters a state close to acting on sheer instinct alone. When the limiter called reason is released, one has the potential to throw out a normally unthinkable superhuman strength. I bit my lip, and you get muscle tears. At any rate, this can't be good.
どうしたの？
What's wrong? Yutsumi came out of the room. Her eyes widened on seeing Otori's alarming state.
来ないで！
Stay away.
危険です！
It's dangerous. After stopping Yutsumi, I carefully closed the distance between me and Hotori. And then Hotori abruptly threw the chair. If it hits me, I'm done for. Duck to avoid it. I immediately went into a crouch. The chair grazed my head as it flew over me. I whipped around on hearing Itsumi scream. The force of the chair Hotori had thrown had sent it rolling right to where Utsumi was standing. Utsumi had sunk to one knee, clutching her shin. Oops, I did the wrong choice. Oh well. Don't go back now. Just gotta go with it. Just, don't save scum on my... I know this is not my first way through because I got Satoru drowned in the bathroom in A, but that doesn't really count, right? It still feels like to me I'm doing my first pass through the game. So, don't want to save scum on the first pass. Luckily, it only seems to be a minor injury, but... A furious glare. With frighteningly sharp eyes, Utsumi glared at Hotori. Eh? Startled, I blinked my eyes. When I opened them again, Utsumi's expression had returned to normal.
大丈夫よ。
It's
それ
alright.
より早く彼女を。
That aside, quickly, more than herself, it was Hotori she was worried about. I was puzzled. The serene expression on Utsumi, which her unguarded eyes seemed to exude. What was that? Was it just my mistake? Or... Let the voice actor do that. Hearing that maddened groanings, I returned to my senses. Hotori cried out, gritting her teeth. Burying her head in her hands, she looked towards the ceiling. No, her eyes were reflecting nothing. I hurried. In this state, there is a risk that Hotori will bite through her tongue. I didn't have any time to waste. Gotta calm her down somehow. Readying myself, I jumped at Hotori. I extended my left arm to pin her down. My body didn't move the way I intended it to. I had almost no feeling in my left arm. Before I realized that Hotori had landed a punch on my face. Almost staggering, I somehow stood firm and put up with it. It didn't hurt that much. Psyching up, I measured my distance from Hotori.
落ち着いて！
Calm down. Hotori incoherently swung both her hands. She throws punches in every direction. But unfaltering, I seize Hotori's wrists. She seems so frail. No, that's not it. It's because this is Satoru's body. I'm much stronger. However, no matter how strong I am, holding down a girl gone berserk isn't easy. Moreover, I only have the use of my right hand. If I don't do this right, I'll hurt not only myself, but Hotori as well. Resolutely, I held onto Hotori's slender body tightly. I held her violent shaking through my own body as well. I felt her. All right. It'll be alright. Even so, Hotori struggled with her entire body, randomly striking my shoulders and head. Hotori's body was small. I wonder if I feel that way because I'm in Satoru's body. Hotori was very fragile, almost like she would break if I used any more strength. Because this, in Satoru's body, adjusting the level that I use is difficult. Being careful not to hurt her, I held fast to her. I wonder how long this has gone on for. Soon the screams began to die down and her breathing quiets as well. Drained of strength in my arms, Hotori calmed down. Supporting the unconscious Hotori, she passed out? Interesting. I take her to her room. Mitsumi and Yuni help me as well.
お手柄ね、ユキドくん。
Good job, Yukido-kun. I...
あら、冬川さんだったの？
Oh, were you Fuyukawa-san? Yeah.
そう。いずれにしても、ありがとう。
I see. In any case, thank you. Mitsumi turned to me with a kind smile. It's a bit embarrassing. But this is not the time to be relieved. I've witnessed Hotori's fits twice despite my limited time in this body. Perhaps her spasms are occurring more frequently. Hotori is equal to Inabushi diagnosed with DID. If her mental condition becomes unstable, it wouldn't be strange for her to change personalities. And if Inabushi wakes up, thinking that, a cold chill runs up my spine.
あら、ほとりちゃん、気がついた？
Hotori-chan, are you conscious? Blinking in surprise, she looks up at
大
us.
丈夫？ほとりちゃん。
Are you alright, Hotori-chan? I dared to call her name, to confirm she is Hotori. She responded to my call with a slight nod. What a relief, she's Hotori. She pulled her sheets tight around herself and began to tremble again.
まだ発作が。
More spasms? Still tense, Hotori shook her head at us. She got up and furiously rubbed her upper arms. She opens her mouth as if in appeal. What?
どうしたの？
What's wrong? She's trying to talk. But even though she's opening her mouth, nothing comes out. Then she
これ
frowns.
使えば？
What's up? What if we use this? Yuni brought a notepad. After taking it, Hotori began to write with a shaky hand. Her strokes are weak. Maybe there was no strength in her hand. On the note that she handed back, only one word was written. Cold.
寒いの？でも。
Are you cold? But the heater in the room was doing its job, even though it should be moderately warm. But Hotori certainly seemed to feel cold. Her lips were a ghastly blue, her teeth chattering against each other.
暖房を強くするわ。
I'll turn up the heat. This is called having a fever. Saying that, Utsumi left the room. Hotori clung to me and tightly squeezed my hand. I smiled and squeezed back in
大
return.
丈夫だよ。
It's
何
all
の
right.
心配もいらないから。
No need to worry. I was telling myself that as well. Still holding Otori's hand, I sat down on the edge of the bed. I took a breath.
ねえ、ほとりちゃんはいつこの施設に来たの？
Say, Hotori-chan, when did you come to this facility? Hotori silently shook her head. Looks like she doesn't know. If she's the alternate personality of Inabushi Keiko, I guess there's no helping it. I've never met the Inabushi Keiko personality, even though I've already been experiencing the transfer phenomenon for 3 days now. Seems Inabushi has never awakened during that time. Like, you're thinking the crazy person is not Inabushi. Likely. You're likely correct. The crazy person is not Inabushi Keiko. Inabushi Keiko knows more about what she's doing. Did Inabushi Keiko really have DID? That file. That file Yogomi found at the crash site. I need to reread it one more time. What kind of girl is the Susikaji Hotori personality? It might be recorded somewhere. I've got to confirm it. Instinctively, I gave a worn-out sigh. I've been sighing a lot recently. There are many things I don't understand. On top of those mysteries, even more problems are showing up now, and I end up leaving them all unfinished. What should I do? Hotori pulled at my hand. She's writing something down on the notepad again. Looking down at it, the words Red Room have been written there. Red Room?
赤い部屋どういうこと
Red Room, what do you mean? Hattori continued writing. Though it was only short words and phrases, what I saw was quite frightening. Red light. Seemed warm room.
ほとりって字下手くそだね。
Hattori, your handwriting is
そう
terrible.
いうこと言うのはやめなさい。
Don't say things like that.
なんで怒ってるのさ。
Why are you mad?
怒ってません。
I'm not mad. After saying those curt words, I turned back to Hattori's note and read it over it again. The fragmentary state of the writing is probably due to how much Hattori is shaking. She can't even write straight. It kind of gives you a creepy feeling after reading it too.
赤い部屋を見たのね。どこでスフィアで
You saw a red room. Where was it? In Svea? Hattori weakly shook her head. Looks like she doesn't know. At least it appears it's not in Svea. As far as I know, this facility doesn't have any red rooms. Hattori eagerly wrote a continuation of the note. Cold, dark, locked up, all alone. Red room, enter. There Hattori hung her head, all worn out. The pen fell to the floor. Don't strain yourself. I laid Hattori down on the bed. She docilely complied. The words Hattori wrote, they somehow rang a bell. The red room. In it scenery from inside Hattori's heart, or could it be something she felt she saw within her mind? That's where person she's swapping with is kept. It is said when people with dead switch personalities, the personality that is neglected feels like it is left alone in a dark room. The feeling isn't in the sense of cold or dark, locked up, alone, like Hattori said. And when the switch occurs, the surfacing personality moves from darkness to a bright room. In practice, it's not a bright room, but a usually inexpressible sensation, now somewhere in her mind. That room, in other words, seems to be part of the symbolic scenery related to the physical world. According to the patients, it's not a bright room, but a represented with another figurative expression spotlight. If we consider that to a Hattori, that's the red room. It's a typical did case, but Hattori can't understand that she has did, so she's confused. I'm sure she had very painful thoughts, even more than I do. I want to somehow ease her pain, but with my strengths, I can do no more than keep holding her hand like
大
this.
丈夫だよ。
It's all right. Just one more time, I remembered those same words. They were nothing more than mere consolation, but I couldn't help saying
大丈
them.
夫だからね。
It's all right. Hattori's hand strongly grips my back. Then abruptly, the feeling of that hand vanishes in a single instant. And Sahat Satoru gets swept right into that situation.
恋愛運あんまり良くないね。
And Yuni just says, your future concerning love won't be very good. Otori's hand had changed into that of Yuni. No, that's wrong. Yuni was holding my hand and fixed gazingly at the palm.
何してるのユ
What are
ニ
you doing, Yuni?
わボケボケだよサトル。
Oh, stupid Satoru.
は
Huh? Looking at me as I inclined my head at him, Yuni suddenly got upset. Oh, he was playing with... Yeah, okay. Playing like he was the girl to him.
やだな手相見てあげるって言ったでしょ。
Come on, didn't I say I would read your palm?
サトルに
To Satoru?
他に誰がいるのさ。
Who else?
へえ、あのサトルがね。
Yeah, that's Satoru. I don't dislike fortune telling, but when they do the fortune telling countdown on the morning news, I unconsciously watch it. Girls are like that. But I thought Satoru would be the type who opposes divination. He definitely seems like the kind of person to complain, saying stuff like, "Where's the scientific proof?" So I was a little surprised. Yuni took a hard look
も
at
し
my
かして
face.
心に戻ったの？
Maybe Kokuron came back. Yep. His eyes wide, and while continually observing my expression, he said,
そっか。ねえ占い続けていい？
"Oh, I see. Okay, can I continue the fortune
途
telling?"
中でやめるのも気持ち悪いからさ。
Feels bad stopping midway.
そうね。
Oh well.
ちょっと待って。
Now wait a moment. First I have to confirm the time. Ah, I thought the wristwatch isn't here. Yet again he removed the watch from my right arm. Where is it this time? I checked in my pocket. Not here. Ladder on the top, the ladder on the bunk bed. Not here. Turning my head around, surveying the place. Found it. The stuffed teddy bear on the chair. The watch was wrapped around the neck of the plush toy. I take it off and put it back on my wrist. Damn it, next time I definitely gotta tell him a thing or two. It was 228.
ええココロン
Hey, Kokoron.
ああ、はいはい。
Coming,
でそうだ
coming.
ったよね。
Palm reading, right?
続けさせてくれる
Yeah, can I go on? No, we gotta let him. Don't tell him to try reading Mayozumi's palm. Why would you do that? I thought that now wasn't the time for something so easygoing, but I reflexively nodded at Uni's eager
じゃ
expression.
あ、お願いするね。
Then please go ahead. Okay. Uni scanned the palm of my
やっ
hand.
ぱりココロンって恋愛運あんまり良くないね。結婚は遠いかも。
Yeah, as I thought, Kokoron, your future concerning love won't be very good. Marriage will be far away.
え、本
Yeah, really?
結婚は運命線を見ればわかるんだけど、
Yeah, if you look at the fate line, you'll be able to foretell
当？
marriage.
何歳ぐらいで結婚するのかな？
How old will I be when I get married?
40代の前半
In your early 40s?
嘘でしょ？
Are you kidding me? Well, that was pretty hard to hear. Tough, though it's the fortune telling of an amateur, being told something like that isn't about yourself is quite a shock. Pushing up his glasses, Yuri
でもね、
continued.
今年は運命的な出会いがあるかもよ。
But this year you may meet your predestined
その
one.
出会いを大切にすれば、もっと今期は早まるかも。
If you treasure that encounter, marriage will come earlier, maybe.
なんなのよ、そのかもっていうのは。
What was that
い
maybe?
い加減なこと言って大人をからかうのは良くないわよ。
It's not nice to make fun of an adult by saying such vague things. Yu's expression quickly turned
ち
meek.
ちち。ココロンは、占いってどんなものだと思う？
Kokoron, what do you think fortune telling is? Somehow I almost seemed about to launch into a sermon.
何よ、いきなり。
What is it all of a sudden?
いいから答えて。
Whatever, just answer.
そうね。オカルトっぽいっていうか、
Well, it's an occultish thing.
神様にお伺いを立てるって感じかな。
Something like invoking an oracle from the gods. Yuri nodded in
そういう
agreement.
のもあるね。
Well, it's sort of like that, too.
だけど、手相占いとか占星術はまた別なんだよ。
However, palmistry and astrology, among others, are also
どっ
different.
ちかっていうと、統計学なんだ。
Both work on statistics.
統計学？
Oh, we're doing this? Statistics? I'm not so great with scientific discussion. I'm just looking at the numbers lined up. I go
例え
cross-eyed.
ば観相学では、おでこにシワの多い人はお金持ちになるって言葉があるんだけど、
For example, in phenology, they say people with lots of wrinkles on their forehead will become rich. Which is to say, I will become rich, which doesn't make any sense because I will not become rich. Or whatever.
それはお金持ちの人を調べたら、おでこにシワの多い人が多かったっていう裏付けがあるから出た結論なんだよ。
That's the conclusion drawn from finding that when examining rich people, we see that many have lots of wrinkles on their foreheads.
ロンブローゾの犯罪人類学とちょっと似てるよね。
Lombroso's anthropological criminology is somewhat similar.
まあ、ロンブローゾは大嘘つきだったけどさ。
Well, Lombroso was a big liar, though.
ちょっと待って。
Now, wait a minute. What the heck is Lombroso? It's all turned into gibberish now. Why does this child know so much about something like this? I pressed my hand into my temples. Somehow I could feel a headache
ど
coming
うした
on.
の？
What's wrong?
の、
I want to speak more in Japanese. I want you to speak more in Japanese. But I simply couldn't tell this to my child opponent.
なんでもない。続けて。
Nothing, please
変
continue.
な心。
You're strange,
で
Kokoron.、
どこまで話したっけ？
So where was
ロン
I?
ドンブーツ。
London boots.
え、
Eh?
じゃなかった。ロンブローゾね。
Was it? It wasn't Lombroso? Yeah. Danger, danger. I like the way my
あ
clothes
あ、そっ
sweat.
か。
All
ロン
right.
ブローゾはインチキだったけど、観相学はちゃんと信憑性があるものなんだ。
Lombrosio was a phony, but phenology has proper
サン
credibility.
プリング数が桁違いだからね。
The number of sampling is in a completely
手
different
相
league.
占いや占星術も同じ。数千年分も積み重ねられてきたデータの集大成なんだ。
Palmistry and astrology are the same, great collections of data accumulated over thousands of years.
ね、統計学って言った意味がわかるでしょ？
See, you understand why I said statistics.
そうね。
I see. That only works though if there's actual correlations. When I think of typical fortune telling, no matter how I look at it, it has a somewhat shady image to me. But if you believe Yuni's words, even fortune telling has a scientific basis.
どう？これで信じる気になった？
So, do you believe me now?
手相に信憑性があるのは分かったけど、
I understand that there's credibility in palm reading,
ユ
but
ニがちゃんと占えるかどうかはまた別の話よね。
whether or not Yuni can really predict things, that's another matter.
あ、ひどいよ。
How
だ
cruel.
って根気が遅いなんて信じたくないし。
Come on, I really don't want to believe I'll marry late. Though he pouted, he immediately began to grin broadly. Somehow it seemed like his glasses were shining. Oh, this again.
それじゃあ別のこと占ってあげるよ。
Well then, I'll predict something else.
僕の占いは当たるんだから。絶
My
対に。
my prediction will come true, absolutely. With a palm that seemed a bit serious, Uni glared at my palm. Doesn't seem like he'll let go until he's done with the fortune telling.
生命線を見るとココロンは20歳の時に大きな事故に遭うね。
Looking at the lifeline here, Kokoron will, at age 20, have a great
ダウ
incident.
ト。
Doubt it. You just had a great incident. I lightly prodded Uni's forehead.
何すんだよ。
What are you doing?
今まさに遭遇中じゃない。
Aren't I in the middle of that incident right now?
それって飛行機事故のことでしょ？
Isn't it the plane crash?
ユニったらやっぱりインチキ。
Uni's a faker after all.
そうじゃなくて
That's not
手
it.
相にもそういう風に出てるんだってば。
That showed up in the palm reading too.
ズルはダメ。
Dishonesty isn't good. While his face wrapped with annoyance, Uni tightened his grip on my hand. Suddenly his look
コ
turned
コロン
serious.
はもうじき死体を見るよ。
Kokoron will soon see a corpse. I've seen a lot of corpses. An unusually grave tone, I was surprised. If it's about corpses, I already saw them. At that gruesome crash site. I thought he was referring to that, but I
刃
was
物
wrong.
で刺された死体だよ。
A dead body stabbed with a knife. What's he saying, this kid? I took a hard look at the eyes of the child in front of me. Yuni's full, round eyes were clear, and so deep I felt I was being sucked into them. 'Cause he knows... Yeah. I forgot to even breathe.
気をつけてね。
Be careful. Yeah, so again, we have no contradictions that the Uni we're seeing here is later chronologically than the Uni that's in Svea. Because the whole thing about him knowing that she asked if he's a twin doesn't really count, because it could have just been Satoru asking him if he's a twin. In his own body. So... Yeah.
じゃないとココロンも刺されちゃうからさ。
If not, Kokoron will be stabbed. It was a tone that was neither serious nor joking.
やめてよ。そんな冗談嫌いよ。
Stop it, I don't like these kinds of jokes.
冗談なんかじゃないって。
This is no joke. Yuni softly caresses the surface of my
これ
hand.
は占い。
This is a prediction.
よく当たるユニの占いだよ。
My predictions often come true. Sometimes this kid becomes kind of scary. When you think he's just innocently playing with his teddy bear, all of a sudden he'll say with a grown-up face things that make you shiver. I felt an unbalance as of the conflicting things coexisting. Behind this neutral face, I wonder what kind of real nature he's hiding. Distant from my doubts, Uni sweetly smiled. A careful, free smile, that of a
コ
child.
コロンに伝えられてよかった。
I'm glad I could tell this to Kokoro.
サトルに言っても意味ないかもしれないし。
Even if I tell Satoru, it might be useless. Should I trust his smiling face? Swallowing my rising anxiety, I tried to ask about something else.
ねえ、さっき見たよね。私がサトルと切り替わる瞬間。
Thay, did you see it before, the moment Satoru and I switched?
どんな感じだった？
What was I like? What was it like?
つまんない感じだよ。
Boring.
ちょっと黙り込んだかなと思ったら急に口調が変わるんだもん。
You just went silent for a moment, or so I thought, and then suddenly you changed tone.
目がピカーッと光ったりとかすればかっこいいのにね。
If your eyes flashed or something, that would have been so cool.
あんよ、それ。
How easygoing that boy. At the moment of transfer, it seems no particular change happens to me on the outside. This too is similar to the personalities of a DID patient switching.
そうだ DID といえば
That's right, speaking of DID, which I call DID because I don't like saying DID, I remember Totori. She was talking to me about writing about when her personality changes take place. Before I forgot, I thought I should check through Inabushi's file.
占いありがとね
Thanks for the fortune telling. Just in case, I think Union stood up. I took the Inabushi file Yogomi had retrieved and sat down on the wooden chair. Once again, I opened the file and I looked over many times. Psychiatric examination results: Inabushi Kaiko, currently age 19. She is the serial killer who, at age 17, murdered 12 innocent people at Iwazumi Municipal Hospital. However, due to being diagnosed with DID, she escaped capital punishment and was sent to Svea. Inabushi Kaiko had rewritten the history of crime in Japan in many different ways. Her case marked the largest number of lives ever taken by a serial killer who was a minor. And in the history of crime in Japan, it was in the top place in terms of the number of people murdered by a female. In general, there is no precedent for a female serial killer like her. Until the murderous monster known as the Highway Lady of Death appeared in America, it was even said that women couldn't be serial killers. Is Highway Lady of Death a thing? I'm gonna Google that. Highway Lady of Death. Catherine Ferrers. No, there's not much Google results for this. So you get a bunch of junk. Yeah, that's not a thing. Okay. Of course, she was the first of her kind in Japan. And she was the first person ever to be recognized as suffering from DID in the history of criminal trials in Japan. This would kind of make sense because this is supposed to take place in 2011, which in 2004, when this game came out, would be the future. And so these murders would have taken place in the future, not in 2011, but like 2007 or something. So the murders, this Highway Woman of Death would have been after these murders, which would have been in the future. So it wouldn't be anything on Google. I'm kind of an idiot for trying that. Okay. She was the first person ever to be recognized as suffering from DID in the history of criminal trials in Japan. Before the court proceeding was made, there had been several criminals suspected of having DID. However, there was no case of a trial acquittals by reason of DID until then. The reason was simple. The very existence of a dissociative identity disorder had been disputed. The opinions of those in the field of psychiatry were still divided. That's why, even if brought into consideration during sentencing, it was never used as a reason for a pardon. The past precedent was rewritten and because of Inabushi Kaiko, for the first time DID became a valid reason for application of Article 39 of the Penal Code. There were various reasons that she was acknowledged as suffering from DID, but the biggest one is said to have been the DSM-VI. The DSM-VI had been published just a few years earlier. The latest revision had been issued in 2008. In 1994, the edition of DSM-IV, the criteria for a DID diagnosis comprised the following 4 points. 2 or more distinct identities and personalities exist. Possess awareness, recognition, and condition of self and surrounding environment, as well as individual personality characteristics. The identities having at least 2 distinct personalities continuously show individual behavior and conduct. The important personal information cannot be recalled, and this by extension cannot be explained with normal forgetfulness. Important for personal information. These symptoms are not directly due to the influence of the psychological effects of drugs, for example, memory loss or violent behavior due to disorientation from alcohol poisoning, or a result of other general abnormal conditions. If these 4 criteria are fulfilled, the condition is recognized as DID. However, even with the establishment of the 4 criteria above, they cannot completely rule out malingerers. If 2 or more personalities could be perfectly acted out, it would be acknowledged as a case of DID. There have also been those who have tried to exploit this through the misuse of psychotropic drugs. As a result, the 2008 edition of DSM-VI included the following appended criterion. The above symptoms appear even when under induced hypnosis. In other words, if a different personality arose even during hypnosis, a condition in which the patient is unable to act, they acknowledged it as did. In addition to this guideline had influence on the skeptical field of Japanese psychology. In Japan, it became accepted that a person was suffering from did if the above 5 items were fulfilled. Inabushi Kaiko had undergone examination under hypnosis in accordance with the DSM-VI standards and was confirmed to have did. It was acknowledged as evidence in court, and Inabushi Kaiko was acquitted as a person suffering from an unsound mind.
我ながらよく覚えてるかも。
Yep, I remember pretty well in any case. I was impressed with myself for being able to clearly remember every detail they told us in class. Well, it's a topic that I like, though, so it's only natural that I remember it. I was interested in humans and society. That's why I decided to study criminal psychology. People are mysterious. They have the intelligence to make space travel a reality and say something like, I am a seagull, to express that feeling. Even so, they continue to stoop the stupidity that is war and have tempers short enough to enable them to kill someone in a blind rage. They can experience deep love as well as murder the innocent. Inside a frail body that possesses neither claws nor fangs, humans are filled with chaos. Men have the adventurous heart searching for glory by traveling to the depths of the ocean and the cosmos. My interest lies in the abyss of the human heart. And while studying criminal psychology, what attracted my interest was the most was Inabushi Keiko. I turned to the next page of the file. Inabushi Keiko had dissociative identity disorder. Maybe I should review the case one more time. Okay, we're going to review it. The illness is, simply put, an illness where the birth of another personality not present when the person was born occurs. There are different opinions on the cause, but they say that being exposed to ill treatment during the development of the ego before the age of 12 is a root cause. Children can easily construct imaginary personalities in a way that resembles autosuggestion. If abused by their parents, they will seal the memories of their pain, anger, and fear within the imaginary personality in order to relieve the pain and trauma they suffered. In other words, they protect themselves but thinking that the one being abused isn't them but a different imaginary self. But the abused personality was also originally a part of the self, so it's necessary to accept those memories as their own. However, the pain and suffering inflicted on the other personality is hard for the main personality to accept. Because of that, the main personality chooses to hold the memories of suffering inside the other self. They are not able to become one, and therefore separate independent personalities are brought into existence. The inability to combine their memories into one, to the point of forcing them apart into separate identities, that is dissociative identity disorder. At first, Inabushi Keiko's did was thought to have stemmed from early childhood abuse. With that in mind, a thorough investigation was done by the leading psychologist. However, because Inabushi Keiko's mother was already deceased, there is no way to confirm the occurrence of childhood abuse as definite. By addition to her did, due to the confirmation that she was suffering from borderline personality disorder as well, as her fragmented testimony it was widely assumed that she had been the victim of childhood abuse. It was said that Inabushi Keiko possessed a total of 11 personalities. For the sake of convenience, her alternate personalities had been alphabetized and assigned letters from A to J. Of course, each of her personalities were given proper names, or so it seems. It seems because those names were not recorded anywhere in the file. However, the doctors had been given her common names for each of the 11 personalities from A to K. That is because when the doctors asked for her name, the dissociative disorder would advance, and her condition would deteriorate. In addition to calling them A through K for convenience, the doctors treated nicknames, which they used like a code name among themselves. Then I continue to think about those common names. Let's see, aside from the original Inabushi Keiko, who was K, the other 10 from A to J are widely different from the original in terms of personality. For example, C is a child. Nickname given to him by the doctor was Childhood. This was an innocent but extremely quick to cry 6-year-old boy. D is a melancholy young man. His nickname was Darkness. He tended to shut himself up and would try to hurt himself if you took your eyes off him. F was a woman in her late 20s. Her nickname was Frau. Extraordinarily lewd, it seems she would even seduce the doctor who was examining her. And then the personality called J. We're completely ignoring A and B. It appears that this one is the personality of the murderous monster. The doctors referred to the shadow side as Jack. Well, now, this is most likely a trivial reference to Jack the Ripper. Is that Erso in Japanese? I'm wondering about that. Because you could say like Genocide Jack from Danganronpa is a reference to this. The problem is that the name Genocide Jack came from the English translation, not from the Japanese. So it's not a reference if the translation invented it. Similar to Inabushi Keiko, a 17-year-old at the time of the incident woman, but possessed strong destructive urges and sadistic hobbies. In other words, she derived pleasure from the act of murder. According to the file, Jay had appeared while Inabushi was being held in the examination room, where she snatched up a pair of scissors and murdered the doctor. It was also judged that Iwazumi serial murders were committed by Jay. Just casually, just murder the doctor. The original personality of Inabushi Keiko was unable to stop the violence of Jay. Because of that, in accordance with Article 39 of the Criminal Code, Inabushi Keiko was judged to be an unsound mind and was pardoned. But whether a personality known as Suzukaje Hotori was included as one of the 11 inside Inabushi Keiko, it's here. The H personality. So, a girl with a shy and calm character, age 19. She has a fondness for listening to music, so her given nickname was Hummingbird. H. Hotori. If this is the personality of Suzukaje Hotori? Yeah, but no mention of her being mute, though. Of course, there is the possibility that Suzukaje Hotori is an unknown 12th personality. In any case, I'm convinced that Hotori is another personality within Inabushi Keiko. My reason was
小鳥の言葉
Hotori's words.
実際に DID を体験してないとあのセリフは出てこないよね
If she wasn't really experiencing DID, she wouldn't use those words, right? Hotori told me herself, didn't she? Cold, dark, locked up all alone. Red room, enter. Those were perfectly consistent with the feelings expressed by other people with DID. I remembered Hotori's face. Unable to even conceive of such a thing as killing 12 innocent people, a girl wearing a worried smile.
やっぱり間違いないほとりは犬伏恵子の別人格なんだわ
There's no mistake, Hotori's another personality of Inabushi Keiko. I was convinced. And at the same time, I feel that I had to focus more clearly. I can't confirm anything besides Hotori's condition yet, but if she is another DID personality, then behind her lurks Inabushi Keiko, the personality of a murderous monster.
気をつけなくちゃ
I have to be careful. Muttering that as though to convince myself, I closed the file. Okay, who can I
熱心に
rely?
読んでるな。
It's called Who Can I Rely Upon? You sure are reading that enthusiastically. Yagomi was standing in front of me, holding a cup with something steaming inside.
熱心ついでに熱々のコーヒーはどうかな。
So how about lighting your fire with some piping hot coffee? Is that expression Japanese, too? Anyway, a mischievous smile rose to my face as I reached for the cup. I thanked him as I accepted it.
それって淡住病院連続殺人の？
Is that about the Iwazumi Hospital serial murders?
犯人の資料です
Yes, it's data on the culprit.
そんなに面白いかい？
Is it really that interesting? Instantly, Yogomi's expression made a complete change. It seemed like he didn't want to chat about such matters. Perplexed, I gave a
面白い
reply.
っていうのとは違います
Interesting? No, say, no, that's not quite it.
でもとっても興味深いです
Rather, it's more like a fascination I have.
私もともとこういうのを勉強する学生なんで
I was originally a gakuseng, student, studying things like this, after all.
そうなのか。
Is that so?
まさかそれ君の？
Then that file, could it possibly be yours?
ええ
Yes?
そうか。だからそんなものが。
I see, so that's why something like that was. Yagomi lit up a cigarette as he sat in front of me. Blowing out smoke with a face that looked like he was enjoying the flavor, Yagomi followed the rising tobacco smoke with his eyes. I took a sip of the coffee. Because I had been absorbed in looking at the file, it seemed that my body had gotten colder. The hot coffee spread warmth throughout my stomach. Yagomi started talking again all of a sudden.
なあ聞きたいんだが、
Hey, can I ask you
そ
something?
の犯人ってのはどんなやつなんだ？
The culprit, what kind of person were they?
よもぎさんも興味あるんですか？
Are you interested too, Yogomi-san?
なんというか、その野じ馬根性だよ。
Well, how do I say it? It's about it's out of curiosity. Was he being a little inarticulate, or was it just my imagination?
あれだけ世間を騒がせたやつだからな。山にしか興味のない僕でも多少は気になる。
They really shook up society in a big way, after all. Even someone who was only interested in mountains, like me, would have a little interest in it.
途中からぱったり犯人については報道されなくなっちまったしね。
They stopped reporting any information on the culprit halfway through, too.
未成年でおまけに精神病だからってことで詳しい情報は伏せられた。被害者ですら何も教えてもらえなかった。
It was a minor, and on top of that, one with a mental illness, so the details were all covered up. They didn't even tell us anything about the victims.
そう聞いたよ。
Or so I heard.
犯人はどんなやつなんだ？
What kind of person was the culprit? Yogomi inquired, keeping his eyes on the stove. How should I answer? My seminar teacher had given me this file as a favor. Normally, the contents of the documents like this were confidential. I was hesitating over whether to reveal the more detailed content or not, so I decided to only talk about the parts that I thought would be okay to reveal.
犯人は多重人格だったそうです。
The
だ
culprit
か
seemed
ら
to
免
have
罪に。
the culprit seemed to have multiple personalities. That's why they
そ
could
れは
have.
知っているよ。
I already know that. He only spoke an unexpectedly forceful one.
僕が聞きたいのはなんというか、
What I want to say is, how do I say this?
そいつは悪党なのかということだ。
Was that person evil or something like that?
12人もの人間を殺してなおそいつの命は守られているが、
After killing 12 people, that person's life is now protected.
果たして法律で守らなくてはならないほどの価値がある人間なのか？
Were they really worthy of being protected by the law?
それは
That's. What was he trying to say?
ああ、いや、特に深い意味はないんだ。
Wait, my question doesn't have any deep meaning. Yogomi may have felt that he was confusing me as he hesitated and then shrugged his shoulders. Tossing a cigarette into the stove, he lowered his voice and continued.
さっき27人もの遺体を見ただろ
We just saw the remains of 27 people,
う。
right?
ちょっとナーバスになっちゃってさ。
I just feel a little nervous. Yomi scratched his head embarrassingly. Certainly seeing that crash site would be enough to make you really think deeply about life. It can change how a person views life and death. I became a bit confused as well. Yogomi may have seemed calm at the time, but he may have been desperately trying to bear it. While flipping through the file quickly, I had to decide how to reply to Yogomi. I told him what I honestly
犬
thought.
伏恵子は悪いことをしたと思います。
I think Inabushi Kaiko did a bad thing.
あまりにもひどいことをしたと私は思います。
She did so many bad
ただ
things.
彼女の行為は悪ですが、彼女自身の善悪については分かりません。
While her actions were evil, I don't know yet whether she herself is good or evil.
分からないから調べてみたいと思うんです。
It's because I don't know that I want to find out.
どうしてそんなひどいことができたのか知りたいんです。
To find out why she did such a horrible thing. Hearing my answer, Yogomi replied with only one
そう
phrase.
か。
I see. That was his answer. And then he mussed my hair with his
な
hand.
ら生きて帰らないとな。
In that case, we have to return alive. Yes.
さてと、火が弱まってきたな。
Now then, looks like the fire's gotten weaker. After standing up, he gave a big stretch. The stove's flame had lost its vigor. It needed to be replenished with firewood from the basement.
あ、そうそう。雪道くんがボイスレコーダーに何か吹き込んでたらしいよ。
Oh, that's right. Yukito-kun seemed to have said something into the voice
君
recorder.
宛てのメッセージじゃないのか？
Maybe it's a message for you.
もう一人の人格が何をしているのかわからないなんて DID ってのは辛いな。
Knowing what your other personality is doing is pretty tough, huh? Leaving his words mixed with a sigh, Yogomi descended into the
どう
basement.
したんだろう、よもぎさん。
I wonder what's wrong with Yogomi-san. Yogomi's back looked a little lonely as they climbed down the ladder. Once you're in your 30s, you probably have a lot to think about. Oh, I can't just sit here. I have to know the message, unfortunately. I have to listen to the message from Satoru. Did he find an answer that could help resolve this phenomenon? Groping in my pocket, I searched for the voice
お
recorder.
い眉澄
Hey, Maizumi. Yagomi's voice, loud voice, rang out from the
ちょっ
basement.
と手伝ってくれ
Help me out a bit. Maizumi, who was curled up in bed, made an openly reluctant
なん
face.
で私なのよ。
Why
いい
me?
から頼むよ
Just come on, I'm begging you.
そっちの女に頼めばいいでしょ。
You can just ask that woman over there, can't you? She glared in my direction. I panicked and stood up. It seemed I should try to help Yagomi-san. Thinking that I tried calling down to the basement. And from the stairs that led to the basement, Yagomi's head popped up. He lifted the firewood up and laid it on the floor.
もういいよ
It's fine now. Looks like he managed to finish by
あ
himself.
のすいません
I'm
気が
sorry, I
つか
didn't.
なくて
I'm sorry, I didn't notice.
いいって
It's fine. Yagomi laughed gently. So that choice didn't matter, apparently. Regaining myself, I took out the VR. There were 2 new data entries. First, I played data 1.
ああ俺だサトルだ
It is me,
ユ
Satoru.
ニから聞いたよ
I heard from
墜
Uni.
落現場に行ったらしいな
Seems you went to the crash site, huh?
俺は不器用だからこういう時なんて言えばいいのかよくわからないんだけど
I'm kind of awkward, so I don't know what to say at times like this.
ただ一つだけ
Just one thing.
心
Kokoro,
今お前が生きてる意味をよく考えてほしい
I want you to think about what the meaning is of you being alive right
亡
now.
くなった人の命を取り戻すことはできない
You can't get back the lives of those who were
過
lost.
ぎてしまったことはどうすることもできないんだ
There's nothing you can do about things that have already come to pass.
でも少なくともお前は生きている
But at least you're still
生
alive.
き残ったことには必ず意味があるはずだ
There must be some meaning to the fact that you
俺
survived.
はそう思う
That's what I
だか
think.
ら今はただお前にできることは何なのかそれだけを考えてほしい
That's why I want you to just think about what you can do now.
頭のいいお前のことだ
This is you we're talking about after all. You're a smart person.
これだけ言えばわかるよな
You understand what I'm saying, right?
心どうか気を落とさないでくれ
Kokoro, try not to lose
お
heart.
前は一人ぼっちなんかじゃないんだ
You are not alone.
俺はいつでもお前のそばにいる
I'm always right next to you.
直接触れ合うことはできないけど
You may not be able to make direct contact, but
俺とお前は一心同体みたいなものなんだから
it's like you and I share one body and one heart. So
だから俺がついてると思って安心してくれ
think of me as being right next to you and be at ease.
それじゃあな
Bye then. Data 1 ended there. Somehow, I'm kind of embarrassed. And more than that, happy. Satoru was worrying about me. Knowing that I went to the crash site and was feeling down, he tried to cheer me
今
up.
お前が生きてる意味をよく考えてほしい
I want you to think about what the meaning is of you being alive right now. That's what Satoru said. I survived, and I'm still alive now. That's why, as long as I'm still alive, I'll give my all to live, even if I don't understand the reason why. Continuing, I played Data 2. However, why did he purposely divide the message into 2 parts? Once again, my voice flows out.
心言い忘れたことがあった聞いてくれ
Kokoro, there's something I forgot to mention, so please
多
listen.
分すぐには信じてもらえないと思うけど
You probably won't believe me right away, but
今心はこう思ってるんだよな
this is what you think right now, right, Kokoro?
今年は2011年だって
That this is the year
だ
2011.
けどそうじゃないんだ
But that's not true. The year is different? 2022?
心のいる世界は1年後の2012年なんだよ
In the world you're in right now, it's 1 year later, the year 2012. So, I originally thought that there was a January 11th plane crash, then an August 11th plane crash, and the time where that like the Satoru's time, the time where he's in Sphere that you're swapping into, was between the two. That seems to be broken. There's a plane crash in January 2011. There's a plane crash in January 2012. Satoru is in August. I suppose? Am I...
疑うんなら周りのやつに聞いてもらっても構わない。
If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around you.
でもこれは厳然たる事実なんだ。
This is an undeniable
受
fact.
け入れてほしい。
I'd like you to accept it as is.
だからユニのことも。
That's why about Uni.
なになに
Hey, what?
僕のことがどうかした
What about me?
あ、
Day 2 ended. It ended there. I was surprised and shocked at the same time. The world I'm in now is the year 2012? What is he saying? Today is January 13th, 2011. On New Year's Day of this year, I received a New Year's card that read Happy 2011 written on it, and along with that, an illustration of the rabbit of the Chinese zodiac. Why had he made such a simple misunderstanding? If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around you. That's what he told me.
そこまで言うなら聞いてやろうじゃないの。
Well, if you're gonna say something like that, then I will ask. I tried asking while looking over to the three of them.
皆さん、
Everyone? All three focused their gazes on
つか
me.
ぬことをお聞きしますが、
This is never a question, but
今年は何年でしょうか？
what year is it right now? At once, the three faces shifted an expression that seemed to say, huh?
おいおい、どうしたって言うんだいきなり。
Hey, what's up all of a
つい
sudden?
に脳みそまで行かれちゃったの？
Have you finally lost the last of your marbles? Uni blinked in surprise.
いいから答えて。
Don't worry about it, just answer.
2011年だが。
It's 2011. I looked at Mayuzumi, who was wrapped in a blanket.
2011年よ。当
It's
たり前でし
2011,
ょ。
obviously. I cut her off. It's 2011, obviously. Now, this is so Satoru is skipping. What? It's so complicated. I looked at Uni.
2011年だよ。
It's the year 2011. Huh. I'm satisfied with the answer. This proves that this year was the year 2011. And I thought Satoru must have misunderstood something. I don't know how the misunderstanding occurred, but that should clear it up. Okay, now I'm all really confused. I went to the basement to record my message. The three of them obviously stared at me in blank amazement. I took the VR out of my pocket.
心です。
This is
メッ
Kokoro.
セージ聞きました。
I listened to your
どう
message.
して今年が2012年だなんて言うの？
Why did you say this was the year
今
2012?
年は2011年だよ。
It's the year
勘
2011.
違いなんてあなたらしくない。
It's not like you to be
ちょっと
mistaken.
休んだら？
Maybe you should rest for a
みん
bit?
なにも聞いてみたけど、今年は2011年だって言ってた。
I asked everyone and they all said it was the year 2011
繰り
too.
返すけど、今年は絶対2011年だよ。間違いありません。
I repeat, this is the year 2011. There's no mistaking it. I paused the recording. And after thinking for a while, I pressed the record button again. Once
推
again.
進、
P.S.
腕時計、外すのやめてよね。
Quit taking my off my wristwatch,
腕
okay?
時計は腕にはめるから腕時計って言うんだから。
A wristwatch is called a wristwatch because you wear it on your wrist. Having finally told them about the thing which had been bothering me for a long time, I felt a bit satisfied. Noof. A smile naturally followed. Returning to the first floor, the three upstairs were eyeing me from a distance. They had huddled together, whispering to each other. Perhaps my behavior was too suspicious for them to overlook. But thinking to myself that this wouldn't be the first time I became defiant. Because of my personality exchange with Satoru, those watching from around us probably think of my speech and conduct quite suspicious. Nothing will come of it, even if I try to smooth things over now. In order to conserve my strength, I lay down, pulling a blanket over my head as I did. Lots of ellipses. I opened my eyes, and all of a sudden, it had become dark outside. It seemed I slept for longer than I thought. Everyone was staying quiet in their own locations as well. Looks like nothing out of the ordinary happened. It may have been because of my peace of mind, but drowsiness overcame me once again. As I began to doze off, you got swapped. Pain-like spiral, okay. I was at Sphere. I was in the living area, sprawled out on the sofa.
ラジオラジオ
Radio, okay. Uni, who was sitting right beside me, got up and returned to his room with light steps. Then, as if trading places with him, Mitsumi came out of her room. She walked towards the kitchen. A moment later, I could hear the sound of water running. I turned my head to look, and Mitsumi was washing the dishes. Hotori wasn't around. She might be sleeping in her room.
内海さん、
Hey, Itsumi-san.
何？
Yes? Mitsumi answered without turning
今
her
年っ
head.
て何年でしたっけ？
What year is it again? Mitsumi came to a sudden halt. She slowly turned in my direction.
冬川さん？
Fuyukawa-san.
ええ、そうですけど。
Yes, that's right.
そう。冬川さんもなの。
Fuyukawa-san. For some reason, her laugh seemed odd. I wonder what's
ついさ
wrong.
っきもね、結城戸くんに同じことを聞かれたのよ。
You see now, just now, Yukido-kun asked the exact same thing.
サトルが？
Satoru did.
それで今年は何年なんですか？
So then what year is it?
2012年。
2012. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. No, I gotta. Her reply startled me.
間違いないですか？
Are you sure? Yes.
だって去年は2011年だったもの。
After all, last year was 2011. I began to feel less sure of what I thought. I'll try asking someone else. Going into Hotori's room, I found her in bed. Just before, in other words, one transfer ago, she had been acting quite deranged. However, it seems she had calmed down completely since then. Seeing me, she roused herself. Still in bed, she tilted her head and stared at
ね
me.
え、ほとりちゃん。今年って
Hotori-chan.
何年だっけ？
Hey, Hotori-chan, what year is it again? As if puzzled, she inclined her head doubtfully against the pillow. And then she hesitantly made a peace sign. Hotori continued to wait in that position.
2ってこと？
You mean 2? Nodding, she then made a circle with her thumb and index finger. 0. And finally raised both hands. She raised only her index finger up on each. 11.
2011年？
2011? Hotori nodded repeatedly. I was getting more and more confused. Which one of them is
あり
right?
がとう。ゆっくり休んでね。
Thank you. Sleep well, okay? I left the room. Just as I returned to the living area, Uni also entered. In his hands were a small portable radio.
ねえ、ユニ。今年は何年？
Hey, Uni, what year is it?
また
What, again? He had an exasperated expression on his face. Again probably means Uni got asked the same question by Satoru,
しつこいよ
which helps reinforce that he was asked if he was a twin by Satoru. You're so persistent.
ごめん。でもお願い。教えて。
Sorry, but would you tell me, please?
11年だってば
It's 11.
2011年なのね。
You mean 2011?
そうだよ一体何なの
That's right. What's up with you anyway?
うん。なんで
No,
も
it's
ない
nothing. Now it's clear. It's not something that's determined by majority rule, but the answer I got most often was 2011. The only ones that said were 2012 were Satoru and Utsumi. Everyone else said 2011. So it must be the year 2011 after all.
おかしいな
How weird. Uni's voice sounded slightly troubled. Wondering what was wrong, I watched as Uni randomly pressed switches on his portable radio. Putting on in the earphones, he tilted his head this way and
な
that.
んで聞こえないんだよ
Why can't I hear anything? It seems that the radio is broken.
ちょっと貸して。
Let me see it. Reach for the radio in Uni's
本
hand.
当に壊れてるの？
Is it really broken? Taking the radio from Uni, I prodded at it, turning it around to get a better look at it. I pushed several switches. But the radio remained quiet, not letting forth even a single word. In the first place, there's nothing displaying on the LCD screen. Except I see it in the artwork, but whatever. It had gone completely
治
silent.
りそう
Think you can fix it? Uni looked at me with an anxious expression.
これ本当にラジオなの？
Is this really a radio? Well, it says AM, FM, TV, radio on it.
ダメだ
It's useless. Uni showed us some disappointment.
サトルって機械音痴なんだね
You're machine illiterate, huh, Satoru? When he says it so abruptly, it's kind of a shock. All girls are bad with machines, you know. What?
もうわかんない。
Oh, just forget it. Unable to take it anymore, I tossed the radio aside. I only meant to throw it lightly aside, but due to its weight, it fell with more force than I thought it would. It made a loud sound as it hit the floor. At that moment of impact, pieces flew off the radio. I thought I had broken, but it seemed it was only that the cover of the battery compartment had fallen off.
あ
Ah. Uni let out a shout of surprise as he picked up the
電
radio.
池入ってないや
It doesn't have any batteries.
ユニ
Uni.
ごめん
Sorry. Itsumi brought us some new batteries, and upon inserting them, the radio immediately came to life. The reception was bad, but the voices could definitely be heard through the static.
するんですけれども、いやー、今年も残すところあと352日ですね。
That's about right, but wow, there is only 352 days left in the year, huh? That confirms it's January. So January, so according to the radio, it's January in Sphere, which is also different than what I guessed completely.
何言ってるんですか小林さんまだ2011年始まったばかりじゃないですか
What are you saying, Kobayashi-san? The year 2011 has just begun. 2011. I'm sure the DJ on the radio said 2011 just now. Uni twisted the tuning
今
knob.
年は2011年うさぎ年です
It's 2011, the year of the rabbit. It just so happens to just be like the saying the
このう
dates.
さぎ年にちなんで名古屋の栄ではバニーガールのキャンペーンが行われており大勢の人で
To commemorate the year of the rabbit, a bunny girl campaign is going on in the Sake district in Nagoya.
そういえば今年で地上波アナログ放送が廃止になりますね。
Now that you mention it, they're going to abolish the terrestrial analog broadcast, aren't
計
they?
画当初は2011年には不可能だとの声もありましたが、思ったよりもデジタルへの移行はスムーズにいったようです。
At first, they said enacting the plan in 2011 was impossible, but the switch to digital has gone much more smoothly than they imagined.
10年前にはデジタル対応のテレビって100万円以上したんですよ。信じられます？
I remember this. Only 10 years ago, the cost of a digital TV was over that. Can you believe it? 1 million yen. Uni continued to fiddle with the tuning knobs, skipping from station to station. It seemed it was looking like a program. Seemed he was looking for a program that he
といっ
liked.
たわけで、太陽風は11年周期で強くなったり弱くなったりするのです。
To summarize, the solar winds get stronger and weaker throughout the 11-year
そして
cycle.
今年2011年はちょうどその当たり年でありまして、
And this year, 2011, just so happens to be one of those lucky
地
years.
球の周回軌道上にあるさまざまな衛星が太陽風の影響によりちょっとしたトラブルを起こしているわけです。
The solar winds affect the various satellites orbiting the Earth and cause it a bit of trouble.
わかりましたか？
Do you understand? No matter what program he switched to, they're talking about the year 2011. There's no way it can be
つま
2012.
んないのばっかりだな
There's only boring stuff. Uni switched off the radio. I sank deep into the sofa. Satoru and Utsumi both have it wrong. But those two don't seem like the kind of people to make that kind of mistake, so why? My sight rests on a large television. What about the TV? Timidly, I tried turning on the power. The first thing I saw was a scenic shot of the mountains. No way are they showing Mount Agakura, I thought, so I brought my face closer to the screen. But that was wrong. It was the Jungfrau of Switzerland. I had seen a photo of it before. A cute little train running along a mountain through budding greenery. I changed the channel. This time it was an ocean scene. Dolphin cuts through the water, swimming at an incredible speed. The woods, a large tree with a width of over 10 meters is on screen. Sunshine shines from between the trees and the leaves sway in the wind.
何これ
What is
普
this?
通の番組はやってないの？
Don't they have normal
もう
programs?
いいや。
Well, whatever. I gave up on the TV, decided instead to engross myself in thinking. Why did Satoru and Itsumi say it was year 2012? Then, for argument's sake, let's say that this was the year 2012. Then the problem with the newspaper would be resolved. Someone visiting the shelter cabin holding the July 2011 issue of the newspaper. The newspaper had a printed obituary for the deceased who died in that very cabin, though, so it was in rather bad taste. If that someone had left it there, then it would be at least be
だ
consistent.
けどそれだけよね。
But that's all.
それ以外は全然矛盾してる。
Everything else other than that is contradictory, except Uni knowing stuff. Uni. I went to the crash site with Yogomi. There was a fresh scar in the earth from the accident. No way did it seem a full year had passed.
今日は2011年だよ。
This is year 2011. There's no mistaking it. In the first place, I had gotten on the plane in the year 2011 with Wakkanai as my destination. If this is the year 2012, where did the blank 1 year period go? Besides, if it was only two people that, for whatever dumb reason, said it was the year 2012, just Satoru and Utsumi, other than them, everyone was saying it was the year 2011. Even the radio. They had informed us that it was the year 2011 on public airwaves. If they were wrong, they'd probably be a huge problem. Then I suddenly tuned back into reality. Uni was singing a song.
かごめかごめかごの中の鳥はいついつでやる
Suddenly remembering something, I smiled at Uni.
ねえクマさんありがとね。
Hey, thanks for Mr. Bear. When I was feeling down in the shelter cabin, Uni's kindness when he hugged me with the teddy bear had left a deep impression on my heart. I wanted to thank him just once. However, Uni just stared at me suspiciously.
何
Huh? What?
ほらクマさんのぬいぐるみ。
You know, Mr. Bear, the stuffed animal.
え
Huh? Maybe he doesn't understand because my body is Satoru's right now.
私は今心なの。わかる？
I'm Kokoro right now, get it? Yeah, but he doesn't think you're the real Kokoro.
私を慰めてくれたよね。あの小屋で。
You comforted me, right, at the cabin?
小屋何のことそんなことあった
Kevin, what are you talking about? Did something like that happen?
確かに僕は TV クマのぬいぐるみを持ってたよ
Certainly, I have TB, a teddy bear right
だ
now.
けどサトルに TV を触らせてあげたことなんてないよ
But I've never let Satoru touch TB
も
before.
ちろん心にもね
Of course, not Kokoro either. I hung my head in frustration at this turn of events. I lightly bit my lip. Again. Again, the things we're saying don't match up. Was my theory that Uni was transferred along with me wrong after all? If so, why does Uni exist both here and there? Yes, your theory is wrong. Okay? We know these are different times. It's just that, like, which times is all confusing because the radio said that in Sphia you were in Sphia in 2011, which blows up everything in January of 2011. I thought it was 2011, but it's like August or something. In January. What? Who is this Uni? Oh, yeah, another riddle. My head begins to hurt. I'm confused. I don't want to think anymore. I tried putting my hand on my forehead. It feels like I have a slight fever. Without saying anything else to Uni, I walked to Satoru's room with heavy steps. As I locked the door, I sighed. I looked for a reply from Satoru. I can only rely on him now. Rely on him. I searched the top of the desk. The note from last time was there, but there wasn't anything new. That wastebasket. Thinking that it might have fallen onto the bed or the floor, I tried searching for it, but it was
なんで
useless.
何も返してくれないのよ。
Why didn't she write anything in return? I tried shouting, but there was no way I could hear Satoru's voice answer me. I slumped face down onto the bed. I pulled the blankets over my head. Enough already. Somebody save me. I'm just a girl. No, you're a boy. if you throw such an impossible situation at me, there's no way I could bear it, is there? Bear it. My feelings became so strong that even I couldn't control them. Tears welled up in my eyes. What I had been holding back until now all burst out at once. Why did something like this have to happen? Because fiction. Why? Because someone wrote it that way. Memories and predictions. Before I realized that the blanket over my head had vanished. On the contrary, everything around me underwent a complete change. What stupid situation is... I was standing in a dark snowfield. In front of me was the door of the shelter cabin. Cold. My body was frozen through and through. Gusts of biting cold wind tore through me. In that bitter cold, I took leave of my senses. It was more than I could bear, and I made for the shelter cabin, almost falling in the door.
結城君、どこに行ってたんだ？
Yukido-kun, where are you going? Yugami, who was in front of the stove, got
突
up.
然飛び出してくから心配したぞ。
I was worried when you rushed out all of a sudden.
また発作が出たんじゃないかって。
You have another fit? Yuni drew near and felt my
コー
coat.
トが濡れてるよ。
Your coat's all
う
wet.
わ、靴もびしょびしょ。
Even your shoes are
一
soaked.
人で雪遊びでもしてたの？
Are you playing alone in the snow or what?
私にもよくわからないんだけど。
Even I don't really know.
その喋り方、冬川さんか。
That tone, Fuyukawa-san. Yeah,
濡れてるのか。それはまずい。
you got wet. That's bad. Yugami forcibly sat me down before the stove.
濡れてるものは脱ぐんだ。
Take off all your wet clothes.
特に足の指や手を温めて。
Be especially sure to warm your hands and toes up. Confused by the strength of his tone, I nevertheless took off
し
my
っかりマッ
shoes.
サージするようにな。
Massaged them
濡
firmly.
れたまま放っておけば、まず間違いなく凍傷になる。
If you leave them like that way, you'll definitely get
凍
frostbite.
傷ですか？
あ
Frostbite?
あ、よくて指、悪けりゃ足を失う羽目になる。
Yeah, best it'll just be a finger or two. At worst, you'll end up losing both your feet. I took off my wet coat and hung it on the window. The snow on it had begun to melt, and the water dripping on the floor. After holding my feet out towards the fire, I hastily began to massage them.
僕も手伝ってあげるよ。
I'll help too. Yuni's small hands rubbed my feet.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Gradually, I felt the blood return to my frozen feet, along with a sensation like
ス
an
トーブの
itch.
火を強めるか。
Should I build up the fire? Yumi brought over more firewood. Say it's okay like this.
大丈夫です。
That's
そ
all
の
right.
ままでいいです。
It's fine like
だけ
this.
ど、
平気です。
I'm
薪は
fine.
節約して使わないと。
We have to save the firewood. I bravely pretended to be tough and forced a smile to my face. The ends of my limbs had gone numb due to the cold, but I can't burden the others that way.
そうか。わかったよ。
Is that so? I see. Nevertheless, with the heat of the stove so weak, the feeling didn't return to my hands and feet at all.
もうお茶のパックがないんだ。出がらしで済まないね。
There are no more tea bags. Sorry it's so watered down. Naomi had made me some chamomile tea. Since he had just thrown a tea bag into the cup, it was a bit weak, but there was no substitute for that warmth. Just as I had gotten comfortable, Uni asked me a
ね
question.
え、何してたの？心配したんだよ。
Hey, what were you doing anyway? I was
まった
worried.
くだ。外に出るときは一言声をかけてくれよ。
Yeah, really, don't go out like that without saying even a word to us.
すみません。私じゃなくて、サトルが出て行ったみたいで。
I'm sorry, it wasn't me. Satoru was the one who went out.
結城君が。
Hido-kun. As if he wanted to apologize, Yugomi scratched his head. Then he heaved a sigh as if giving up.
それじゃあ彼に会ったら伝えとくよ。
Oh, then I'll tell you next time I meet
お
him.
願いします。
Please. Somehow it comes out like an apology to him. Because the personality exchange, I'm a big burden to everyone here in the shelter cabin. Meizumi's inactivity is especially remarkable. She's been staying curled up in bed as if exhausted for some time now, but whenever Satoru's name comes up, she glares at whoever said it with a mix of rage and sorrow. I don't know what their relationship is, but I don't think it's wrong to say that it's really making her really upset. Anyway, I can't do too much about it. While I sat beside the stove, Yogomi was trying to get the satellite phone to work. He's clinging to the possibility that it will, completely by chance, connect.
ダメか。
No good.
繋がらないの？
Won't go through, huh? Nothing. Yogomi turned the phone
電
off.
話さえつながれば。
If only the phone would connect. If I remember correctly, according to the newspaper, the probability of getting through is around 1 million to 1. Even if we kept making a phone call once every second for 24 hours, a good connection would occur only once in about 11.5 days. Really, I guess it's impossible. Feeling restored, I moved from the stove to the bed. What was Satoru doing outside? I thought he might have left behind a note. I took out the voice recorder and switched it on. There were messages on it. Data 1 and Data 2. At first I played back Data 1.
サトルだ。
This is
まず
Satoru.
はどうでもいいことから話す。
First, the least important point.
君の要望はできるだけ聞くつもりだ。
I intend to listen to your request as much as possible.
俺たちはパートナーだからな。信頼関係が大事だと思っている。
Since we're partners, I think mutual trust is important.
だがしかしだ。
But however,
腕時計をつけるという要望だけは受け入れるわけにはいかない。
you demand that I keep your wristwatch on. I just can't accept it. I looked at my right arm. My watch wasn't there. It wasn't in my pocket either.
また
Again.
もうなんでよ。腕時計ぐらいはめとけばいいじゃない。
Enough, why? You could just take it off.
腕に何かついてるとなんだか落ち着かないんだよ。
Having something on my arm just irritates me for some
ち
reason.
なみに俺はブレスレットとかもダメ。
By the way, it's the same with braces and the like.
何がちなみによ。
What do you mean, by the way?
そもそもだな。腕に時計をはめるという習慣自体に俺は疑問を感じるね。
In the first place, they have a problem with the custom of wearing wristwatches itself.
紳士というのは懐中時計を持ってるものだろう。
Shouldn't a gentleman carry a pocket watch? Well, but it's her body.
まあ懐中時計のデザインは気に入ったものがないし機能的に劣るんでやむなく腕時計を持ち歩いてるんだが。
Well, I don't really like their design. They don't keep time that well, so I reluctantly carry around a wristwatch.
ジェン
But
トルマンの心意気は大事にしたいと思わないか。
don't you think the spirit of gentlemen is something to be cherished?
思わないっ
I don't.
ていうかその理論どっかおかしいし。
Anyway, that theory is weird no matter how you look at it. Satori is the type who's unsatisfied if he doesn't rationalize anything and everything. Yeah, he's the kind of person I just don't get along with.
腕時計協会に訴えられてもこの気持ちは変わらない。
Even if I were to be sued by the Wristwatch Society, these feelings will never change.
そんなわけで腕時計をつけるという要望については
In
却下させて
conclusion,
もらうよ。
request to keep wristwatch on denied. Data 1 ended there. Before playing Data 2, I decided to look for my watch. It's not in my pocket. It's not on the bunk bed ladder either. It's not on the bed either, and not on the table either. It wasn't around the neck of the teddy bear either. Where did he put it? It's my favorite watch, too. If you lost it, I'll make you regret it. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. And the ways in which you could do that are terrible. So as I placed nervously around the cabin like that.
どうしたんだい？
What's the matter? Yagomi asked, completely
ないん
puzzled.
です。ないんですよ。
It's gone,
な
gone.
い？
There isn't.
ないないない。
It's gone, gone,
ここ
gone.
にもない。あっこにもない。そこにもない。
It's not here, not there, not even over there.
サトルのバカ。
Satoru no baka.
なくしちゃったじゃない。どう責任取ってくれる
You lost it. How will you take responsibility?
なあ、冬川さん？
Furukawa-san,
なくしたっていうのは腕時計のことかい？
this thing you lost, is it your watch?
よもぎさん知ってるの？
Yagomi-san, you know where it is?
ああ、
Yeah.
どこなの？
Where is it? I came right up to Yagomi and grabbed him by the collar and shook him.
落ち着け！落ち着いてくれ！これじゃ話ができない！
Calm down. Please calm down. I can't talk while you're doing that. Panicking, I let go of Yagomi's neck.
ごめんなさい。
I'm
いや
sorry.
いいんだ。
That's okay.
時計はどこに？
So where's my watch
多分
now? Maybe. While talking, Yagomi reached his hand into
こ
his
れのこと
pocket.
だろ
This is it.
私の時計。
My watch. What he took out was none other than my beloved wristwatch.
なんでよもぎさんが持ってるの？
Why do you have it, Yagomi-san? I asked as I took the watch.
僕に聞かれたってわからないよ。
I don't know you'd expect me. I don't know you'd expect me to, but I don't exactly
何
know.
せ君が
At any rate, you
ああの時は有機道くんだったかな。
you were Yukito-kun at that time.
有機道くんが預かってくれっていうものだから。
Yukito-kun asked me to hold on to it.
僕にだってさっぱりさ。
Look, even I don't
彼
know.
は何も聞かずに頼むようなんて言ってくるし。
He just came out to me and said, I entrust you this to you, so don't ask any questions.
彼に聞いた方が早いんじゃないかい？
Wouldn't it be faster to just ask
い
him?
え、いいんです。大体わかりましたから。
No, it's fine. I get the idea.
そうなのかい？ならいいんだけれど。
Is that so? That's okay then. I put the watch back on. I went over to the bed. It's like Satoru wants to make sure I don't have the watch on. Like he's stubbornly trying to get rid of it. The hiding places are gradually getting more elaborate. That's why he handed it over to Yagomi. He thought I wouldn't find it. Damn it. If it's going to be that way, I'll get stubborn too. Just as stubbornly, I'll keep putting it back on. Whenever you hide it, I'm going to find it. Having forged this decision, I sat on the
さ
bed.
てと、
Now then. I retrieved the voice recorder. Then I played Data 2. What kind of message will be next?
さて本題に入ろう。
Let's get to the main
前回
point.
の続きだ。
Continuing from last
今
time.
年が何年かという問題について、
About the question, what year is it?
俺は前のメッセージでこう言ったよな。
You remember what I said in the previous message, right?
心のいる世界は1年後の2012年なんだって。
The world you're in right now is 1 year later, the year 2012. So he said. But that was Satoru's
で
misunderstanding.
もそれは正確な言い方じゃなかった。
However, that wasn't the most accurate way to put
あの
it.
時は気が動転してて忘れちまってたんだよ。
That time I lost my head. I forgot.
心がボイスレコーダーを聞くことのできる場所はこの避難小屋に限られているって。
The place where Kokoro can listen to this voice recorder is restricted to just this shelter cabin.
そんな当たり前のことに気づかなかったんだ。
I didn't realize that simple truth. I don't understand. What is Satoru trying to say?
あの時俺の言った心のいる世界とは避難小屋のことを言ったんじゃない。
That time, by the world where Kokoro is, I didn't mean the shelter
今
cabin.
現在ここにいる俺を基準としての心のいる世界。
It's the world where Kokoro is from the viewpoint of me, who is here now. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so actually, 2011 in cabin, which could be August 2011. She didn't ask the month, she got last year. August 2011. 2012 in Sphia. That's interesting.
つまりスフィアのことを言ったんだ。
Meaning, in short, Sphia.
わかるか？
Do you get it?
どういうこと？
What do you mean? I tried carefully, listen carefully to the recorder.
単刀直入に言うとこういうことになる。
Without beating around the bush, it's like
ス
this.
フィアのある世界が2012年。避難小屋のある世界が2011年。
The world of Sphia, it's 2012. And the world of the shelter cabin is 2011.
俺と心の意識は空間を移動すると同時に時間も
Our consciousnesses are not jumping not only
飛
through
び越えて
space,
るんだ。
but also through time.
俺たちが陥っているのは単なる人格交換現象じゃない。
What we're trapped in isn't a mere personality exchange
人
phenomenon.
格交換とさらに時間跳躍が加わった極めて特殊な転移現象なんだよ。
Along with the personality exchange, there's also a time jump, an extremely unique transfer phenomenon. What does this mean? It's not just a personality exchange, but also a time jump? The personality exchange on its own is hard enough to believe, though I've already realized I have no choice but to believe it. And not only that, but a time slip is taking place? Come on now, really?
と言ってもお前はきっと信じてくれないだろうな。
I say this, but I guess you probably won't believe me.
どう説明すればいいんだろう。
How should I explain it? And Uni thinks it's 2011 because he jumped from the plane crash forward in time, right? So that makes sense. Why Hotori says it's 2011 is unknown. How should I explain
とに
it?
かくこれは事実なんだ。
At any rate, this is the
ス
truth.
フィアは2012年。避難小屋は2011年。
It's 2012 in Svea and 2011 in the shelter cabin.
俺と心は二つの異なった時間、空間、肉体の間をぐるぐるぐるぐると入れ替わり続けてるんだ。
Kokoro and I keep shifting back and forth between different bodies, places, and
ど
times.
うしてそんなことが。
How can you say which with such certainty? I tried to say.
ああ、今お前はどうしてそんなことが断言できるんだってそう思ったな。
Ah, just now, you must be thinking, how can you say this with such certainty?
答えは簡単だ。
The answer is simple.
俺が2012年の住人だからだよ。
Because I live in the year
つ
2012.
まり俺はお前にとっては未来の人間ということになる。
That is to say to you, I am a person from the future.
だから俺はこの避難小屋が2011年だってことを知ってるんだ。
That's why I even know about the shelter cabin being in 2011.
18便が墜落したのは俺にとっては去年のことだから。
The crash of Flight 18, for me, happened last year.
これでもまだ信じてもらえないかな。
You still can't believe
仕
it?
方がない。
Can't be helped.
それじゃあユニのことを教えよう。
Well then, I'll tell you about
昨
Uni.
日のスフィアでのメッセージにお前はこう書いたよな。
In the message at Svea yesterday, you wrote this, right?
だってそうじゃなければユニが同時に2人も存在することを説明できないって。
Because if that isn't so, I can't explain how Uni could exist as two people at the same time.
同時に
At the same time.
心はそう書いた。
That's what you
でも
wrote.
な、本当は同時なんかじゃないんだ。
But you know, they really aren't the
片
same.
方のユニは2011年のユニ。
One Uni is the Uni from the year 2011, which is the one in Svea. That's the confusing
もう片
part.
方のユニは2012年のユニなんだよ。
And the other one is the Uni of the year 2012, which is in the cabin. They're switched.
時間軸上の異なったポイントに同一人物がいたとしても別に不思議ではないだろう。
Even if the very same person existed at different points on the time axis, it's not particularly mysterious, don't you
っ
think?
ていうか当たり前のことだよな。
Or rather, isn't it
未
natural?
来にも過去にもユニがいるのは当然のことだ。
Both in the future and in the past, Uni being there is normal.
そうか。なるほど。
Ah, I see. I suddenly started believing what Satoru told me. Because if it's true, then lots of things start to make sense. Uni, what I assume he said. Wait, but Satoru's message continues. I laid aside my thoughts for the time being and carefully listened to his
でも
words.
な、ここからが一筋縄ではいかないんだが。
But you know, from now on, it won't be so straightforward. Then he paused for a while. He didn't resume speaking. Did something happen?
すまない。心。
Sorry, Kokoro. The voice I heard at last was for some reason a rather subdued one.
どうしたのサト
What's wrong, Satoru?
ル。なんというか今俺は
How should I put it? I now.
いやこのことは後で教えるよ。
No, I'll tell you later.
ひとまずメッセージは以上だ。
For now, that's it.
ちょっと待ってよ。
Eh, wait a second.
まだ話は途中じゃない。
You're still in the middle of your explanation.
勝手に打ち切らないでよ。
Don't just stop at a random place like that. I complained to the voice recorder. Of course, I know it's
ああ
meaningless.
待った。
Oh,
大
wait.
事なことを伝え忘れるところだった。
I was about to forget something important. Something important?
いいか心。
Okay, Kokoro.
スフィアでは今後一切食べ物を口にしないでくれ。
At Svea, from now on, don't eat any of the food.
はこれはお願いじゃない。
This is not a request.
言い方は悪いけど命令だ。
This isn't the best way to say it, but it's an order.
詳しいことは今度説明する。
I'll explain the details next
とに
time.
かく一口でも何かを食べたら
Anyhow, if you take a single bite of anything,
命はないと思ってくれ。
then consider your life over.
じゃあ頼んだぞ。
I'm counting on you. And there the message ended. I turned off the recorder. I leaned against the wall. We're coming and going back and forth between the years 2011 and 2012. That was the blind spot. The double existence of Uni was a big mystery. They weren't twins, and furthermore, they had the same memory. I couldn't imagine anything but that they were transferring at the same time. If you consider a time slip, the problem is settled. After all, the two Unis were respectively the Uni on the past and the Uni of the future. I admire that smart
赤
solution.
倉岳は2011年、
Not
ス
Agakuro
フ
is
ィアは2012年。
Mount Agakura is in 2011, Sphia in 2012. According to Satoru, I, thinking of this year as 2011, am at the shelter cabin. And Satoru, who insists it's 2012, is in Sphia. I nod in agreement, but something wasn't right. This is the same unease I felt earlier.
どっかおかしい。
What? Is there something wrong with it? Yeah, its problem is that Uni, the 2011, the person you think is the 2011 Uni, has later memories, has more knowledge than the 2012 Uni. That's the problem with that. Right, so... And also, the newspaper article is in the shelter cabin, not in Sphia. Yet this is still wrong. There's still things like I have to have the shelter cabin stuff happen later than the Sphia stuff. I have to have that happen because I have to have the Uni traveled forward in time. I have to have the newspaper article. I have to have all that stuff. So no. As I thought this, it hit me. The newspaper. Yeah, exactly. The date on the newspaper is July 4th, 2011. If the time in the shelter cabin is 2012, there would be no contradiction in that newspaper being there. However, if we say that the date of the shelter cabin is January 13th, 2011, it's strange. A newspaper from the future lying around here. What about the August? There's something happening in August. And moreover, the radio. The radio I heard in Sphia said the year was 2011.
どうして？
Why?
まさか避難小屋が2012年でスフィアが2011年。
No way, the shelter cabin is in 2012 and Sphia is in 2011? If I believe that, it solves the problem with the newspaper and the radio, and Uni's memories. But if that's the case, it brings up other contradictions. Outside the shelter cabin is the fresh crash site. In 2012, the crash site could also exist.
その矛盾を回避するためには
To avoid the contradiction, you need another crash. What if the airplane was boarded somehow jumped to 2012 during the flight, then crashed on Mount Agakura? Then, if I, in the shelter cabin in 2012, and Satoru in Sphia in 2011 began the personality exchange. With this reasoning, that's going to be wrong too. That's going to be... Nope. With this reasoning, that's the weird... Because... If it jumped forward in time to 2012, then there wouldn't be anything in 2011 to report on in that newspaper. If the newspaper wouldn't say these guys died. The newspaper would say they vanished. If I, in the shelter cabin in 2012, and Satoru in Sphia in 2011 began the personality exchange. With this reasoning, the contradictions of the radio I heard in Sphia reporting it was 2011, and there being a fresh crash site on Mount Agakura in 2012 are resolved. But
それじゃあ新聞の説明がつかないよ。
then the explanation of the newspaper doesn't fit. If the plane crashed on Mount Agakura in 2012, the article dated July 4th, 2011 couldn't possibly have been published. Besides, the explanation works if I'm thinking it's 2011, but it doesn't work if Satoru is thinking it's 2012.
これも違う。
This isn't right either. As I thought about a possibility, I suddenly
ひょっ
realized
と
it.
して私が転院してるのは避難小屋もスフィアも両方とも2011年で。
If by some chance my transfers, the situation at the shelter cabin and the Sphia all take place in the year 2011,
サトルが転院してるのは両方とも2012年なんじゃない？
and Satoru's transfers take place in year 2012, they're communicating with the wrong Satoru. If that's so, it accounts for how I feel this is 2011, but Satoru thinks it's
で
2012.
もそれじゃダメだ。全然ダメ。
But like this, it's no good, absolutely no good. If I don't exchange personalities with Satoru in 2012, we wouldn't get in a dispute over the problem of what year this is. Besides, if it turns out I'm going back and forth in 2011, the contradiction of the two unis comes up again. Ooh, I brooded over it. I thought there being a gap between the dates was a good idea, but in practice it doesn't seem so simple.
パズルでも解いてる気分。
Yeah, it feels like solving a puzzle. Because it is! That's what this game is! I'm hopeless at puzzles. Even a small one in its agony, it makes me want to give up. Even for university research, I keep keeping careful observation, but when the time comes to write up a paper on it and lay out all the reasoning, I end up writhing in agony. When I read detective novels, I leave everything to the tale's investigator and don't reason or anything. But now there is no detective that will solve the puzzle for me. There is one that'll solve it for me because I'm the player. This is happening to me right now.
頑張って考えなきゃ。
If I don't work hard and think. Come to think of it, What were the consequences of that? You'll die. Die in your newspaper article written about your death. I recalled Satoru's last words. At Sophia, from now on, don't eat any of the food. Anyhow, if you take a single bite of anything, then consider your life over. My life? That, in other words, means it's like there's a possibility I'll be served poison? It might be a petty thing like, don't eat bad food I don't like. I inputted that in the corner of my memory. Still leaning against the wall, my thoughts kept going around in circles. Life. Interesting. I suddenly found myself lying up, face up in bed. Another transfer. They're happening a lot more frequently today. If the transfers continue to go on like this, I might really go crazy. I thought derisively. My throat was dry, so I instead left the room to get a drink. In the kitchen, I found Uni peeking inside the fridge. Satoru. Rushing over, he pulls on my arm. I'm so hungry. Now that he mentions it, or rather, Satoru's body is hungry too. I looked around the interior of the living area. Hotori was just standing there absent-mindedly. For some reason, she was looking around the area restlessly. Was she looking for something? Utsumi was nowhere to be seen. Pouring some water into a cup, I drowned it in one gulp. Where's Utsumi-san? She went outside. Eh? From the large window in the living area, I could only see the darkness of a pitch-black night. What's she doing out there at this hour? Did she tell you anything? Nope, not a word. Uni's lips curved in a pout. She just went out there all smiles and laughter. Hey, isn't the food ready yet? Just wait a sec, I'll look for Utsumi-san. Utsumi's a good person, but it's not as if I completely trust her. Someone is after Satoru's life. Because we don't know anything more than that about the culprit, everyone is under suspicion. I couldn't ignore any unusual behavior. I returned to my room and put on my coat, then went outside. The weather out there was freezing cold. For someone to go out in the midst of such a cold is quite suspicious. Utsumi-san! Utsumi-san! I tried calling out. There was no answer. I hesitated, wondering whether I should go on searching for her. What if Utsumi was actually the culprit? My surroundings were engulfed in darkness. It would be quite easy for her to catch me off guard. I don't really want to consider that, though. What should I do? Even if that happens, I can't just leave Utsumi alone. So I may just go out for a walk and end up losing her way. Am I too soft-hearted? Thinking that, I started walking deeper into the darkness. By a stroke of fortune, I found Utsumi right away. If you step out of the institution's entrance and head left, you'll come to a hill. I say hill, but it was really more of a modest mound, about 5 meters in height. Utsumi was standing at its peak. It was a magical scene. Both her arms extended towards the night sky, as if Utsumi was a goddess bathed in moonlight. Izumi callback? Not Izumi, yeah, Izumi. From Never 7. Unintentionally swallowing, I hesitantly called out. And then possibly because she noticed my footsteps, Izumi turned her head. Oh my. Somehow I felt a little awkward. What are you doing? Utsumi answered with an extremely cheerful smile. Tomorrow is my son's birthday. Eh? So Utsumi had a child. But I haven't seen anyone like that at Sophia. I can't say, it can't be that Uni is Utsumi's child or something ridiculous like that. Is that so? Congratulations. Thank you. What's his name? It's Junichi. Utsumi took out a photo from her breast pocket. It seemed she was going to show me. I struggled a bit to climb the hill, and standing by Utsumi's side, I took a peek at the photograph. Okay, don't recognize him. The picture was a boy who looked slightly mischievous. Was his age around the same as Uni's? Looking at the camera, his entire face was lit by a smile, and he was making a V sign. He's really naughty, quite the handful. Utsumi's face, as she said that, was full of affection. It was the face of a mother. But ever since he got a sibling, he finally started acting more of an older brother. Saying that, she shows me a different picture. It's a picture of a baby. This is probably taken a few months after birth.
へえ、かわいいですね。
How cute,
そうでしょう。
right? Appearing truly happy, Izumi gazed at the photograph.
いいでちゅか。お兄ちゃんにおめでとうって言いましょうね。
Alright, tell Big Brother congratulations, okay? She spoke to the photograph using baby talk. She looked somewhat pitiful. I finally knew what Izumi had come here for. This is Sphia. Specific Psychiatric Hospital for Isolation in Aegis. Why was Izumi here? Why weren't her children here with her? I think I could be more or less figure it out now. That's why Izumi was now praying for her children living somewhere far away. From somewhere even just a little bit higher. For a place just a little closer to the sky. Praying with all her heart for her children living underneath the same sky. She makes me want to pray too. That's what I thought. For them to be able to once again live together as mother and child is even for a second earlier. Afterward, when I called for Izumi to return with me to the institution, she answered just a little bit longer and stayed. That's why I returned to the institution alone. At that day at dinner time, don't eat. I declined it, because Satoru had told me to. At Sphia, from now on, don't eat any of the food. There might be poison in it. Until Satoru thinks it's safe to do so, I'll have to bear with it. I told them I don't have much of an appetite right now and immediately returned to my room. All the stress must have been getting to me. I threw myself down onto the warm, welcoming bed and before I knew it, began to doze off. I lost consciousness. Transfers are only 33 minutes, right? So, okay. January 4th. Okay, it says January, the 4th day. Emotional trauma. Crucified. Well, that's intense. Although I'm disappointed it's not emotional damage. I was awakened by a faint noise. I could hear the sound of firewood burning up. I opened my eyes. New fuel had been put into the stove. Like a tongue savoring a feast, an orange blaze dances in the mouth of the stove. This is the shelter cabin. Seems like I came back before I realized it. I roused myself. From the windows, a dazzling morning light is shining in. Morning, huh? The hands of my beloved watch were pointing at 7. It was still on? Meizumi seemed to still be asleep. I could hear her quiet breathing. Uni is sound asleep too.
もう食べられないよ。
Oh, we're Uni. That's why we're Uni. Oh no. No, that was just... I can't eat anymore. It was saying those sorts of predictable things in his sleep.
ああ、トビリン、僕のご飯食べたでしょ。
Okay, so never mind. We're still as Kokoro, but her watch is still on, which is interesting. Tobalin, you ate my food, didn't you?
トビリンって呼ぶな、クソガキ。
Don't call me Tobalin, you damn kid.
寝言で喧嘩してるし。
They're quarreling in their sleep? With a wry smile, I got out of bed. They're sleeping well. So then, what were those noises I heard before? I casually noticed that Yugomi's bed was empty. I tried touching the blankets. Cold. Where did he go so early in the morning? Anxiously, I peered out the window. I could see his figure in front of the cabin. Putting on a coat, I too went outside. Yugomi was standing still, bathing in the morning sun. He was doing nothing, just motionlessly staring into the distance, with sorrow in his eyes. I hesitated to speak. I wonder how much time passed. Yugomi abruptly started talking.
こちらの方角なんだ。
It's in that direction. He was holding the compass Uni had been carrying.
何がですか？
What?
息子が眠ってる。
My son's resting place.
今日は僕の息子の命日なんだよ。
Today is the anniversary of his death. In a calm and very composed tone, Yogomi continued.
僕があの飛行機に乗っていたのはね、墓参りに行こうと思っていたからなんだ。
I got on that plane because I wanted to go visit his grave. Oh, staging. Here's the what I'm noticing here is we saw the appearance of the son and the big brother and the little brother. Kelly son looked like Yogomi. And he's apparently dead. But Kelly, or we call her Utsumi, doesn't know.
だが、行けなくなってしまった。
But in the end, I couldn't
悪いことをした
go. Oh, but in the end, I couldn't go. I sure did a bad thing. Yogomi suddenly smiled wryly, a lonely smile.
純一は僕に似て強情なところがあったからな。へそを曲げると面倒なんだ。
And it's confirmed with the name. Okay, Junichi was like me. He was stubborn. He was a lot of trouble when he got mad. Junichi? That name, where have
行
I...
けなくてすまん、純一。
I couldn't make it. I'm sorry, Junichi. He clasped his hands together toward the direction of the place he had said his son was resting. Standing next to him, I too clasped my hands. I closed my eyes and prayed for the happiness of Yogomi's son in the next world. I slowly opened my eyes. Yogomi slightly lowered his
ありが
head.
とう、冬川さん。
Thank you, Fuyukawa-san.
息子のために手を合わせてくれて。
Thank you for praying for my son.
いえ
No. At that moment, from inside the shelter, we heard Yuni talking in his sleep. Yogomi's face was lit by a fatherly
僕
smile.
の息子も生きていれば、ユニと同い年ぐらいなんだ。
If my son were still alive, he would be around Yuni's age.
そうなんですか。
Is that so? I thought I shouldn't be indiscreet, but I ended up asking instinctively.
息子さんはどうして？
Your son, how?
君には話してもいいかな。
Yeah, I guess I may as well tell you about it. Yogomi took out a cigarette and lit it with the usual lighter. The smell of the lighter fuel tickles my nose. While gazing towards the direction where his son rests, he started talking.
純一の誕生日が近づいててね。
Junichi's birthday was
僕
near.
はあの子が欲しがってた新しい自転車を買ってあげることにしたんだ。
I decided to buy him the new bicycle he wanted.
純一は本当に喜んでいた。
Junichi was so glad.
ありがとう。ありがとうお父さんって何度も礼を言ってたよ。
Thank you, Dad. He repeated that in gratitude so many times. Yogomi exhaled cigarette
あ
smoke.
んなに喜ぶとは思わなかったな。
I didn't think he would be so happy. The white smoke shone in the morning
運
sun.
動神経がいいのか、あの子は周りの子供たちの中では一番最初に補助輪が取れたんだ。
I don't know if it was because his reflexes were especially good, but of all the neighborhood kids, he was the first to get his training wheels
ちょ
off.
っと練習しただけでスイスイ自転車に乗れるようになって、
With just a little practice, he was able to ride a
ま
bike.
だ幼稚園の頃の話だよ。
This is still a story from when he was in kindergarten, I think. Sensing the sadness in that proud voice, I
す
nodded.
ごいですね。
That's amazing.
この子は僕よりもすごい登山家になるんじゃないかと確信したよ。
Yeah, I guess that child would be. I'm sure that child would become an even greater mountaineer than me. Which you shouldn't really say that because the child should do what he's good at, right? Which may not be exactly what you are, but.
それ以来ね、純一は自転車という乗り物に夢中になってしまったんだ。
And ever since then, Junichi got crazy about bicycles.
と友達の中で最初に補助輪が取れたっていうのがよっぽど嬉しかったんだろうな。
It made him so happy being the first of his friends to take off the training
だ
wheels.
から僕はあの子が9つになった誕生日に
That's why on his birthday I got
新
him
し
a
い
new
自
bike.
転車を
Oops, I cut him off again. That's why on his birthday I got him a new
ギア
bike.
付きのマウンテンバイクを買ってやって。
Mountain bike with all the gears, I bought it for him.
だが
But
その自転車が良くなかった。
that bike was no good.
あんなものを買ってやらなきゃよかった。
I never should have bought him such a thing. It's like a random piece of trivia. I actually happen to have an extremely nice mountain bike that I don't use as much as I should, considering how nice it is. Closing his eyes, he slowly shook his head. Regret filled his
新
face.
しい自転車にはしゃいだ純一は転んでしまったんだ。
Junichi in high spirits over his new bike had a fall.
まさかその事故で。
No way, that was the accident? That
いや、足を単純骨折しただけ。
No, simply a bone fracture of the leg.
頭を打ったかもしれないということで、一応検査入院をすることになったが、
Since it was possible that he'd hit his head, he was hospitalized just in case.
翌日には元気に戻ってくるはずだった。
He was supposed to come back the next day full of energy. Yagomi opened his eyes and looked at me. To me, it seemed he was holding down his anger by force.
戻ってくるはずだったんだ。
Yeah, he was supposed to come back, but he got taken to a mental.
でも純一はそのまま。
But Junichi there was murdered by Kaiko? Yagomi averts his eyes. Then he uttered only
殺
this.
されたんだ。病院で。
He was killed in the hospital.
殺された？
Killed.
あ、
Yeah. And then from his mouth came the name I knew so
犬
well.
伏恵子という女にね。
By a girl named Inubushi Kaiko. My breath caught in my throat. Inubushi Kaiko killed Mayumi's son. Wait, is that her name? It's not Mayumi, it's Utsumi. Yeah, Utsumi Kali's son. Interesting. Killed by Inubushi Kaiko, the son of Yagomi, Junichi-kun, in Awazumi Hospital, Municipal Hospital by Inazumi Kaiko. I tried to recall the file. Certainly among the victims, there was an elementary school kid who would have been around Uni's age if alive. That was... An icy wind suddenly blew across the snowfield. Did I tremble because of that wind or because of the truth I had just
い
heard?
や、違う。そうじゃない。
No, that's not it.
僕が殺したんだ。間接的にね。
I killed him indirectly.
僕があんなものプレゼントしなければよかったんだ。
If I hadn't bought him that present, borrowed word. He threw away his cigarette, crushed it in
それだけ
vexation.
じゃない。あの子は一人で入院することを怖がってた。
Not only that, he was afraid of being hospitalized alone.
一日だけなんだから、僕がついてあげていればよかったんだ。
Since it was just for one day, if only I had stayed with him.
そうすれば。
If only.
そうすれば。
If only, then you would have been murdered too, but whatever. Yagomi tramped on the cigarette many, many times. Venting the anger he couldn't suppress many, many times. In the end, it seems the waves of emotion overwhelmed him. His features began to change. And that wasn't the Yagomi of just a little while ago, but surely the petrified rage and despair of a parent who had killed his son. I was troubled over what I should say, and in the end, all I could say were trite words, even though I knew that no kind of words would
よ
comfort
も
him.
ぎさんのせいじゃないですよ。
Yagomi-san, it's not your fault. Was Yagomi ashamed that I had seen him angry? He stopped, and a fleeting smile crossed his face.
すまない。
Sorry. Then Yagomi muttered as if speaking to
これだか
himself.
ら、カリーともうまくいかなかったんだ。
Because of this, things with Kali turned bad too.
カーリー？
Kelly? Wait, she didn't say that he had died. But she knew he had died. Hearing the familiar name, I involuntarily ask again.
あ、いや、僕の妻だよ。
No, she's my wife.
子供を溺愛していた妻はね、息子が殺された事実に耐えきれず、心を病んでしまった。
She was such a doting mother. She was unable to come to terms with the death of her beloved son. It broke her heart.
僕も自分を責め続けていたから、二人ともおかしくなってしまったんだ。
Since I too kept blaming myself, things between us just became awkward.
彼女は心の病気で入院してしまったが、
She was so heartsick that she had to be hospitalized. But
僕は今日の墓参り、彼女と一緒に行きたかった。
I wanted to go with her to the grave today.
それで病院に迎えに行こうとしてたんだが、
So I was going to go visit her at the hospital. He was going to the same place.
でもこのありさまだ。
But this is how that turned out. And he doesn't. Does he know that Inabushi Kaiko and Callie are in the same facility? Sneering, Yokomi looked around at the scenery as though it were the situation he had found himself in surrounding him. At the scenery of the shelter cabin, shut away in the snow,
人生はままならないな。
life doesn't always go your way. The name Callie in the hospital for mental illness, it made me feel uneasy. Though I hesitated at first, I asked him,
ひょっとして奥さんの名字って内海さんですか？
and by any chance, is your wife's surname Utsumi-san? Yokomi opened his eyes in surprise.
その通りだが、どうして？
Yeah, that's exactly it, but how did you know?
ああ、そうか。あのファイルに書いてあったんだな。
I see. Was it written in that file? Oh, he knows they're in the same place. Yogomi nodded, agreeing with himself. The truth is, I came across her in Sphia, but let's not go into that. I hesitated to burn Yogomi, who was still grieving for his son, with a story of the strange
名
phenomenon.
字が違うんですね。
Her surname is different.
ああ、
Yeah.
結婚した当初はカーリーもヨモギの姓を名乗ってた。
When we first got married, Kelly took the name Yogomi.
だけど、ほら、2008年に夫婦別姓が認められただろ
But you know, in 2008, the dual surname system was approved, right?
はい、そうでしたね。
Yes, it was. I faintly recalled the talk I had with Uni about the dual
う。
surnames.
カーリーは精神的にも経済的にも自立した女性だった。
Kelly was a self-reliant woman, both emotionally and economically and
だ
emotionally.
からその時、彼女にヨモギの姓を名乗らせ続けることを強要せず、どちらの姓にするかを選ばせたんだ。
That's why at the time I decided that instead of forcing her to call herself Yagomi, I'd let her choose the surname she
そし
wanted.
て彼女は内海の姓に戻すことを選んだ。
And she chose to return to her original family name of Utsumi.
彼女はハーフなんだ。日本名である内海に愛着を持ってたのさ。
She's of mixed race. She is attached to the Japanese name Utsumi. Yagomi slapped his face with both hands.
さてと。
Now then. Saying that, Yagomi sighed, picked up a handful of snow, and used it to wash his face. Scrubbing all over and over again.
物資も相当厳しくなってきた。薪も食料もすぐに尽きるだろ
Our supplies are scarce. We'll most likely run out of firewood and rations before too
う。
long.
これからのことも話し合わないとな。
We'll have to talk about what we're going to do now, too.
暗い顔なんかしてる暇はないな。
No time to be down in the dumps.
よもぎさん、
Yagomi-san,
小屋に戻ろう。体が冷える。
let's go back to the cabin. We'll get cold. Yagomi pushed it at my back and entered the cabin. His expression had gone back to normal, like it was already nothing. But still, I caught sight of them, the small tears suspended in Yogomi's eyes. Okay, the feeling you believe in. So I'm gonna save here. If I can remember how to do the save thing. That's quick save. That's key configuration. You don't see. That's full screen. Okay, that took it off the recording. You got black screen. There you go. No, we went to the next line by accident. Escape. I forgot to do this stuff. P. That went to the next line by accident too. Bring back up F2. Okay, H, O, and P. O. No. H. There we go. Okay. Save. On file 4, enter. Saving complete. Cool. And then I'm going to go to title. Yes, I do. Save system data. Yes, I do. Okay. So all these are family connected, and it's kind of like Ever 17, where it's like everyone is connected somehow by some means. Like, Koko's father worked for Leiblich, which is the same place that Yu's parents worked, which is the place that enslaved Tsugumi, who is happened to be the mother of um okay. Happened to be the mother of, the only person who didn't have a connection to the other characters at first was Takeshi, but he ends up he's kind of Takeshi. He ends up being a father in the end, but he just kind of walks into this whole thing, right? Kind of like Kokoro, kind of seems to be walking into this whole tangle, but she was studying Ibushi Kaiko, but she was just studying her, right? She didn't have she wasn't into any family connections, so because everyone's tied in now. So Yagomi is Kali's wife, and their son is one of the victims of Inabushi Kaiko. Kaiko is staying at the same facility as Kali, and then Satoru is staying at the same facility as both of those people, and he is some old friend of Mayuzumi. And Uni also gets sent to that institution after getting in a plane crash where he ends up in a shelter cabin with Yagomi, the father, and Mayuzumi. So everyone's all connected together, except for Kokoro, who just kind of walked into it because he was studying that person. Okay, I'm gonna go down to special and see how my progress is here. Kokoro. So pretty linear, some progress here. Reading the newspaper. Here. Okay, so when we're at the grave site, there is a CG we can get that I didn't, right? There's something I have missing from the grave site. So that's of note. Interesting. If I had a page around here. Numpad. There we go. Okay. Numpad. So then we have this. So we got them all. So we got them all except for, so far chronologically, except for one that we could get at the crash site we didn't get. So, okay. Only one Satoru's background or piece of artwork. Okay. It looks like eventually we get to play as Satoru. And then I'm gonna look at this. I'm not gonna play any of the music because my background music is off. But I want to see if there's any that are not unlocked. The top first one, fourth one, ninth one. There's a few. Okay. This is like a measure of progress. Clear list. So we got 1 out of 33 endings. 40 out of 154 scenes, yeah, of course. 42 out of 110 of those blue text things. 47 out of 116 of those art assets. 23 out of 53 musics. 23% of, I guess, the total lines in the game, I guess. 14% of the choices, or I don't know if that's the choices or choices of the choices, if you get what I mean. We got just Satoru murdered in the bathroom A. That's it. Scenes. Okay. So I didn't get everything you can get in the first scene, probably because of some choices. 98% of falling into autism, that's interesting. 99% in heart, body, and tranquilizers. Okay, so we're at 40 out of 154, which is what we got in the, okay, tips. These are just words. Okay. Okay, that's it.